I'm supposed to hit got it. Okay. You hear my voice okay? It's clear?
Yes, loud and clear.
Good. It's a good microphone.
It is a good microphone. I think we lost Graham for a second, but he should be back any second. Usually it only takes a second. So welcome, Grimerica Outlawed Douglas Vogt. We got in the house this week chatting about pole reversals and DARPA and deep underground military bases and stuff like that. So Douglas, welcome to Grimerica Outlawed. How have you been?
Thank you for inviting me.
No problem. So can you start by just letting our audience know who haven't heard you and might not know what we're here for, sort of what we're mostly going to talk about today, what you've been researching, and sort of how you stumbled into it?
I've been studying the causes of the Ice Age and polar reversals since 1969. And my first book was called Reality Revealed, The Theory of Multidimensional Reality. It's the first time in history anyone has developed an information theory of existence, and that was copyrighted in 1977. First printing was January of 78. And it explained the very foundation of what causes the polar reversals and why it happens all over the universe. And at that time, I didn't know the exact dates. I just knew it was roughly 12,000 years ago. By the time I did my second book on the subject, it was God's Day of Judgment, the real cause of global warming. And chapter 8 had no less than 392 references from the journal Science, Nature, Geology, a lot of journals. I spent way too much time in libraries, mostly UCLA stacks and also University of Washington libraries. But it culminated in me figuring out basically the whole thing. And it eventually, well, I'll tell you what happened. I had sent a letter off to Luis Alvarez. He was a PhD in physics, a Nobel Prize winner in physics. His son taught at Berkeley and taught geology. And Luis Alvarez did reports for a group called the Jason Group, which I hadn't found out about it until I researched him. And the Jason Group does papers and reports for the Defense Department, intelligence groups. Everything's classified that they do. They sent him and his son off to Europe. They wanted to find out if what could have caused this ice age and polar reversals. And they did. And I wrote them a letter outlining everything I had in the book. That was in June of 1978. And by, 79. And by November, I got a call from a guy. I got a call from Fort Lewis. I was living in Bellevue, Washington. Got a call from the military in Fort Lewis wanted me to come down for an unrelated reason, which is a stupid reason. I said, I'm not going to go. I don't do things like that. It has to do with a ghost. They said a ghost in the attic of their military museum. I had been there, couldn't care less about ghosts. So they were trying to get me down there. And eventually, within a couple of weeks, an older guy called me up, and he said in the conversation, he said he was a retired CIA agent. And one of the first things out of his mouth was, how did I figure it all out? Namely, the mechanism, what causes the ice age and polar reversal. And I told him basically the mountain of research I've done over the years, even up to that date. I think that person who called me was Ched Thomas himself. And the reason I say that, he had a very high security clearance. He graduated as a electrical engineer in the late 40s. And I think the CIA, well, it was then the Defense Department, OSS, and they became the CIA and the National Security Act in 1947. So I think he was working with them. What started everything was when the sun really erupted, basically, in December of 1957. And during December, they had, over a period of 5 days, they had over 350 sunspots and it was huge. The growing season was extended by 30 days. That's called global warming. It has nothing to do with CO2. It has to do with the sun's output. Anyway, that was the last Glasberg cycle. By March, they actually put out a postage stamp, which I showed in one of my videos in series 4 version, or I think it was part 5. That anyway had a semicircle of the sun burning, and then they had the picture of Michelangelo's what he painted on the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel of God's finger almost touching atoms. It's like saying, "Please God, help us." What's going on here? And by July, they passed the law that created NASA. And the purpose of creating NASA was to go to the moon, and in an environment there was no wind, no rain, and whatever was deposited there would still be there untouched. And by on the funny part, they hide this stuff in plain sight many times. This is one of those times. The name of the project to go to the moon was called Apollo. Well, if you're into Greek mythology, the Greek god Apollo was the sun god. So you have to understand the humor here. They're sending the sun god to the moon to bring back the samples to prove that our sun novas. Once the samples came back, what happened is after 60 days after they returned with the samples, there was a news conference of the 3 astronauts. 2 of them had walked on the moon. All 3 looked like they were at a funeral. And everybody says the same thing when they see this video. And it's on YouTube. You can watch it and you'll see what I mean. And I think it's because they must have told them, you can't talk about the fact you were walking on glass and what side of the rocks were baked and what side didn't have the glazing. Anyway, within 30 days, Nixon came up with executive order 11,490. And I go through it in video series 4, part 6. I think it was E. And you immediately realize that this is how they were going to prepare. They didn't know when this thing was going to go off. They knew the sun did nova. And Nixon gave the job to keep it a secret to the CIA. The problem was they didn't understand. You had a science problem. He should have given it to NOAA, USGS, that's United States Geological Survey, and NASA. But they didn't. So they kept it a secret. Now, this new bill that came out, 4488, it in fact does mention those 3 agencies specifically. And so somebody was listening to me. And I'll explain it later how much they were listening to me. But anyway, everything after that was executive orders from Reagan, who canceled Nixon's support, but he made a law that included the stuff that was in Nixon's executive order, plus additional stuff. It's called Stanford something or other. I mentioned in the video. Anyway, it goes on from there to when culminating probably when Trump winds up eliminating an executive order that Obama made. The executive order was to do nothing, but a bunch of these agencies that are mentioned in Nixon's executive order and the Stanford one would actually meet, and they were splitting up which agency was going to spend the money to build these things, and which they did. These DUMBs, for those who don't know, it's called, let me see, Deep Underground Military Shelters. And that's what they spent over $21 trillion on. I'm told it was even more, but we'll take the 21 trillion for right now. We won't argue a trillion here, a trillion there. I mean, it's just money, ours. Anyway, that's what happened. And one of the videos in part 6, I go through the executive orders and the laws that they were all creating. You could follow it very simply, and I read them all, and you realize what's going on. This was, in fact, the greatest secret the United States had, and I think still have, because when I wrote a letter after 4488 was introduced in the Senate, a month later was the House bill. That was in July, and the other one was in June 23rd. I didn't know it was moving along. So since DHS, for those who are in foreign countries, DHS represents Department of Homeland Security. And I wrote a letter to the head of DHS, Mayorkas, and that was in October 20-something. And within 30 days, they actually amended that 4488 and added 6 more agencies. One that DHS added on dams and water. The other 5 were from the military. And 3 of them were from the Corps of Engineers. Not just one guy, but 3. So it gives you an idea. It told me immediately they took this thing in-house. Anyway, do you want me to tell you how that bill came about
I would, but I was also kind of wondering, just while you were saying that made me think of chemtrails in a whole new light. Because, I don't know.
I've heard serious about that. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm late to the party on this because I've been like, yeah.
Well, one was
it seems crazy because I see 100 planes go over every day, and none of them seem to leave a trail, but there seems to be some weird X's here and there, and something's going on. But if they think the sun's going to nova, they could be almost playing around with different technologies to try and block that.
They can't block it. I mean, it's just, I think what they're trying to do is, one theory is that if they could make clouds, it would lessen the temperature increase on the planet or in a certain area, which is a viable idea, but you have to have moisture in the atmosphere to do that trick. But other than that, it's just, they're going to try lots of things. The problem is, as we get closer to the reversal, you're going to have more hurricanes because the sun output is going to increase, heats up ocean water, and more evaporation. And then you have tropical storms, hurricanes, tornadoes, a whole potpourri of weather conditions, severe stuff. And we saw it the last winter, and you're seeing it beginning now. Sunspot maximum for this solar cycle 25 is supposed to, I calculated it's about August of next year. So it's going to get worse. And then we have a lot of volcanoes going off and more earthquakes. The volcanoes I explained in video series 4. What's going on in the center of the sun is also going on in the center of the earth. But it takes time for that spike of energy to percolate through the outer mantle to get to the layer between the crust and the outer mantle. And as it heats up, then you're going to have more earthquakes, and you're going to have also volcanoes going off because it's going to heat up. It's as simple as that.
So will there be more CMEs, like more Carrington events as we get closer?
We've already had it. A lot of things the government says is disinformation.
Can you talk about that one that when the FAA shut down?
Don't remember the exact date right now, but
I think it was January this year, I think.
It was a solar flare. It was an they claim an X2, but I saw the picture of the thing. It looked a lot higher than that. And when it hit the Earth, they knew when it was going to hit. And they grounded all the planes. Now, the reason I know that they knew beforehand what it was coming, one of my fans, his brother works at an Air Force base repairing the jets. And they were all told, no flying for this 2-hour period while this thing passed the Earth.
Wow.
So all the planes were grounded. And then they resumed. The excuse the FAA gave was a computer glitch. It never flunked before. It never died all of a sudden. They had a computer database problem. I doubt it seriously. So, especially if they're using Oracle or something like that, forget it. That's a very good database. This ain't going to crash. So that was their excuse. Now, I understand why. I don't criticize the FAA for what they did. Remember, these people are scared and they don't know what the reaction is going to be. They don't know what's going to happen when this thing hits. And that's one of the problems we have here. It's a potpourri. Now, regarding when I wrote the letter to Mayorkas at DHS, it told me also they may have told Mayorkas and his predecessor about a Carrington event. They never told him about Act 3, the polar reversal and the cataclysm. They never told anybody. And then most recently, the UN is getting into the act. At the end of March 28th, they released a plan that's modeled on the 4488. They're wondering probably, why is the United States including a paper that's mentioning cataclysmic 19 times, global cataclysmic about 19 times, and existential, which they define in the bill as the threat of human extinction. Now, at that point, I think I like to read the thing, what started, it's really the cause of the bill.
Yeah, for sure. Let's get into that.
Okay.
And sorry about that. I had to reboot my gear 3 times there. It kept crashing on me. So I might ask some questions that have already been answered along the way here.
Is it your electronic personality that's blowing the computer?
Yeah, exactly.
We really just did a sort of a breakdown of what you probably knew already, so you should be right up to speed.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, this is what happened. I wrote a letter to during the Trump administration to the Secretary of Defense, to the head of Joint Chiefs of Staff, Milley, who's still there, and the Lieutenant General who is in charge of Defense Intelligence. That's the top intelligence group for the United States military. They're the adults in the room. That's what I call them. Anyway, my letter to them was like 950 words. It was sent registered mail with 2 books. I got a response 12 business days later. The Pentagon got theirs on August 20th, 2020, and they answered me 12 business days later. And I believe it was probably a colonel, because that's what it was. His letter to me was 1,925 words and had 24 questions in it and 5 opinions they wanted me to answer, which I did 4 days later. Anyway, I can't reveal everything that's in his letter, but the parts that will give you right off the bat what's really going on is this. In his letter, it said, quote, despite having some idea regarding, quote, good places, close quotes, to be, it is hard to believe conventional humanity can survive what you describe. Extreme earthquakes, floods, winds, volcanoes, heat, stellar impacts, solar radiation, fast freezing, thousands of feet of snow and ice, devastation of plant life, food sources, and subsequent famine, years of darkness. These are obstacles that are nearly impossible for normal folks or most governments today, and even survival within a pyramid for decades on end is an achievement likely to end in failure.
Within a pyramid for decades, they put that in there?
I'm reading it.
That's
Remember,
crazy.
let me tell you, he already said he had read my book, God's Day of Judgment. I didn't send it to him. They already had it.
Yeah.
In the letter, they admitted they had seen all of my videos up to that day,
Wow.
all of them. And even he asked me for a copy of Reality Revealed, my first book, because it's out of print. In fact, the copy goes for between $500 and $1,500.
Shit.
I'm not kidding. That's how much it is. Anyway, later on, this all pertains to why that bill 4480 was written the way it was. Now, continuing the thought on what he said here. So when the bill came out, I didn't hear from this guy for a year and 3/4. And then the bill came out. As I said, it mentions extinction, existential, the threat of human extinction 17 times, and cataclysmic, I think it was 37 times, global catastrophic 17 times. And this is what happened. When I first did my first videos on the cataclysm or on the philosophy was in March 14th, 2018. And I laid out where I was going with this stuff, including an outline of what causes the ice age and polar reversal. So for 7 or 8 months, I laid out the basic theory of multidimensional reality. It's an information theory of existence. I'm the only person and the first person in history to develop one. Anyway, what happened was that by September, October, they started a new program called New AI, or AI New. They were going to spend $2+ billion developing an AI program.
And this was 2020, 2019, like recent, right?
Oh,
Or
yeah.
is this going back again for quite a few years?
Yeah, I'll tell you exactly what it is. Hang on. I got it here.
Because at first I thought you were talking about it being like quite a while ago when they confirmed this, but
No, I'll tell you exactly when it was. 88, 2005. Okay, the next picture. Timeline here. Here it is. Okay, my first video was March 14th, 2018. September 2nd, 2018, DARPA announces a multi-year investment of $2 billion+ on the program AI Next.
wow, okay. So 4.5 years ago, yeah.
Yeah, November 9th, 2018, started series 4 on the ice age and polar reversal. Anyway, it kind of lingered there, and more Senate and stuff like that. Anyway, the Senate bill came out June 23rd, 2022, and the House bill a month later. Then August 15th of 2022, DARPA Ice Control for Cold Environments, ICE, broad agency announcement. What it was is they're admitting they know they're going to have an ice age. They want companies and labs to come up with a solution that they can give soldiers and plants to survive very cold weather. They're admitting they know they're going to be an ice age.
Wow. So that AI analysis then
let me go a little further.
yeah.
The Defense Department certainly isn't going to go to Congress with a bill like this, just on my word, and they shouldn't. They had developed the AI program, and they basically modeled what I did. Like I told you how many references I had in just one chapter. They must have put in all the journals, science, nature, geology, or geophysics, you name it, astrophysics. They put it in. They also had my books in it also, my theory and philosophy. And they let the thing run. And I think their AI program came up with the same conclusion I did. That's why the law says human extinction 17 times. There's never been a bill in American history written like this. Everybody, if you go on a line and go into my web pages, you'll see it, or send me an email at info@dieholefoundation.com. I'll send you the bill and the amendment to the bill, and you read it to yourself. It wakes everybody up. They basically vindicated me, and they know I'm right. I'm sure their AI program didn't figure out when it's going to be. The Torah actually has an exact date, and I figured that out, and it's in video series, I think 6 on Moses 10 code systems. I think it's part 2 or part 3. I mean, it is exact. And the next life spark cycle will be between September and December 2046. I knew it was going to be in between there. The Torah gives an exact date of October 16th, 2046. I'm not kidding. They gave us the month, the day, and the year.
So that's like 24, 23 years from now?
Yeah, 23 years and a few months. And believe me, there'll be solar events and stuff like that you won't want to deal with.
I'm surprised the government's taking that much action for something so far away. They seem kind of inept with most things.
Well, remember my book, God's Day of Judgment, I had the whole thing on what the date is and when it's going to be. It's in the book. And they believe me. You could tell by this law and what they told me. To give you some more insight into the thinking of the Defense Department, under questions regarding your opinions/beliefs, and this is really his belief. I'm quoting again from the paper. Quote, AI could well progress significantly by 2046. Some models suggest that AI by that point will surpass the combined problem-solving capability of all humans on the planet, except me. Such an intelligence would almost certainly be able to solve the problem of immediate human extinction if desired. Any thoughts on that potential and how it relates to the operating system? By the way, the operating system is what I call God. That is who it is. Post-singularity. He's calling the polar reversal singularity, and probably rightfully so. Since your recent book/YouTube videos, you do have any more recent thoughts on the nature of free will? If we lack free will, as it is commonly understood, then what is the point of any action or even inaction without the intervention of a higher power? You can tell by the first paragraph here, they're accepting the 2046. It's possible that their AI program also came up with 2046. And when he says some models, interesting, it must be AI came up with some stuff, but they'd run out of time.
What did you tell him about that? What was your answer to, like, what can we do about it then? I mean, because there's
Well,
really not much you can do except for hide underground, right?
Yeah, there's only two ways to survive this thing. One is caves, but not below ground. You have to be on a hill or a mountain, and the reason is um, there's going to be massive shaking for at least a week. The ocean's going to be over your heads for a while, sloshing backwards and forwards until it finally settles down. If you're below ground, let's say a flat plain, and you went to a mine down below, the danger is there's going to be a lot of shaking, a lot of earthquakes, depending on how close you are to a fault. And if there's any kind of fissure, or the thing that's your door up above cracks or something like that, you're going to have water pouring into your cave and drown everybody. It's better if you're on the side of a hill. You don't have to be all that high up, but at least the water will drain off. See what I mean?
Yeah.
The key, when in my first book, chapter 11 was all the legends and mythologies around the world. It's the same thing Hapgood did, and Chen Thomas. They went to the legends and the religions to see what they said. I did the same, but I spent 11 months at UCLA Stacks reading all kinds of stuff. They didn't spend that much time. And also, you can't take a legend or a mythology at face value. Remember, you're reading something that survived 12,000 years. You know the game telephone. Sometimes it doesn't work too good. So you have to just look at, what things are common with these legends. Like how many say the sun stood still in the sky, the sun rose in the west and set in the east, things like that. That's what you look for.
We'll get back to Hapgood, but so do you think that's why all the ancient tunnels? I mean, they're talking about tunnels all over Europe, from Scotland all the way to Turkey. I mean, all over Egypt. I mean, we were in like 6 levels of tunnels all over the Giza Plateau. I mean, is this why a lot of those were made, you think?
Well, what do you think? Of course.
Well, yeah, but I can't get the timing around my head. Like, that means those tunnels are older than, like, did they know it was going to happen last time then? Like, are a lot of these ancient structures before the last flip? And the last flip was like creating all these mud floods everywhere. And like, I'm trying to visualize what happens. Like, is that why, 20, 30 feet of mud are left when everything settles down in certain spots?
I believe they knew something bad was going to happen with the sun. And the reason I say that is because they probably started, no matter where the culture was on the planet, they started seeing the aurora borealis down by the lower latitudes, near the equator, and more frequently than their old can remember. Besides increases in earthquakes and volcanoes, they knew Mother Earth was somehow getting angry with them. So I think what happened is they started building. They didn't know what. There may have been an advanced society on the planet, I think in India, maybe also in China, but we're not sure. But it seems to be. So anyway, I don't think they had an exact date of when it's going to happen. God gave us that this time in the Torah. And it's because they didn't know when to get to the caves, or they didn't have a good cave door to keep the water pressure out. I mean, have an ocean rushing over 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 feet, or 1,000 feet of ocean water is pretty high. You're dealing with from 1,500 to maybe 3,000 psi. That's a lot of pressure. That's why the Daiho Foundation is right now in the process of writing letters to the major engineering company that I think did work on these dams to give me a quote for designing and building a test bed. And that's the best hope you have of surviving this thing. Besides, you have to be near the equator, but not exactly on the equator. There's a reason for that, and I'll have to explain it in some future video. But the reason is the warmer ocean water by the equator will lessen the snow and the ice. That's what ultimately kills you. You can have a great cave system, a great door, or high enough, you don't have to worry about the flood. But depending if you're in Africa, you're going to have to worry about the heat from the sun. And fortunately, the Americas this time is going to be on the backside. Well, not exactly on the backside, but we're not going to get the sun moving over us. And it doesn't look like we're going to get the dust shell hitting us 16 to 18 hours later. That's important. So, and it also means we're not going to get the instant ice age too. Europe going to get the instant ice age in Russia. So the end result is they didn't know. They didn't know, the people 12,000 years ago. They didn't know when this thing was going to happen. And they were either caught out in the open or whatever. And so few survived. I remember listening to a radio show at least 25 or 30 years ago in Bellevue, and it said the anthropologists thought there was only 30 fertile females that survived the last ice age, which we are all related to. Since so few people survived, we're all related. So all us Europeans are all related. How come you didn't send me a birthday card? Really? That was a joke.
When's your birthday?
September 2nd.
Ironically, steal your identity.
By the way, September 2nd, 1859 is when the Carrington that happened. It's also I think the end of World War II.
So how does this look? I might have missed this when everything was going wrong with my equipment there. What does it actually look like then when the nova happens? I don't want to get into too many details, but it basically flips the poles. So a nova is like a massive solar event.
Okay, you want to know what happens on the sun, or you want to know what happens on the Earth? So that's part two. Okay, what happens on the sun when the nova happens? When you have a collapsing magnetic field, 90 degrees out of phase from it, creates tremendous potential voltage. In this case, the sun novas. We've seen lots of stars that have nova. And what happens is the dust shell, the matter shell around this big center modulation point, expands rapidly. We think it's about 1,500 to 1,550, maybe 1,600 miles per second. And it hits the Earth in about from 17 to 18 hours later, maybe 16. We don't really know exactly how fast this thing goes, but that's what happens. And one side of the Earth, I actually figured out how many calories of heat. Last time it was over 450 feet of ocean water worldwide was lower after this polar reversal. It came out to, I think it was like, I'll tell you in a second. I think I have it.
And you know it's on a cycle of 12,068 years or whatever it is.
Yeah, it comes out to 168 million cubic square kilometers of ocean water was evaporated. That's a lot.
Evaporated?
Well,
so evaporated up into the atmosphere. Rain for 40 nights.
That's how many square miles of ocean water faced the sun at the time over the period of about 18 hours. That much ocean water was exposed to this. So now you understand why it's so much. Now I have one of the videos I actually had this stuff explained out. Step 4. I went through how much heat is necessary applied to every square foot of ocean water to make that much water evaporate. Came out to 2,924 degrees centigrade, applied over 18 hours. And that'll evaporate that much water. It's a temperature of 5,295 degrees Fahrenheit. Nice and toasty. That's called global warming.
Now, didn't the seawater end up rising after that too, though? I thought you said it went up 400 feet in the end.
Well, it was hundreds of years. And then as the sun will come out maybe 1 or 2 sunspot cycles, you'll have a better chance to see the sun near the equator than you will the northern latitudes. But that 450 feet of ocean water worldwide is all that water was in the form of snow and ice on the land and even some of the oceans too. And that's a tremendous amount. I used to live in Bellevue, Washington, and we had, they think, 4,000 feet of glacial ice there, which represents 19,400 feet of snow. Now, this is not a normal snowfall, folks. And it probably is deposited within 30 or 40 years. There was an article, journal article I read years ago, and I still have it, that in Lake Michigan, northern Lake Michigan, on the Canadian side, they estimated in carbon-14 data thing, they think that the glacier was deposited within 40 years. And probably was, and maybe even faster than that. It's a tremendous amount of evaporated ocean water above you in the atmosphere until the atmosphere wrings out. That means you in Canada will not be there. It's as simple as that. You can't live there. In North America, same thing. If you have any hope of surviving this thing, you got to go in the tropics area. You'll get the rain. It will snow there too. The thing that gives it away and why the Hapgood idea of the Earth rotating 90 degrees is because he was fishing. He did this research late 50s after that last Gleisberg cycle. He was in the CIA.
I was just going to ask you that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there any chance it goes the other way though?
Yeah.
And they like
no, you look at the dedication page.
America.
You know who this guy was? I covered in one of my later videos in Video Series 4. During World War II, he was the military attaché between the President of the United States and the Pentagon. That means his rank had to be no less than colonel. Got the picture?
Yeah.
He later taught stuff, but this was not a nobody and a teacher someplace in an Ivy League school. This guy was a somebody. He later went into, he was probably part of OSS, and then it became the CIA in 47. And when this son went nuts, last Gleisberg cycle, his job was, his hobby must have been mythologies and stuff like that, just like Chen Thomas. So they gave him the job to go figure some of this stuff out. His work ended, well, the book is dated 1959. He mentions, I have his book. He mentions Einstein in about 4 or 5 pages. I've got all the pages he mentions Einstein. Problem is, Einstein died in 1954. And he certainly didn't talk to too many people then. And the end result was they're trying to put Einstein that he's agreeing with Chen Thomas, with Hapgood, but he didn't. He never read the book. He may have had a treatment 6 years before. And who do you think has a chance to go have a meeting and see Albert Einstein? Yeah. Somebody who's in CIA or Defense Department. And they had a question to ask him.
Yeah.
That's the only way the same thing's true for Chen Thomas. He was in the CIA. What gave it away is his dedication page of his the book he printed in 2013.
Which is what, Adam and Eve? It's the one. It's been going around in a lot of circles lately.
Yeah, I know. It's
the full version and the short version.
Yeah, let me explain the whole thing. It's CIA disinformation written by somebody who certainly should have known better, or he put too much value in some archaeological finds and ancient writings. I mean, I read some of the same ones he did, but you can't go by that because you don't know who wrote them, and it's also 12,000 years has elapsed since they wrote it. Excuse me.
Yeah. Huh.
So you don't. In his bio, in his dedication page, number one, it was 50 years from the time he did his papers to when he was able to release it and write this thing, plus the date that the CIA declassified his earlier report he did in the agency was exactly 50 years. It was 2013 also. Go back 50 years and you know what it is. And his dedication page, he shows three of the generals who were in the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Curtis LeMay and two others, Navy guy.
Curtis LeMay was involved in the UFOs too back then.
But they all retired and they were out by 1963. They were all out. So, but you think some schlub is going to be able to talk to, and he says the encouragement of the Joint Chiefs of Staff too. He had meetings with them. Do you think the average writer is going to have a meeting with three of the big generals of the Joint Chiefs of Staff? Of course not. This guy was a somebody. He had a project in the CIA to figure out what the hell's going on with the sun. Got it? It's all about that.
So did they know? Do you think that all the governments, the elites have known about known about some kind of cataclysm? Because there's obviously been a bit of a suppression on ancient history. Like look at how Hancock got attacked for his Netflix series that came out. I mean, there's definitely a coordinated attack on ancient mysteries and ancient history.
Yeah.
I mean,
guess what? Nobody attacks me. Now you have to say why? Because when you have the truth and the evidence, they don't argue with a geologist who's been studying this thing for 48 years.
Let me reword the question. Do they know there was something wrong with history, right? Like that there was, evidence of advanced civilizations or evidence of a cataclysm in the past that they don't really want us to know about. And now that we've come along further on in the future, they know more that there will be some sort of pole reversal.
Oh yeah, the sun's acting up terribly. When NASA winds up reporting 2 years ago, oh yeah, we're gonna have a normal sunspot cycle. It's gonna be just like the last one, nice and quiet. Don't look here. Don't look at the guy behind the curtain.
So
this is an IQ test. Either you plunk it or you pass it.
And when this solar's, Darren, do you have a question?
No, you go ahead. Keep
well, when the solar thing happens, will the Earth always have a pole reversal, or does it just depend on the effects of the climatic change and everything?
Hapgood and Chen Thomas's work was done in the late 50s, early 60s. This is before carbon-14 dating was being used worldwide. They didn't know about the Mid-Atlantic Ridge and the reversals on both sides of them, as that Mid-Atlantic Ridge is where a crack is and lava comes up and it spreads out. And some places in the Atlantic it's 1 inch, some places it's 2 inches. And it as the lava cools, it'll record where the poles are, North Pole, South Pole. Now, they didn't know any of that. So Hapgood came up with the idea that maybe the snow was so heavy in Iceland and Greenland that it caused it to wobble in the rotation and go 90 degrees? Well, the answer is it's so easy to prove this stupidity wrong. It should be embarrassing for all of them, even though I think they're all dead, but it's simple. How come it didn't do it 12,000 years ago and 24,000 years ago? And the second thing is the plants don't lie. People do. We had a frost here in Florida this last winter, the end of December. And most of my tropical plants died above ground. Most of them came up from the roots. Well, that told me this, that I'm right about the tropics. That means the plants in the tropics did not have to evolve to deal with cold, freezing weather. It also told me the ground did not freeze to kill the roots. Bingo. It's that simple to prove this stupidity wrong. Got it?
Yep.
So if this is happening every 12,000 years, and it seems like
12,068 years. That's the clock.
12,068, it's like half a procession almost. Is that not quite?
No, even their idea of how long it takes the Earth to rotate around the galaxy is probably nonsense. Also, there's no way you'd know. We've only been studying this stuff 150, 200 years with telescopes. I don't see how they'd know it.
So then, if you can only be underground, or you kind of got to be sort of lucky to survive it, how can we sort of how do we bounce back to these populations if we're like, what percentage of the population can survive something like that?
That's funny. The guy in the military said the same thing. Excuse me. It's like this. Somebody did survive it, because otherwise we wouldn't be here right now. This is a question. It's a deadly serious subject. Now you understand why it was the greatest secret the country had till I came along. Is that this is a question of survival of the human race. You're going to have to put a lot of your egos aside. You don't understand why our science has been destroyed by a Roman family named the Calpurnius Pisos of Rome. And they did that by basically writing most of the books of Aristotle. I go through that in video series 12, part 1. You want to know why they did it? Read part 2.
Can you just spell that for me, please? The Pisos.
Oh, Calpurnius Piso?
Yeah.
Calpurnius.
Yeah.
Piso, Piso.
Okay. It was the Pisos that destroyed science.
Yeah. Calpurnius Piso. Just watch video series 12, part 1.
Yeah.
I have the total chain of custody of the library that had the only works of an Aristotle. Now, there's only one Greek that mentions Aristotle, and he mentions in a half a sentence, and only as an admiral in Alexander the Great's navy. Not kidding. Even the general who was part of a war in North Africa with him doesn't even mention him when he's telling about the story. It's hilarious. But the Pisos needed a name in the past that they can create this. They had to create a science that agreed with the religion they were creating. Simple as that. And when you see it, it's going to be a shock to most of you. But I want you to all understand, this is an example of how badly man has been lied to for thousands of years. That's it. It's like I mentioned in my last book, volume 4 on the prophets and the priests. It's like swimming through an ocean of lies, literally.
Yeah, I mean,
no one person can fix it.
No, it seems to be coming out a lot, especially in the last few years. People are questioning reality. I mean, I think that's why they get upset about Graham Hancock stuff, as well as people just start questioning reality, questioning our past. a little bit more. So what would you, I mean, I got so many questions here, but I mean, I
Go ahead.
want
It's
to,
your show. Go ahead.
so there's like what you would recommend, how you would have recommended the government did. I don't know if you guys covered how the dumbs were built, sort of dums in the wrong place at the beginning when they did get their funding to do that. And I also want to talk about the exploration of the world using ground penetrating radar. I think the USGS, and you mentioned the UN getting involved. Now they're checking all over the world for underground stuff. So those are kind of three things that I'd like to get to.
Okay, I'll do the last ones that you just mentioned.
Yeah.
One, in 2017, the Department of Energy did a survey of all deep mines worldwide. Now, they imply by the title a place to put radioactive waste. And I mentioned in the video, if they think anybody would believe this, it's beyond belief. But they want to take a survey of all known mines around the world, what could be used for shelters. Imagine the United States going to Brazil, Peru, any place, South Africa, they have plenty of mines there. Can we wind up putting your highly radioactive waste in one of your mines that'll be there for 20 or 30,000 years?
Well, how do they even get away with flying their equipment around all over the world? I mean, do they have deals with all these countries? Just let them in supposedly to check.
One of my fans in Puerto Rico said that the USGS was flying tight formations north-south across, going from the west side of Puerto Rico to the east side, and they're remapping Puerto Rico. That would be the first stage you do if you're looking for a place you're going to build a cave shelter. And I showed that's the last video I did, that it may be a very tough place to build because you have a subduction zone just north of it that goes down 5 miles of ocean. And it's the Atlantic plate sliding over, we think, over the Caribbean plate. And on the south of it, it goes down to
3 miles.
3 miles of ocean, which is, it's not a good sign. So, you could build something, but you're going to build it with a lot of steel girders because you don't want this thing collapsing in on you. The other problem is if the Puerto Rican plate or the Caribbean plate slides under, you may drop down hundreds of feet during this event. You may not be above water when this thing happens. You're only saving graces. So much water was evaporated. You're maybe above ground, but not for long.
What about these teams? Like there was a team in Europe that we had on called Darren, I don't remember the name here. They measured 3,600. They measured the orientation of like 3,600 ancient sites, and they came and they patterned all these measurements, and they came up with five poles. There was 5 pole shifts, they say, that correspond to these times when people would build ancient sites facing north, right? And then a whole bunch more would be built, facing a new north kind of thing. Mario Buildreps was his name. He had a team of scientists and a team of engineers looking at all this, measuring all these poles, came up with 5 pole shifts. So how does that fit in with your work, or does it not at all? Or does the pole shift along the way through 12,000 years? I mean, there's also the legends of the ancients that said every 3714, I think 3,714 years of pole shifts.
Well, they're wrong about that.
Yeah.
The way I have in chapter 8 in God's Day Judgment is I took the carbon-14 dating of lava flows around the world. And it went all the way back to, I think, 48,000 years ago. I had that many. Anyway, what happens is if there was a log and the lava goes over the log, turned to charcoal, but it recorded basically the
magnetic,
the lava flow. Now, in the lava, I'll tell you some technical stuff, how to determine it. Depending on how much iron is in the lava, as it cools, if it takes a long time to cool, the crystals are larger, and the orientation of north and south are easily read. If you wind up taking the sample from the top of the flow and it was near an ocean or a lake, well, let's say an ocean or a sea, then the top part will be cooled when the field was just beginning to reverse, so it may point horizontally. You have to take the samples at the base or at least a couple of feet down, so the cooling will not interfere with how it records the correct pole, north or south. Most of the people who may have written a paper or had concluded that didn't know that and haven't thought about it. So that's one problem. But what we found in the lava flows is it's every roughly 12,000 years is this thing happens. The glacial moraine has lots of organic material in it, logs and stuff like that, easy to carbon-14 date. And again, I had so many, I could actually have hundreds, literally hundreds from my journals. I'm a member of the Geological Society of America. And believe me, my manual of geology is literally that thick. I get it every 2 months, or is it 3 months? And I go through it. A lot of Chinese writing articles on this situation. They're mostly concerned about Tibet. So, but anyway, that's what you do to figure this thing out.
So do you think this is like what happened to Atlantis? They just got torched by one of these things?
Good question. It could have been. Obviously, when you have this cacophony of death going on over a period of a couple of weeks or months, land masses could sink, others would rise, and you don't know. But it was certainly destroyed. Again, they probably did not know when this thing was going to happen. They may have had an idea, but we don't know what their technology was. We don't know if anybody studied the sun and found the Gleisberg cycle. I mean, 136 Gleisberg cycles is 12,068 years. I mean, I mentioned that in my first book. Well, God's Day of Judgment book, when I did figure the whole thing out. I wish I did figure it out when I did Reality Revealed back in 1977.
What's that cycle again? Can you just briefly summarize it for everybody?
For which? Say it again.
The Gleisberg cycle?
It's simple. I say simple. It's not really that simple. 8 sunspot maximums is called a Gleisberg cycle. A sunspot cycle is 11.09 years. A Gleisberg cycle is 88.73 and a hair more years. And that totals 136 of those. By the way, that was the original value of the fine structure constant, was 136. Then they changed to 137. But yeah, it's what it is. We're dealing with synchronizing and resynchronizing frequencies. Everybody knows computer hardware, know exactly what I just said.
That's
I
interesting.
don't do that, so I don't really know. But I mean, it is interesting because something seems to be happening, and it seems to be wiping out everything other than the rocks. So that could, that could almost fit in with, not exactly, but it could sort of go along with some of these other guys that say shit's happening a lot sooner than we think it is. Because if this is happening
Darren,
in 12,000 years, it could be happening all, it could be trashing the place all the time.
Darren, do you want me to explain what a synchronizing and resynchronizing frequency is in a computer?
I do. That would help. But only if you can explain it like you explain it to an 8-year-old.
It's a short explanation. Computers have multiple frequencies going on it. It's to prevent race conditions, a condition where the computer wants to make sure it doesn't lose or gain a bit. So they have synchronizing and resynchronizing frequencies, lots of them. and this reality has lots of them, especially the sun and the earth. That's what it is. That's the analogy, and it's a perfect analogy.
Darren, do you want to expand on that thought of yours, or?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't know if I'm the guy to expand on it, but it does just sort of seem like it could have. It kind of lines up that thing with how Tatari is buried and how all this shit is trashed all the time, but it doesn't seem like we have time for it all to have happened, you know?
You do have time to build shelters, but it can't be here. It's got to be, like I said, within the tropical area.
And they already put a lot of money into building these dumbs, obviously in the wrong places. Like you, and
Yeah,
they know this. They know this now. Like
I'm told they actually stopped building them here. They did. That's why they're probably surveying Puerto Rico. But maybe after my last video, they may consider that they have to go towards Brazil and northern part of South America. I don't know about Central America because you're going to have a lot of ocean rushing over you, and the water pressure is pretty high. And not mean that you couldn't survive it, but you have to have a very good, stable rock you've built it in, and also the cave door is the key part.
and when you end where you end up in the end, like you were saying, like you end up, sure, you could survive the nova and the dust cloud or the dust shell, but then and the flood, but then you're under a whole bunch of ice, and you climb out and you're in the middle of a glacier. So
yeah, that's why people who think they can survive in Colorado, Montana, the northern latitudes, or anything, even Arizona, they're wrong. And because let's say you survive those things, the flood and stuff like that, but you're not going to survive whiteout conditions when it's snowing for years until all that moisture is wrung out of the atmosphere. And you're not going to survive it. You're going to run out of oxygen first. And I was told that the Navy actually bought a patent. The requirement was to melt 1,000 feet of glacial ice in one day. Now, why do you think the Navy would want that? Except they knew they got these dumbs. How do you get out? And you're going to run out of oxygen. So they need something to burn a hole into glacial ice. But New York City had 5,000 feet of glacial ice, and it doesn't sit still. It does move slowly, but it does move. So your hole, you may start at a hole, but it's going to wind up a little different as time goes on.
So what would you like? Thing. Are you? I know you have a pretty compassionate view of the way the government's handling stuff, because I mean they're obviously in a tough position. But how do you think that they should be handling it now? Or because it gets I got kind of have this idealistic view that like I wish we could just live in a little bit more truth. Like forget the global warming bullshit, and they're just trying to soak us for carbon taxes and all this crap. When I wish they could just be upfront and say, hey, like we've got all our scientists together. This is what we're afraid is going to happen, and we're going to make contingency plans and just be above board with it all and get people on board. I mean, that could be a way to get the globe united. I mean,
let me explain. One, they're right that if everybody knew what's going to happen in 23 years and a few months, and some people would accept it, the older guys and gals, and because they're not the ones who are going to survive this thing. But their children and grandchildren. I get emails all the time from people like that. Many of the people have mentioned the elites, and I showed it in the last video, research done by the New York Post or News and World Report, and they mapped out who of the executives who own or control all the networks, all the media in the United States.
Yeah, you put that on your video, right? Yeah.
It was there. It is there. And I'm going to try to get the original, but the program they're going for is maybe National Socialism. It's the Bilderberger Group, and they're definitely National Socialists. And then you have the Trilateral Commission, that was Rockefeller's baby. And then you have Council of Foreign Relations, that was started in 1921 or 22. And all the media belong to one or the others. There's a few that belong to all three. And that's the head of Google, who controls YouTube. So you wonder, everybody says, how come YouTube has you on and they haven't taken you off? It may be an indication, and I'm pretty sure of it. They were the elites, we call the elites, were never told about the polar versal Act 3.
Right.
Never told. They were maybe told about Carrington event.
Carrington, yeah.
And they built up the Carrington event. Oh, everybody's going to die. We're going to run out of food and stuff like that. Hey, when it happened, 1859, nobody died. That's not human extinction.
Well, we weren't relying on electricity then either, so that's the big difference.
Yeah, the power lines burned.
I mean, if the Carrington happened now, we'd be fucked, wouldn't we?
Well, your houses may have a risk of catching fire.
Well, no, but I mean, if the internet goes down, I mean, wouldn't the internet and electricity shut down?
Yeah,
I mean,
that's not a threat of human extinction.
Well, it is for the Western world.
So you go back to the 19th century, big deal. And you have to write a letter and put a stamp on it and mail it.
No, but I mean, we survived because
of that. That bill, the only adults in the room, and I mean it seriously, is the Defense Intelligence Agency and the Defense Department. And the heads of all the bureaucracies outside of the Defense Department were not told about Act 3.
Okay. But
and including all these elites that everybody thinks are going to take over the world or want to take over the world. I'm sure they would like to. Because the reason I say that, and this is important, if they knew about it, originally my career was accounting. So you follow the money trail and you know how money works. They would be selling assets and buildings that they own and liquidating it, and then buying a piece of land in the area that they think can survive it and start building shelters. And so their family and relatives, it's called in Jewish, it's called a mishpocha, can all get saved in these cave systems. So I'm pretty sure none of them were told. Now, if they have watched my videos, they're probably scared stiff. No one saw this coming. To me, you have to understand, I'm 75 years old. This is a tremendous burden on me. If I didn't write this stuff and figure this stuff out, none of you would survive it. You wouldn't know what happened or what's going to happen. You wouldn't have prepared for it. The idiots who built those dumbs in the wrong place have made the most expensive refrigerated tombs in history. Am I wrong?
Well, tell us about the food. Tell us about the difference with Trump there and also the food they found.
Well, Obama had an executive order where he had just about all of the agencies that were listed in Nixon's and the Stanford bill. And it said the title of Rural America and stuff like that. But when you read the bill, the executive order, all it did was basically an advisory group to another advisory group to the president. In other words, it did zero. The purpose was these agencies to get together and coordinate who's going to be spending the money to build these things. How are they going to bury the money? Follow the money trail. And that's what they were doing. That's what I think they may have created the bill because they fear that Trump is going to be elected again and blow it. But I got news to you. If he finds this stuff out, my stuff, I got news to you. He could threaten the media and they will fold like a house of cards. There's no way they would wind up screwing him if he's threatening to tell everybody what this is really all about. It would be the end of it. See my point?
Yep. I want you to continue with the inspection of the underground bunkers and what they found.
Well, one of Trump's people,
because it seems like
they
he took it
found
seriously.
14.2 billion tons of food put away in these dumps. And they showed pictures of the dumps, really big and stacked up, and it's in multiple locations. And somebody who's a friend of mine who's in DHS told me, yeah, he's seen them or knows the reports of they're scattered around the country. But again, they're really in the wrong place. They're probably perfect for a nuclear war, but
well, that's the thing. It could be multiple use. I mean, multiple disasters, right? I mean,
story. That's the cover story.
Yeah.
You don't spend $21 trillion on this,
which would feed the world, right? Didn't you say that would feed the world over?
Yeah, what he reported was enough food for the entire world for 150 years, which I doubt seriously. So, especially about the people here in the United States who really know how to eat.
What was the weight? What was the weight again?
And I don't think they're planning on feeding the rest of the world.
What was the weight of food?
It's their prepackaged stuff.
21 trillion tons?
Huh?
21 trillion tons?
No, it was I think
19 billion, maybe 19 billion.
19
billion pounds.
I think it was 14.2 billion tons.
So 2 tons per person. Huh.
It's mind blowing. I know.
That would last you a little while.
That's where all the black budget money's been going.
Oh yeah, not among one agency. By the way, that's why his attorney general turned against him. His bureaucracy did. They must have been told something, but they didn't tell Trump. They didn't, because his executive order, he left out two important groups that were mentioned by the Obama.
By the 4488.
Let me pull it up. I think one was Homeland Security, and these laws are all based on Homeland Security. He left them out. That's funny. And the other one was the Treasury Department. So, I mean, even the Attorney General was listed in these things. I don't know if he listed him, but he was actually trying to do something for rural America and the farmers. But nope. So they turned against him, and he instituted that shortly after he took office.
I mean,
they
do you think
told him?
Do you think now that it seems to be somewhat accepted by at least the U.S. government, and they're starting to look globally for these places, do you think that would be a strategy they could use to bring the world together? I mean, really, the global warming thing is not going to fly. I mean, the jabs didn't fly. Like they're trying all these things, but they have something right there in their back pocket that they could use. I mean, they have the scientific backing. They could actually get everybody together and say, hey, because it's not like they're not fear mongering us anyways. I mean, they're out there telling us that the world's going to end in 10 years from global warming. I mean, it's a ridiculous lie.
Yeah, they're called colossal liars.
And yet they could use this and tell the truth.
The problem is academia. They have to apply. You've heard of publish or perish.
Yeah.
They have to apply for grant money from the National Science Foundation. That organization is evidently heavily controlled by the CIA. And it goes back to even before the National Science Foundation was created, somebody within the Defense Department sent me a declassified memo before 1947, 46. And it said they were talking about creating a National Science Foundation, and the Defense Department wanted to be on the board of directors, and they wanted 10 or 24% of the funds earmarked for their research. So I think the CIA took over that job, And now you understand why. I actually showed in one of the videos that when you compared the journal Nature published in England and the journal Science, you just search for fusion tracks, and you realize that in Science there's only a handful. In journal Nature, it was like 400 plus. So you realize the reason fission tracks are important because when the sun novas give up cosmic rays, and it leaves little bullet holes in glass and rock and stuff like that, and mica. That's the beads the glass beads that they found on the moon had fission tracks in them, besides 5 radioactive elements. Could only have formed in relativistic temperatures. That means atomic bomb stuff in the millions of degrees. You have to know a lot about a lot of subjects to figure this thing out. And that's evidently what I did my whole life.
Well, can we just expand on the moon part? Because that kind of plays a role in this whole story too.
What do you want to know?
Well, your version of what happened. I mean, they went there then to actually, it was part of the reason why they went there was to find out more about the sun.
I left out one important one. Dr. Thomas Gold. Thomas Gold. And if you send me an email, when my email finally works again, I could send you his journal article. I mentioned it in the video, a couple of videos. He wrote a report for NASA, shortly after the samples came back. And his job was to figure out why there were these small craters on the moon, a few inches to a couple of yards. And there was just glass on the bottom. The whole thing was covered with glass. And he said, quote, if there was a near nova, a nova-like event, it would explain everything we see on the moon. Needless to say, NASA canceled his contract.
Wow. So are you saying that these...
So I'm not the only one who's saying this. A lot of others. You have to understand, a lot of people who do reporting like yourself and do some very good presentations, they don't know how to read between the lines in a lot of papers. I'll give you, for instance, Luis Alvarez, who I mentioned earlier, his job to find out another reason, could the sun have noted? And he was looking for radioactive elements in sediment, and he found them in limestone layers in Italy and one other place in Europe. And he winds up saying in the article, by the way, he's the one who suggested that a comet or meteor hit the Earth and did it 65 million years ago. He's the origin of it. So, but in the article, he says, look for something, a stellar nova or someplace that's 0.1 parsecs from the Earth. Well, you don't know what a parsec is, right? A parsec is 3.26159 light years from the Earth. It's the distance theoretically from the Earth to the nearest solar system star. So when he says 0.1 parsecs, he's really saying you look at the sun. Now, no one picked up on that. I did, because I'm used to reading journals and I know what the guy was saying. So he was saying also, Luis Alvarez, they didn't correct him when they did the paper for Science, the journal Science. But they didn't dare because he's a Nobel Prize winner and whatever. We're not going to question him. Whatever he says, leave it. And he's saying the same thing too. You look at our sun. So I found this many, many times in journal articles. You have to read, but you have to be smart enough to read between the lines and know the subject good enough. That's the problem. The people who report things like yourself or others, they don't do that, and it's not expected that they would do it. This isn't a pretty picture. I wish it was. I wish I didn't have to do what I'm doing because it's a tremendous burden. I mean, I should be retired and doing my stuff and not having to deal with this. But if I didn't, I don't know if anybody would survive this thing. That's the sad thing of it.
Yeah. Yeah. So they
You have kids?
I couldn't hear you.
You have like kids or grandkids or anything like that?
Yeah, my son is 38 years old. I'm trying to get him married off.
Is he like is he on board? Is he preparing? Because I mean your son has that's something your son
Dad does this thing. He wants me to go to Sinai and get that off my chest already and find out if I'm right or not.
Interesting.
Believe me,
Well,
I have to say the same thing. Interesting. Listen, in Jewish law or Jewish philosophy, you may have a child, but you don't own his soul. You just, all you can do is direct him and teach him the best you can. But the nature of the soul is the souls. They do what they want to do. It's just trying to educate them as best you can.
You've talked about how important philosophy is to science.
Right. It's all about philosophy. It's all about it. Listen, how many people you know wind up pointing at Aristotle and showing what a fraud the whole thing is? Nobody before me. The only ones who knew this stuff, that Aristotle was really been by the Pisos, was the highest echelon of the Catholic Church. I'll say one thing for them. Very smart people, well educated, just I don't like what they're doing, even though my own family, the Vogts, go back to the year 840.
Wow.
They were church officials. They looked after the land that the church inherited or conquered. It went from the Baltic Sea all the way down to Saxon Germany.
Isn't that funny? Hey, now you're looking after the land 800 years later.
Hey,
in a different way, you know.
7 or 8 of the votes in 1191 formed the Teutonic Knights. I'm not kidding.
Wow.
Yeah, it was the votes who did it.
So do you have an advice for the mainstream or for us? Like, you know, besides like sort of
Very
just
simple.
Planning that kind of thing, but shouldn't they come out with this? I mean,
it's very simple. And I'm going to emphasize it in the next videos. The videos I do regarding the prophets and the priests. Thou shalt not lie. A lie is a terrible thing. It sets people off. They do terrible things, both religiously and politically and everything like that. You shouldn't lie because a lie goes a long way. And it's very difficult to figure out the lie, especially the classic ones. And that's one of the problems. And we're living under so many lies, and you don't know where many of them started from.
Yeah.
I unfortunately do. And I mentioned it in my video series 2 on Joseph, and then video series 3 on the Exodus. There were no Levites. They all died off. They were really, the Ephraimites took their identity because Moses did not want to reveal who they were really related to and what they did. That lie resulted in King Jeroboam not believing in anything. He was a pagan because he figures, you all know the priests guys weren't Levites at all. They were all Ephraimites. They're lying. What else are they lying about? So he became a pagan. So Moses's lie turned out to be basically almost destroy the religion.
Well, I think that's kind of what's happening right now is people are waking up and realizing that, oh my God, this like they've been lying to us, you know, on whatever level for the last 3 years. It's going to have this weird everlasting damage. Like you said, I mean, this is going to have a huge impact. People waking up and going, well, if that's not true, then what else isn't true? I mean, losing complete faith in your government and your medical system, the scientists, the media.
between greed and everything else, yeah. There's a wonderful legend I found in, I can't remember which civilization. I got too many things in my head. It says all man's gods, false gods, or all man gods pass away during this great year, which is true. All the things you believed were true turn out to be not true. Of course, no one else is around.
What did they mean by great year
Right.
in that context? What did they mean by great year?
Oh, the polar reversal of the cataclysm.
Oh,
Like
okay.
the word
Wow.
cataclysm in Greek means combustion of the earth.
Wow.
That's what the derived from the Greek words. It means combustion of the earth.
Darren, you got any last questions?
Well, I'm just kind of hoping I can survive it. I'm kind of far from the equator. I mean, you're talking like South Mexico, right?
Southern Mexico would be just fine. They have mountain ranges. I have a lot of
What
fans.
about northern Mexico, southern USA?
The farthest south you can go, I think, is the tip of Florida, but you're going to have the Gulf of Mexico rushing over you, and you can't build anything. There's no mountains, and I mean, Florida is one big sandbar. So you'd have to build a pyramid, big one, strong.
So that could kind of explain why they had all that shit up in the Andes and stuff, down in South America. There's all those weird cities at like 14,000 feet.
You also know the idea, or the anthropologists say that we all immigrated from Central Africa going north. That should be the first clue that they went to the tropics in Africa to survive this polar reversal. And as the snow and the ice melted, they went back and went further north.
There's all those myths about them coming from the north, right? All the white men from the north and all that, everybody coming from the north. Interesting.
Yeah, but the Earth is not going to rotate. The North and South Pole is just going to switch magnetically. The axis remains the same, except rotation does change. I finally figured it out. It took me 40 years to actually figure the mechanism out. And it's in video series 4, part 4J.
Is this where you talk about the inner core?
Well, there's not a solid core. It's a center modulation point, just like the center of the sun. There's no iron core there. I explained it too many times in the videos why it can't be, and they should have dropped that. In fact, I knew one of the scientists, Busi from UCLA. I actually spoke to him. He gave me some of his papers.
Well, it's coming out now.
Huh?
It's coming out now that it's not a solid iron core.
You should know it that fast with the DEF1 and F2 layers and the static layer that's propagates around the equator. A solid iron core isn't creating frequencies, which is what creates the DEF1 and F2 layers and the radio noise around the equator. I mean, it's just, there's no way. It's just, it's just no way.
But the planet spins the opposite way, starts spinning the opposite way after the reversal.
Literally, first it slows down, then it stops for maybe 7 or 8 hours, and then it picks up again in the other direction.
Wow.
The trick is what happens at that finite point at the actual reversal. And I figured it out. It took me at least 40 years. And it came to me really back to that atomic model I show, the graph I show, is what happens at that very finite point at the time of the reversal. That may only last like 15 minutes, a half an hour, and that's it. I'm going to go into it here. I want you to see the video. I think it's 4J, but you should. That was the key to it, the whole thing, and figuring it out.
All right. Well, thanks. This has been great. So maybe just tell everybody. Darren, do you have any questions, or can we wrap it up?
No, we can wrap it up.
Just can you mention, your websites? I'll put everything in the show notes, but just for people that are listening, so they can hear it. They don't always go to the notes. So how they can get a hold of you, your websites.
Yeah, it's simple. On YouTube, just go to search for Die-Hole Foundation. You click the tab that says videos, and you'll see all the videos in the sequence that were put up. There's about 64 of them or 65 of them. And they range in time from a half hour up to an hour and 15 minutes. I basically give a college course online. And video series 4 explains everything about the polar reversal and cataclysm and all the proofs. Video series 1 is on the philosophy. The philosophy is the most important to understanding what's really going on, how the universe really works.
Right on.
All
right.
You can go to dieholefoundation.com or vectorpub.com. And right now, my email server at Network Solution is having problems with their server. So I'm not getting emails backwards and forwards until they fix it.
That's frustrating.
Yeah, well, I gave you another email to send it to you.
Yeah.
Nothing I can do. Wait about a week or so, and then hopefully it'll be up and running. I hope.
Well, thanks, Doug. We really appreciate your time and sharing all your knowledge and your research and your wisdom. And it's such a fascinating story, especially over the last few years. It's really, really gotten interesting here. So thanks.
Well, 4488 woke everybody up. They realized this is not a joke. And it vindicated me, like you saw.
Yeah.
He couldn't figure out how it would be, and he found out his AI program came back with the same answer.
Yeah.
All hell's going to break loose.
Yeah.
Not a joke.
All right. Thanks a lot. Thanks for joining us.
Have a good night.
You too.
And that was a chat with Douglas Vogt. What'd you think, buddy?
Oh, fantastic. Yeah. What did you think? Sorry about the beginning there. I had to reboot that thing a few times, so I missed the best part of the beginning.
Well, I kind of the one thing I'll say is you were publishing that into the comment section and not into the private chat. So you're like commenting it on Facebook and Rumble and
oh boy,
different places.
I was spelling stuff wrong. I was just scrambling. At first, it didn't seem that bad because it was just in this one comment thing. But then, yeah, that's okay.
Yeah, it wasn't so bad.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, there's not much I can do to defend against that.
Yeah.
There's no place down there I want to live.
But I mean, we didn't get into how it kind of goes against the younger Dryas and Randall's work and stuff. Cause I think that with Hapgood and the whole Ice Age thing, I think he's kind of torn that apart a little bit. So maybe we'll save that for next time.
There you have it. Big thanks to Douglas for coming on the show. Big thanks to you guys for listening, for being our Plus supporters. We couldn't do it without Plus supporters. You're the best. We love you guys. Head over to adultbrain.ca for the audiobooks we're doing. Contact@thecabin.com if you want to get in on one of our trips or fantastic trips. Other than that, I think that's about it. We love you guys. Thanks for listening, and we will see you next week.
And he's now at the Google World Championship level, and he advanced into the top 100 in the world.
Wow.
Our textbook, Weatherman's Guide to the Sun, is now being used in a couple of college-level classes, and hopefully there'll be a couple more when next semester rolls around. So we consider a lot of that a success. Branching off from the whole electromagnetic connection to the weather and to the earthquakes, there has been a phenomenal amount of actual mainstream science jumping on board with this, not only in promoting the ideas of this young student, Ferris Wald, who's absolutely wonderful. And it was great to meet him just a few months before he actually started winning all these championships, and learn about how his whole family is into the show and learning these things. So the IPCC, which is the Global Climate Group, they're going to allow a certain amount of solar data in that wasn't allowed in before. And so there's a recognition there that's nice. China and Italy launched the seismo-electromagnetic satellite to detect pre-earthquake electromagnetic anomalies. A couple of them could be derived from the sun and are very much related to the studies that we published. And one of the members on the team actually peer-reviewed that paper of ours. So we may actually have had a role on that satellite parameter. But the most fun part has been the part where everyone still thinks we're crazy, and that's at the cosmological physics level. I'm going to just sit here and tell you right now, dark matter is not real. It is the most expensive and soon to be embarrassing failure in the history of physics. It is literally just dust and plasma, like electrons, ions, things like that we just can't see very well, and their electric and magnetic effects on the surrounding material. And it should be blatantly obvious, but people in different departments at the same university barely talk to each other, let alone people across different fields at different universities and at NASA and all the different organizations all over the world. And they've literally put all of the puzzle pieces out there, but nobody's put it all together yet. And they're all just spending billions of dollars every year looking for dark matter, which is sort of like a nice little running joke that we have, because there's basically a paper out almost every day about, hey, we looked in this area or in this energy range for dark matter, and we didn't find it. And so it's kind of like the running joke. I think we're up to like 290 some papers in the last 2 years or so. So it's a lot of fun. We do have a lot of fun, but we also get people engaged. We do a lot of information sharing, and through the app that we have, through our website, and through our annual conference, it really has become a thing where people can actually engage with this stuff at a level that they can actually understand and consume and make relevant for their lives. Speaking of conferences, by the way, you guys should be the Canada representation at the Conferencia for us next year. We've never had an official Canada representation before.
There you go. Where is it?
It's going to be in Denver, actually,
nice.
In August of 2020.
Okay, cool.
We have a couple years in a row had somebody request to be the official Mexican radio representation. I don't know if you guys know Alec Bachman down on the other side of the states from you guys, but
I think I've heard of him.
A lot of people have heard of him, actually. And we've had a lot of people say, "Where's the Canada representation?" So,
well, any excuse to go to Denver sounds like a plan to me.
Right.
I'm driving down the next month, so I've heard Utah is beautiful. So 2020 is plenty of time to plan a trip.
Absolutely. But so, what did you guys really have in mind to talk about today?
Well, all that was a great summary of everything. Some of my questions are already being answered. Like, I was going to ask you about the sun, and it seems like it's underrated and overlooked quite often. But you've mentioned how much that's changed over the last couple of years. It seems like people are paying attention now, so that's a good thing. Especially if the IPC is going to start to allow that to be at least acknowledged.
Right. So far, the actual data set that people can use has been in existence for about 2 years. Haven't seen it used a whole lot yet, but one is hopeful that it'll be used more soon.
That's good. So I'd like to get into a little bit more details about how you monitor the sun, and then I'd also like to ask a bit about micronovas and some of the cycles that one of your YouTube playlists talks about, which is pretty fascinating and important to me.
Right, absolutely.
So how can you explain to people how you monitor the sun and how you can really see through your lens and all that kind of stuff, exactly what's happening with the solar flares and stuff like that, and how that you're measuring that and then correlating that to the things that are happening on Earth?
Right. So there are a number of ways to monitor the sun. The prettiest and most detailed way is obviously through some of the hundreds of millions of dollars satellites that are existing up there. But it's amazing what can be done from the ground as well, and we do use white light filters, basically approximately the same grade as a welder's lens to block out the glare. And I also have an H alpha scope as well. A lot of folks, thousands of them across North America and across the world, actually have been posting daily photos, daily videos, things like that. And so it's always nice to get that ground-based confirmation of what you're seeing on the satellites. But what we really are able to be looking for are two main features on the sun, and those are sunspots and coronal holes. Sunspots are the areas you might have heard about before. These produce solar flares. These blast out huge amounts of energy. And coronal holes, when you're looking in very specific wavelengths of light, they can look very, very dark, like a hole, like you're looking down through the atmosphere of the sun. In white light, and how we see with our eyes, it doesn't look that way. But those are areas where the sun's magnetic fields actually stream all the way out through the planets past Pluto. And these are phenomenally powerful magnetic fields, as you might be able to imagine. And they do come by and interact with the Earth from time to time in a minor way about every 8 minutes, and in a fairly significant way about once every 2 weeks or so. And so these are what we monitor, and it is in the activity of the sunspots and in the activity of the coronal holes that we notice the correlation with the activity of the earthquakes and the activity of the weather. What we've called Earth spots actually correlate well with sunspots behaviorally and characteristically. They're very much the same. And so here's what I mean by that.
Yeah.
A sunspot is basically a storm on the sun. It is an area that is more electrodynamic than the surrounding areas. It is constantly flashing with these low-level electrical events that we call nanoflares. They kind of look like lightning. And when it really goes boom, it releases a solar flare, which is high-energy X-rays and sometimes gamma rays, and blast that energy out into space. On Earth, we have these things called storms, thunderstorms, and they're the most electrodynamic things in the atmosphere around them, certainly more so than the calm region 200 miles south or whatever. They are constantly flashing with low-level lightning, and when they really go boom, they can release a sprite, which is basically an upper atmospheric discharge from below, from the lightning, and what's known as a terrestrial gamma flash, which is actual high-energy gamma rays that are produced and blasted out into space, basically an Earth flare instead of a solar flare. We notice this activity, and the actual way you would characterize a sunspot and the earthly storms are not only similar, but their behavior is temporally linked up. And what I mean by that is in time. So things happen on the sun, we see them happening with the earth storms as well. And it's not just when it happens, but it's the quiet periods as well. Things go quiet on the sun, and things seem to go a little bit quieter on the earth as well. And these are the kind of things that we didn't expect to see. We just sort of couldn't help but notice tracking these sorts of things every single day. The correlations really became quite obvious. And it was those correlations that really led to everything else. And the understanding of how they must work, which led to the larger ideas about the cosmos and the universe, because for the sun to be doing what it's doing, a lot of what they think about the Earth, the sun, the solar system, the galaxy, and beyond is very, very wrong. Yeah. And it turns out that there's been a phenomenal amount of people who've been saying that for quite some time. Professors emeritus, distinguished professors, people who work for the national labs, Los Alamos, Lawrence Livermore, really? SLAC, Princeton. They're still very much a minority, as is the grant money for the non-dark matter crowd. But the fact is that this information is there, and they too, unfortunately, because of their non-adherence to the mainstream. They are somewhat isolated, and they have to act a little bit like islands. They don't all come together and write papers very often. And so you have to be following all of them and what they're pointing out and what they're noticing about observations and little things that they're saying, hey, you shouldn't be ignoring this. You have to account for all the evidence, or you need a different model, or at least a tweak or an addition or something. And it's through literally the surveys of these dozens to hundreds of people that you can really get a big picture of what's going on. It's what the kids in school are supposed to be doing, except they, I can't disagree with learning the foundation and learning the steps and all of that, but you just have to learn so much nonsense along the way. The history of science is two things. One, we know the answer, followed by two, we got it wrong, we need to change things. So,
yeah, anyway. I love that part. Yeah, that's why we love doing this show, is we get to talk to people like yourself that are putting all the puzzle pieces together, taking all those different areas of science and making more of a coherent picture for us to see.
Right.
So the Earth spots and the sunspots, they're correlated. Are they happening at the same time, or are the Earth spots happening because of the sunspots?
They appear to be timed just afterwards.
Okay.
Sometimes you can see them happening at the same time, but that's sort of approximate. You have this idea, this sunspot formed at some point this morning on the sun, and this tropical storm also had a rapid intensification at some point and we know when it started intensifying according to the ultraviolet light and maybe in terms of the X-ray energy, but for all we know, the electric currents running through the actual solar atmosphere were changing and the magnetic fields were changing hours before that. So it's tough to really know. And the strongest solar flaring sunspot groups, they're always right on the edge of the regions that stream those fields out through the solar system, the ones that end up coming by and smacking Earth every once in a while. And when they go boom, they, or even when they get, really active, those have really these direct magnetic connections to all of the planets and are able to really directly affect them electromagnetically, which is what they're going to start allowing into the discussion here. They've so far to go. They're currently just at a qualitative level, like, we notice when the sun does this over a certain number of years, El Niños tend to occur and they tend to be more powerful, or we notice more precipitation or more cloud cover when the sun enters its 11-year minimum period, things like that. Mm-hmm. What they haven't fully wrapped their heads around is the fact that electric current moving through pretty much any medium is going to produce heat. And so all of this energy that they say is being taken in from the particle side, which is not part of any current climate models whatsoever. It goes through the atmosphere. It goes through this thing called the global electric circuit, where current runs from the top of the sky down to the ground in high pressure, fair weather, sunny days, and in storms, low pressure, lightning events, tornadoes, earthquakes, it comes back up. It can capacitize in cloud layers or in the crust, by the way. And so right now, all the sun gets credit for is ultraviolet heating of the atmosphere. The X-rays of the solar flares currently aren't in there. The actual particles that the sun blasts out in those eruptions, and the constant solar wind, which bombards Earth 24 hours a day. These things are not taken into effect, and it's called ohmic heating, and essentially electric current going through any resistive medium is going to produce heat. Well, even a copper wire has a tiny amount of resistance, and so there really is no perfect conductor like that that we could think of, certainly not in the atmosphere. And so as this current is going, it's producing heat. And their key to understanding this and where they went wrong is they're knowing that lightning is as hot as the surface of the sun. I don't know if you guys have ever heard that fact, but the actual bolt of lightning can be as hot as the surface of the sun. And how they're missing the fact that all of the current that doesn't actually go in arc discharge mode like a lightning bolt, that is constantly flowing through the atmosphere up and down, not to mention the electric charge levels of the atmosphere. There's tons of electric charge the higher up you go in the atmosphere. And so they're just missing the fact that these things are producing heat, and it's got to be an enormous fraction of the global energy budget, and it's just completely missing.
Yeah.
But they have a long way to go to get there.
Yeah. So you mentioned like bit flips and glitches and stuff like that. Is that coming from like that 2 week, where there's, small things happen every few minutes, but larger things happen every couple of weeks? Is that responsible for some things that we see in our day-to-day lives that we get frustrated with, or that we don't understand what's happening, whether that be like personal health or electronics or?
Certainly, there's a lot of things that happen on different time scales that matter. For the one that you pointed out, if something is maybe, bothersome for a day here and there, or it's maybe bothersome for 4 or 5 days, you should be looking at the phi angle of the solar wind, which is, it's very easy to find this. So at spaceweathernews.com, if we scroll down, I think about 3 or 4 lines, we get to the solar wind. And the second panel from the top is called the phi angle. And I usually point this out whenever it's relevant in that daily show. Essentially, we go atmosphere, all of the magnetic fields of the sun that sits its magnetic fields as it does every sunspot cycle, then we actually do see that flip as well. And so this is a kind of magnetic change that is very subtle, but it also is very global. And it's tough to know whether it would be the electric field that is surrounding the Earth at that time, or it's the specific frequencies at which the magnetic field is vibrating. Mm-hmm. Both of those things could be interacting with Earth. Mm-hmm. You mentioned the bit flips. I'm pretty sure those are going to be cosmic rays, which are going to require a major solar blast or total solar quiet so that they can come in and bombard us from the galaxy and galaxies beyond as well, because when the sun is really putting out electromagnetic energy, it acts like an electromagnetic shield, and we don't get as many of those cosmic rays. And so, there's a lot of different things to this. There's things like Go ahead. What's
this? I'm just on the spaceweathernews.com site, and I'm looking at the one graphic that's got like it's sort of spinning around, and it's got these wave formations, and it's got all the different planets on it, and it looks like it's got a 24-day cycle or something like that. Right.
It's got about a 28-day cycle. That's called the Enlil spiral. It's named after the god Enlil, an ancient Sumerian god of wind and the breath of life. That's not a joke. That's what NASA named the thing. And so that can actually show you the magnetic sectors too. So you should be able to see. I'm guessing you're looking at the density one there. So there should be about 2 bands of higher density on that page, or on that little graphic if you're looking down from above. And so those 2 bands would be the density shocks of the coronal holes. And basically the coronal holes delineate where the magnetism is flipping towards the sun, away from the sun. And so that would be one way to do it. Over to the left, and maybe you'd have to go up a little bit, you'll find the ACE and the Discover solar wind charts. From top to bottom, it's the BZ, the phi angle, and then the solar wind density, speed, and plasma temperature in Kelvin all the way down. So that's 5 things there. It's It's the second one from the top.
Yeah, I'm looking at that now. We got it up on the screen here now.
I think it should be in blue, maybe.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay, yeah. So essentially, 180 degrees on that is directly from the sun to the earth. 0/360 being the same thing is directly from the earth back to the sun. I don't know why they sometimes scale it up to 400. It doesn't go up above 360 because it is a radial degrees type of thing. Which way are the magnetic fields going? And so you can only go from 0 to 360. But so this can tell you which direction the magnetic fields are pointing.
Yeah, like right now it's going from Earth to the sun.
Cool. Yeah. So,
Yeah.
and you often see this fluctuate very, very rapidly as well, especially when we're transitioning into one of those coronal hole sectors, and we do get that. And so we've seen some things like you mentioned migraines, headaches, seizures. These things can be correlated with this, but also with major solar flares, and their occurrence. However, it's not until the actual effects on Earth, which we call the geomagnetic effects, which usually are 2 to 3 days later, that we see more of the stroke, the heart attack, the mental patients having mental breaks, the autoimmune disorder flare-ups, and things like that.
Wow.
And so it's not until we see what's known as a KP0 day, which is basically the sun has been so quiet that there has been virtually zero magnetic activity for 24 hours. And we notice that those are the days where we get the highest cosmic ray spikes, which tells us that it's not necessarily that something's happening in deep space. The sun just modulates it so much that when the sun goes quiet, here comes the surge. It's almost like somebody dropped the wall on the dam. And so those are also the days when we notice the highest number of ambulance calls and the highest number of suicides and things like that.
Wow.
So I wish I could say it was something so simple where it's like, hey, is the sun active? Yes. Are you going to have mental or physical problems? Yes. It's what's your party? What's your flavor? What's your issue? What's the sun doing today?
Yeah.
What side of the sun are you on whenever it's flaring? That doesn't matter at a geomagnetic storm, however, because that's a global event. Same thing with cosmic rays. Those tend to be global as well. It matters what latitude you are in as well, because the geomagnetic storms have a stronger effect at high latitude, and some of the solar flare effects seem to have their strongest effects at lower latitudes. So there's about 50 different questions for any different person with any different concern in this realm.
Yeah. Well, the one that that Adam, our buddy, was asking was, and my girlfriend gets migraines quite a bit as well, and so does Adam. And he was asking, like, could you build a Faraday cage to go into during these solar health events to prevent health effects? Like, would a magnetic flip or a micronova act the same on migraines? That kind of thing.
It might. I would say that if you're going to be that aware of things and you're going to be taking those actions, you're going to be at risk of negative placeboing yourself into feeling something. I suggest you take the placebo effect and actually use that to your benefit. And so here's what I mean by that. So the placebo effect takes out billion-dollar drugs in the FDA final stages of trial every single year. And it's literally just your brain thinks something, and all of a sudden the rules of physics and chemistry that were once operating inside your body go out the window because of the brain waves that you have produced. A new reality has just been manifested by you. Now, I realize that sounds like magic, but it is the actual technical characterization of what happens in the very real placebo effect. You are magic. You have a harp between your ears. And this is really a powerful thing. And what you should remember is that the majority of the effects from these kinds of things, this doesn't go for cosmic rays. Those present a completely different problem. But most of the things from the sun, they're affecting us at the energy or the wavelength realm rather than at the particle realm. And these it's the same thing I tell people with 5G. Like, look, think about an atomic bomb and how much wave energy is in one actual tiny atom of matter. The placebo effect literally can take over and control your entire body. Trillions upon trillions upon trillions of atoms. Your mood and your magnetism can rub off on other people. There's a reason why focus, meditation, prayer, all of these things are known to work. And you know, for some people, yeah, okay, maybe your God is answering your prayers. For the rest of us, it's a very real scientific electromagnetic thing. And so whether you're scared of 5G or you're scared of space weather, your fear is going to make it worse for you. So these things are kind of like peanuts. You know, we get solar flares in a big way every 11 years. So half the planet doesn't drop dead every 11 years. But so here's the deal. Some people are going to have a little bit of a sensitivity to peanuts. Some people aren't. Due to a placebo effect, if you're really afraid, and especially if you think affirmatively that something is going to be harmful to you, there's a much better chance of it being harmful to you. However, that can go the other way as well. And a lot of people suggest, who have done, you know, the electric field and the frequency studies of the human body and this stuff, suggest that the positive is much more powerful in terms of its ability to do things, even though people seem to find the negative easier to embrace. I realize I'm kind of going off topic, and I'm getting
no. This is really good because it crosses over with a lot of stuff we talk about.
No, right, but you know, this is all real, and so yeah, okay. There's going to be some people who have like a very, very strong sensitivity to 5G or to X-ray solar flares if they happen during the 11 a.m. to 1 o'clock position, and they happen to be out sunbathing. There's a whole lot of this that's the correlations that have been pulled out and are definitive, but they took thousands of people studied over, you know, years to decades in some cases. Now, with that much data, yes, it is pretty certain that these correlations are real. But it basically means that, you know, when the sun is doing what it's normally doing and it's not at its, you know, worst, unless you've survived 2 heart attacks already and your doctor tells you, why do you not change your diet? And you say, because I don't want to, and I want to eat this till the day I die. This is actually the example I use. So let's say that you have survived 2 heart attacks. You know that at some point you're going to go from one. Your doctor has actually given you, you know, nitroglycerin or whatever it is that you're supposed to take if you're feeling something happening. And you usually just don't listen. Usually just shrug your doctor off, and you tell yourself, you know, if one gets really bad, or maybe one day I will take this stuff if I'm really worried about it. And let's say that he knows that something's going on the sun that day that's a major risk to him because he either watched our morning show or he has our app, which, by the way, I'm looking at our app right now just because I knew I was going to mention it, and there's absolutely nothing going on in the sun right now. She is quiet, so that's nice. But, you know, and then let's say you're in that position and the sun's flaring big time and the earth is starting to undergo geomagnetic storms, and you're starting to feel that pain and that pressure and that fear and that anxiety. Maybe on that day you take the nitroglycerin. Well, another good example is I got a tightroper in California who watches me, and he will only do a tightrope over a potentially deadly fall if the geomagnetic index is somewhere between 3 and 5. And that is, you know, somewhat fairly regular to low-level storm conditions, but he finds that if there's too low-level magnetic activity, he doesn't want to risk the cognitive diminution that comes along with that. Basically, it causes you to fuzz out, the kind of stuff where you zone back in after reading a couple pages and you're like, oh man, I have to go back and reread that because I was not paying attention. Or it happens when you're driving and then you wonder how you didn't crash a bunch of times in the last 10 minutes because you weren't paying attention. Same kind of thing. can happen during the most powerful solar events or during absolute solar quiet because of, same idea.
Well, that's interesting because there's a lot of like part of the thing of the secret, I guess. Or I mean, I like Think and Grow Rich. It's coming up in the chats right now. I've seen it come by a couple of times, but it kind of goes by that. And I was actually talking to a friend of the show, Chris, just last week, about trying to sneak things into that subconscious mind, and that's sort of where the magic happens. And it's sort of that way to describe it is sort of that brain, that part of your brain that's driving the car or walking up the stairs, or all that stuff that's sort of happening behind the scenes. If you can sort of get if you can get your intention or your manifestation or whatever you want to call it into that sort of subconscious, that's when it really starts to affect reality.
Yeah, the hard part about it is with people with migraines, like that's great advice, and I think I agree with you, Ben. But the difficulty with these things like migraines and autoimmune disorders and all these like really hard to diagnose and chronic issues, it's so hard for people to come out of that with positive things. I mean, I know many people that are meditating, they're doing all these things, and it's still so difficult to overcome these what feels like purely physical, hard to wrap your head around illnesses.
I get that.
Yeah.
I know a guy who he somehow managed to get himself to whenever he would get the alerts that come through the app, wherever he used to go into fear, he actually embraced the concept that everything from our hair to the bilipid layer of our cells down to the helix of our DNA is built to take in these energies and do stuff with them. And he actually put it all together, and he realized that it's absolutely true. Like, wait a minute, he does have the power to do those things. And he can, when he gets that alert, get a tiny little smile on his face and say, bring it. Wait till you see what my helix does with that energy.
Yeah, that's really interesting.
And, who knows if his helix is actually doing anything with it, but he claims he's feeling better. I happen to think it's his positivity. I don't know if he's a wizard, but, the point is that, until you actually get your head around the fact that your brain literally kicks the rules of physics and chemistry out the window just by thinking.
Yeah.
And it cascades from there to realize just how powerful you are.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I agree 100%.
So you want to talk about a micronova?
Yeah, please. Let's talk about that and the cycles, this 12,000 year cycle, and also the torsion model.
Oh, no. I don't like 12,000 year cycles because we're coming up on one of them.
Well, that's the point. Exactly.
That sounds
that's
like
why
a problem.
we're going to talk about it. You can try and placebo your way out of that.
Yeah.
Well, that would be my next question: is if maybe instead of a disaster predicting app, we need a disaster averting app.
Yeah. I don't know if you're going to avert this one because I kind of think that the history of these has formed who we are today, and I think that sometime 11,000 or 12,000 years from now, some better version of the human race is going to be here. But essentially, here's the story. We have this evidence of either a powerful magnetic excursion or a magnetic reversal about every 12,000 years. If you want to get liberal with it, you could say every 10 to 15,000 years. Essentially, you notice phenomenal changes in sea level. There are inundations of the sea into the land, basically mega tsunamis. There is an unbelievable amount of snow and ice that is dumped in an unfathomably short amount of time. And it all seems to happen at once. And so you have this problem where there are not a complete global extinction of everything, but
As
very
close as you can come.
Very major hardships where, anywhere from 30 to 80% of the life on Earth dies in the event. The example where it was 80%, That was like 72,000 years ago, and it's thought only 40 human females survived that one. That hasn't happened since then, thankfully. But here's the problem. You need to explain something that can include a magnetic reversal, a phenomenal amount of heat to evaporate enough ocean water to then be dumped as snow, but which requires an unfathomable freezing right after the unfathomable injection of heat. And this is a pickle, because how in the world do you just do those last two? How do you get an enormous injection of heat to evaporate that much water and then freeze it all and dump it as snow and ice all over the planet? And then, just for fun, explain it while a magnetic reversal is happening. And so here's the explanation. A cataclysmic solar flash, the kind of thing that is described in cave paintings and rock petroglyphs and in ancient stories, sends out an electric field about 100 to 1,000 times more powerful than the one that would have taken out every wire on Earth today back in 1859. Luckily, the Carrington event. Luckily, there was just telegraph wires. But if it happened today, we're back in the Stone Age. Something about 100 to 1,000 times bigger than that,
Wow.
which scientists say is absolutely possible, would be impacting the Earth. And it would not be necessarily a solar super flare, but possibly a micronova. And that's very important, because a micronova allows for the final step in the process. But we'll get to that in a second. So we have seen that magnetization, polarity, can be reversed by a powerful enough electric field. And so the sun's the only thing that could do it rapidly. And so we're not talking about the very, very slow magnetic crons that happen over hundreds of thousands of years. These are the rapid excursions or rapid reversal events, like the one that they saw happened in only 80 years from start to finish, and they were back to normal. So the sun can do that, and the sun, obviously, in such a blast, would also inject an incredible amount of heat into the Earth system. But there's a problem with the super flare hypothesis there. Once the heat is injected, the event is over. And the heat is just there. And you don't have a way to freeze this. And so what do you do from there? Well, what if the sun actually has a micronova, and so there's a major dust component to this? And so right after the highest energy particles and the X-rays and ultraviolet arrive at the speed of light, and then just minutes later, a dust shell begins to block out the sun. And it lingers in the inner solar system for days to weeks. And it lingers in the upper atmosphere like a major volcanic eruption or nuclear winter for days to weeks more. Instantly dropping the solar energy input to the Earth and freezing the upper atmosphere, middle atmosphere, lower atmosphere, and then dropping it all as snow in the span of anywhere from 40 days to 10 to 14 months, which is when they think literally up to 1,000 feet of snow could have fallen in these areas. And that really is the only explanation for this, for all of the evidence. And unfortunately, there's much more than that to contend with on the planet, because this thing probably disrupts the low velocity zone on Earth, and so the plates start crashing into each other. When this happened last time, Atlantis, Mu, and Lemuria fell into the sea. I don't know what lands rose up out of the sea, but some surely did.
So does that cause a reversal to happen as well, the magnetic reversal?
It's my opinion that it would be the electric field put out by the initial solar blast that would do it. And the reason I say that is because there are two things that are known to cause tiny jostles to the length of a day, and those are major solar storms and what are known as geomagnetic jerks from the core of the planet. And they're microsecond glitches in the length of a day, and Earth manages to recover them within moments. It glitches and then it glitches back. And the question is, what happens when you've got an even greater solar storm that's applying that electric field, by the way, and its induction not only goes through the crust and meets the mantle, but it makes it all the way to the core and produces the greatest geomagnetic jerk in history. It literally flips the magnetization of the entire planet all at once. The low velocity zone is a kind of a magic place on the planet. We have the crust floating on top of a liquid mantle. Well, it doesn't act like it floats on a liquid mantle. It doesn't float around and knock into one another. It acts like it's very much locked. And that's because of this weird thermoelectric equilibrium there that can be disrupted by electromagnetic forces. If that happens, no more plasticity there, and it really is like people you'd see on life rafts in a lazy river knocking into one another, running into walls. Maybe one person isn't paying attention, they slow down a little bit, and somebody goes and runs right up over them. Just picture that in terms of the crust.
So the crust just sort of lets loose. Is that sort of where, if oil actually does come from organic sources, is that sort of why we find these deposits of it, from all the trees getting uprooted and everything sort of ending up in a pile when it sort of stops spinning around?
So they call those surge deposits.
Sounds awesome.
And they can happen by wind, they can happen by water, they can happen by pyroclastic flow. They're nasty things. There's one in Alaska where it literally looks like 50 million animals and 200 million plants were put into a blender and then dumped into this gigantic carboniferous fossil pile. It's just a mass heap of death that looks like literally the 30 Freddy Krueger hands just swept across the land at 1,000 miles an hour, tearing everything to pieces all at once. And these exist all over the world. But at the same time, there are also those petroglyphs I mentioned all over the world at various latitudes. People survive this every time. That's why we're here talking about it.
Yeah.
And so that's a critical thing people need to realize. Not only do people survive it, but we all are the blood of survivors. We come from survivors. That's in our DNA. And of those survivors, they all came from survivors of a previous one. And in terms of a mechanism, because I know we're kind of running up on the end of it here, this is critical because this mechanism is how it happens and why it happens, and how you know that it is a cycle, and how you know that you can expect one to come up at about the same time every time. You guys remember I said every 2 weeks, these magnetic fields come by and hit Earth from the sun.
Yep.
Well, that's because the sun has this sheet, this heliospheric current sheet. It's basically this region in between those magnetic fields in the north and the magnetic fields in the south. One streaming away from the sun, one streaming back towards the sun. It's a magnetic null zone where you're really not exposed to those fields so much, but you're exposed to a much more electrically dense and dusty region. And this causes a geomagnetic event on Earth, sometimes to the point where we can actually get a geomagnetic storm on Earth just from crossing this boundary, even if there's no solar flares or anything like that. And so the Earth, as it goes around the sun once every 365 days, it actually tilts slightly from the solar equator. 7 degrees north, 7 degrees south. And so it crosses the solar equator twice each year. but it gets hit with that current sheet much more quickly because the sun rotates every 28 days. And so, since there's two coronal sectors, about every 14 days, every 2 weeks, we get hit with that current sheet. Now,
Wait, so the sun and the moon are on the same fucking cycle?
Yeah, they are.
And this isn't a simulation, you expect me to believe? Come on. How is there...
Well, here's the thing. So basically, that's an approximation. The closest approximation is 27.5 days, but it's interesting. The poles of the sun rotate at about 30 days, and the equator rotates at about 25 or 26 days. They call it differential rotation. It's a very, very strange thing we see on the sun. But so here's the question. Why in the world would our solar system not get hit with a galactic version of this? So, Earth and our solar system has been in the northern hemisphere of the galaxy for 17 million years, and we are heading further north. We did not cross any galactic plane in 2012, and we are not going to cross the galactic equator for millions and millions and millions of years. We only do it twice every 250 million years. However, something tells me it doesn't take 250 million years for the central active nucleus of our galaxy to rotate. And whatever frequency it rotates, not necessarily the central object, but the central molecular zone, that's going to be the frequency of this. And so if you think about it, in 1 year, if we get hit 26 times by this current sheet in the solar system, in 250 million years, how many times do we get hit by the galactic current sheet?
Every 12,000 years.
It's probably something like that. And here's the issue.
So how does it might as well be half a precession then, no?
Just about. Maybe. It's tough. I think that people should include the apsidal precession more, which gets into some really goofy math, and it's a very advanced concept. And it actually came after Milankovitch and his reporting of the Milankovitch cycle. So Milankovitch never knew about apsidal precession, which is an interesting topic. But here's the critical part, because this is how we know it's going to happen. Everywhere we see these things, at the planetary level, they don't really ripple a whole lot. They're pretty flat. At Saturn, you see it as its rings. The planet Jupiter and even Earth may have dusty rings as well that are just very, very diffuse and faint and hard to see.
Yeah.
And so we know in the solar system that when you cross into that area where you're not exposed to the magnetic fields as much, but it's much more energetic electrically, and you have all that dust there, and you get geomagnetic problems on the planet Earth. Well, let's scale that up to the sun. You get a lot more charged particles. You get a lot more dust, and you get a solar magnetic disruption. Now, the reason why those things are especially important is because there are known recurring nova in our galaxy and others. Nova doesn't necessarily mean the end of a star. There are ones that go boom over and over and over again.
Wow.
And they say the way they do that is that dust and gases are being pulled off of a nearby binary star and are accumulating on the surface, and then all of a sudden can't take it anymore, and it blasts off the shell, only to wait to do it again. Now, they also say that since they have seen these things on cycles from as little as 1 year to as long as 92 years, they are certain that there are some that are hundreds of years, maybe thousands of years, and that's what we'd be talking about with the sun. And since the sun doesn't have a binary to be doing that, the sun would need to encounter a lot more dust and ions and plasma, which is going to be hiding in that galactic current sheet in between the magnetic sectors of north and south. Not on the equator, but on that rippling sheet that comes through the galaxy. It's going to be full of dust. It's going to accumulate through the solar system. And at the same time that's happening, there's going to be an electromagnetic surge to the sun, just like what happens geomagnetically on Earth when we pass through that plane.
So doesn't precession kind of allude to the fact that we could be a binary of some sort?
Maybe, but the binary would have to be much closer to be putting the material on there. If we do have a binary, it's about as far away as it gets right now. There's certainly nothing anywhere even inside of the heliosphere. It's really tough to say. The best known example of an actual crossing planet and crossing star system that we know of is the Shoals star system, which actually came by 70,000 years ago during that terrible event. It is a red binary, and it basically crossed through our solar system 72,000 years ago. Toba blue. There was a bottle. Only 40 human females survived. It's now, I think, 7 or 17 light years away. It's 7 or 17. I can't remember off the top of my head. I didn't expect to be talking about it. Sorry.
That's okay. No, that's okay. So where are we at from the last one then? Like,
yeah. When? I need to know when before we let you go here.
Unfortunately, I don't like looking back in time. I like looking at Earth's magnetic field, because Earth's magnetic field has already started the process, which means that we are entering that current sheet. Earth's magnetic field has begun to weaken, and its weakening has been accelerating over time. The magnetic north and south poles have been moving, and the movement towards one another has been accelerating over time. And the fact that we are indeed, yes, about 11 or 12,000 years since the last one is not very comforting. But to me, we have evidence of the magnetic poles moving around slowly every 2,000 years or so. When they start moving quickly like this, it's when they also start losing their strength, and that's when we actually see the major events. That's what we're seeing now. This is not a slow meander over the long period of time. We are due by every stretch of the imagination, however you look at it. And there's even some evidence that the last time this happened, humans were starting to get a little bit like we are now, and I don't necessarily mean in any of the good ways. And everything down to, I don't know if you guys believe in intentional symbolism through mainstream channels, or maybe if it's just the accident and harmony of the universe. But there's a guy who gets called an Illuminati mouthpiece all the time. He's a rapper named Pharrell. And he did the entire soundtrack to the Despicable Me children's cartoons and those Minions movies. And for the third one, the entire soundtrack is basically describing how terrible humans are and how the catastrophe is coming. It plays in the background of this movie the entire time. And my favorite line of the whole thing: when the stupid gets injected, the starlight is the best disinfectant. Just let them sun dry. And I don't know if he's an Illuminati mouthpiece. I happen to believe that the universe is going to be playing this up for us to see on many, many different levels. But there could not be a more apropos way to describe
what's happening.
We're about to get defragged.
Yeah.
So where am I headed?
Hang on a sec. I got a couple questions here before
we're going to run out of time.
Yeah, I know.
I'm trying to survive
We got
the fucking end of the world here.
So it really puts things into perspective. It really does. That, there's bigger things to worry about than some of the surface distractions that we've got. The whole world in a tizzy about over other types of climate disasters. So I thought I heard you say in your video somewhere, Ben, that we were talking about the Randall Carlson and Graham Hancock theory about the cometary impact helping accelerate the end of the last ice age. Now somehow this might still, that the theory that you just talked about with the micronovas might fit in, right? I mean, could the micronova not act as a comet hitting the Earth in different areas?
So there's going to be not only all of the dust that's blasted out, but it's going to have been interacting with the material and the gases that are already around the sun. There's going to be large chunks that blow off from the get-go, and there's going to be chunks that agglomerate, cool, and condense and solidify on their way through the coolness of space. And so the crazy thing is, these are going to be spectrally continuous. They're going to have all of the elements. They're going to have transuranic elements. They're going to have crazy isotopes. The exact kind of stuff you'd see in impactors as well.
Well, I'm pretty sure Randall Carlson said like all the from what he said, it looked like the meteors came from the direction of the sun.
Yeah, and so there's no way you get out of. I mean, every picture you see of the recurring nova, the ones where the star survives, it's just blasting off a shell. It looks like a mixture of a full surface coronal mass ejection with meteors.
Yeah. So
Excellent.
speaking of the Illuminati, now answer us this. Let's get a
they're
little
going to New Zealand,
conspiratorial before we leave. So they knew about these cycles, the evidence of these cycles every 12,000 years. Apparently, the CIA, it might even have some reason why NASA was started. So is that why all these underground towns and bunkers are being built because somebody is expecting something like this to happen?
Yeah, so that is absolutely it's a topic we don't have time to dive into. The CIA not only covered up the truest version that was out back then, but they put out a version intentionally and posthumously used Einstein's foreword, which he did write for them. To basically put out a nonsense version that would be easily debunked and people would start looking the other way. And so essentially what they wanted us to do was not get in their way of trying to figure out how to actually not only survive this, but have a continuity of our species and a continuity of the country, the United States of the world type thing after this is over. And another way of thinking about that is they want to protect their cattle and their sheep, which is us, which is why they can fit 100 million people in the ones we know about. And I don't think we know about all the ones underground.
I thought like New Zealand was going to be okay, and that's why they just took everyone's guns.
Dude, there is nowhere that is remotely islandish that is okay.
It's got to be deep underground.
I don't know. You got to find a cave that's up near the top of the tallest mountains in New Zealand that goes way down and then comes back up somewhere, but doesn't breach the surface, so it's an air pocket because a wave's coming over the entire thing in New Zealand.
Okay, so what if? Okay, I think I have a spot. I know of a little cave out here in the Kananaskis. We're probably 1.5 miles above sea level. We can pile in there.
Sounds like a plan.
All right.
Well, that's a good spot to leave it off.
You tell us when. I'll pick you and your family up at the airport. We'll head to the cave. It's about a 45-minute drive.
The sun's going to tell you when.
Then I'm only going to have 8 minutes.
Yeah, well.
Just put your hat on. Put your Faraday hat on. Yeah. Put your Faraday cage on.
We should start bunkering up the studio.
Yeah.
I suggest when that happens, realize how much energy's coming, and you turn on your harp. You turn on between your ears, because that's going to be your best chance ever to actually
transform that energy into what you want, what you need.
Yeah, however you want to say it.
Yeah. That's awesome. I love thinking about it that way. That's
weeks,
great.
Months, years.
And here's the interesting thing about the universe is around the time that the people were writing those stories about how terrible things got on Earth and they couldn't do anything but blame gods. It's around the same time they spoke of magicians and monsters and other things like that. And it's too coherent of a story across the entire planet. And you look back at that time and Earth's magnetism was probably changing very rapidly around that time. And I think that we respond in these ways a lot more than we realize. So much of our brains that is inactive, so much of the DNA that they don't know how to turn on and they would never know how to turn on is just gonna turn on. It's the kind of thing where at the time of the test, or rather when it's time for us to have a little bit of a battle with nature, we are going to be granted some of our weapons back.
I love it.
Wow.
That's fantastic.
On top of that, you just got to let me get this one last thing out, and that is the evidence is also clear that people survive all over the planet. I said that already. But what you got to realize is next time it happens, barring some grand disclosure of this or whatever, the vast majority of people are going to be petrified, and a very, very few are going to be prepared. That's got to be you.
How prepared?
Very prepared.
Just like have some food and stuff, or just like on a mental level?
Food, water, seeds, pre-industrial tools, books on how to do everything possible without electricity, physician's handbook, books on natural childbirth, unless you don't want your DNA to go on, because you're not going to have hospitals or doctors or anything like that. You need to know where waterways are. You need to have maps. You need to know where caves are or old mines. You need to know whether you're bugging in or bugging out. When this happens, you don't have time to go through these mental exercises.
Right. Yeah.
When it happens, you need to know those 100 answers to those 100 questions immediately.
Is there any resources
You know what we
on your
should do?
site for that?
We need just you go to our site and you download the whole survival kit. It's 6,000 pages. There's some pictures.
So I went over a lot of it in the Earth Catastrophe Cycle series. I am turning it into a movie right now, and I'm going to put all that stuff in there.
Wow, great. Fantastic.
So do you
Let us
have
know
all
when
this
that
stuff
comes out.
already?
Right. I'm sorry?
Do you have all this stuff already?
I've got a lot of it, yeah.
Okay, we need a list.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
start sending seeds to the PO box. Send your
Right on.
seeds to the PO. Yeah, we'll go some cannabis because we can trade cannabis for anything in the new world.
All right. buddy.
There's a lot that can be traded, alcohol to flour.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go put
Okay.
my kids to sleep.
Yeah.
But guys, great talking to you
Yeah,
again.
thanks, man.
Yeah,
Let us know when that
absolutely.
movie comes out.
Right on.
All right,
You have a
man.
good one, guys.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
And that was a chat with Ben Davidson.
Wow, what a doozy. Fantastic.
Yeah, it sounds utterly terrifying.
I didn't get the from watching his videos and his channel and studying up on this a little bit. I didn't get the spiritual aspect, so that was a good surprise for me to get into. That's awesome. Kind of fits in with what we've been talking about lately, the intention experiments and all that, and it flew by. I mean, there's lots of stuff we could have talked about too. I wanted to get into some more questions from Adam, but it just flew by.
The only way to make it is to see to be positive and see what's coming as a healing process.
Yeah.
All right. Burn this.
And get your maps and your books and learn how to cut the umbilical cord.
Well, you know what I was thinking is we got the sea can. We might as well have it full of stuff.
It is full of stuff. It's full of junk.
Well, that's really going to be junk if the world ends. You open that thing up and that's what you've got left.
But it's probably worth putting a little thing together. And I like how he said, you got to know whether to bug in or bug out. Do you go to the mountains or do you hunker down in your crawl space or whatever, you know?
I think we meet here.
Probably a good start.
Yep.
Might as well die in the studio.
Well, we can bring. I think it'll probably just be us in this neighborhood. We got the little thing. We bring the families here. We'll stash some guns.
No, we don't need any guns.
Oh, you keep saying that we don't need guns in the apocalypse, and I'm telling you, a couple guns are going to be good to have, whether it's for self-defense or
Just hunting meat, yeah.
Yeah, you're gonna have to start hunting meat in the new world, Graham.
Okay, I'll accept it then.
Okay.
If it comes to survival, that's what I got to do.
Okay. Well, we're gonna need some seeds and stuff. Send the list. We'll start collecting the books,
Maps,
books.
on how to farm without electricity and do all that stuff.
We got to get out of here if it happens, because you can't
Bug out.
grow nothing here. You can't hunt nothing here, and there's a million people right across the street. Maybe head north, south, or west or east are
I say
all
it
sparsely
depends on-
populated.
Depends on the weather.
If it's cold, you head south, straight up. You know what else? We need an old 57 Chevy truck that doesn't have any electronics in it, with a slip tank in the back, a full tank of gas.
Full blown road warrior.
Yeah, and away we go. We're going everywhere. We got the speakers in the back. Away we go. We pull an old fifth wheel behind us. Away we go. We're taking the show on the road. All right, guys. Thanks for listening. Huge thanks to Ben for coming on the
Yeah,
show.
that was great.
Check out
Check out the
suspiciousobservers.com.
app.
Check out his app, Support them if you can. Support us if you can. Grimerica.ca/support. And yeah, all that fun stuff. Help us keep the show 100% listener supported and growing. We got the new Wirecast software for the live stream, which I think is working okay. I did get a tooth pulled yesterday, so it might sound a little funny. It was fucking terrible.
You know what I found out? I found out today. Oh, we've got direct billing now. The dentist that I was trying to send you to.
Nice.
The day after, so you can't get your like plasma blood with your stem cells back in your tooth hole.
Actually, John told me that I should try and find a dentist that does that because I could still have some problems. He told me that yesterday.
I just found out today they have direct billing. So
thanks. Yeah, it was terrible. It was a terrible experience. I had to break it into 3 pieces.
Did they? They had to put their knee on your shoulder and start reefing it out?
It took about an hour and a half. I kept my sense of humor, but it was tough. And then when the freezing wore off, I was pretty grumpy. It's tough when you're grumpy. When you're in pain like that, especially in my face, it's tough to just not be miserable. Anyway, Grimerica.ca/support. Help me be less miserable. That helps. And check out everything else in the show notes. Support everything in the show notes. And be kind to each other. Grimerica.ca/chats for some social media that doesn't suck. What else? Badcomet.com. I think there's one spot left.
They won't hear that in time.
That's right. You won't hear that in time. Ignore that. All right, guys. Thanks for listening, and we will see you next week.
And thanks to all the live people watching.
Yeah, thanks for tuning in.
Did you get some of the website stuff on there for live?
I had the website stuff going.
Was it pretty easy to do on this new stuff?
It was pretty easy to do, yeah, considering. I mean, it's not really that easy to do because I'm trying to do an interview at the same time, and I'm still getting the hang of the new software. And then Ben wasn't prepared to do video.
But how like is it easy to just inject like a website into that once you get used to it? Do you think it'll be easy to slide it in there?
Yeah, I do it all here, and I had the web. It's easy to add it all, and I like the way Wirecast.
So it's got a double thing there, so you can throw it on there
it gives
first,
you this
and then
screen
get it all,
as well, so I can see it all, so I can pop
and then,
whatever
and then
up
you
there
can,
like
and
that.
then you click on it to go, like.
And then I can go like this, and it goes. Oh, you see how that one just shrunk? Isn't that cool?
Why does it do that?
Well, because I switch it like this. Watch, this one's just gonna get bigger. So I'm just switching the shots, right?
Okay, so you can get different websites in there and stuff, different shots.
I can switch. Watch when I go to this one's just going to shrink down all cool. So normally this would be a picture-in-picture with the guest face there. I would have fixed this first. I would have drug this down to this corner here, pop that in there, just for a little branding, you know? Went pew. So that.
Geez, Adam just sent a note and he got 13 baby teeth pulled before he got braces when he was a teenager. What kind of dentist was he going to?
Like that. Anyway, there you have it. That's the Wirecast. It seems okay so far. It did, I got to say, it wasn't cheap. We haven't even paid for it yet, technically. We are still on...
Free trial?
We're still on the free trial.
Do they take monthly payments?
No.
Monthly payments?
They don't take monthly payments either. I already checked out that option. So we got till about May 20th or 19th, somewhere in there to come up with like
streamline things a little bit.
$500 or $600. It'll streamline. I mean, honestly, this is the only option I have right now because the OBS hasn't updated to the new. Hasn't updated enough to work with my Mac software, so I can't get the audio to work. No matter what I did. I spent all weekend trying to get the audio to work. I couldn't get it to work, so finally I just got this program. I get it free for a month. And then we're going to have to...
And this is better anyways, right?
Yeah, inevitably I was planning on switching eventually. This kind of just forced me into it. So now we've... now we got this. It works better. But like I say, in a month we're going to have to come up with $600 to pay for it. It's really not in the budget. We'll talk about it in the intro.
Yeah.
I mean, we're going to have to pay for it either way, but if, by May 20th, you guys could help us out with that, it would be huge. It would make paying rent in June a whole lot easier.
Yeah.
Anyway, we're going to be back in 20 minutes with
the Octagon Doctor.
Octagon Doctor. I forget his name. Yared Vasquez.
Yeah.
Jared Vasquez coming on the show. He's a UFC ringside doctor, I believe, or something like that. And he doesn't seem to be a huge proponent of the medical system. So it's going to be a fun one. I'll see you guys later. Oh, yeah. I stopped that now. So then I should just have to go like, oh, so I could go like this.
Did you stop the digital recording? Yeah.
Yeah. You go to that. I can go to that.
All right, welcome back to Grimerica Outlawed. We have Ben Davidson with us, the sun weather man. He's got this YouTube channel, the famous YouTube channel, Space Weather News. Talks about astrophysics, geophysics, and space weather. He's made a textbook, Weatherman Guide to the Sun, on X. He's x.com, Sun Weatherman, and of course, over Observer Ranch as well.com is another website. So thanks for joining us, Ben. How you doing?
Pleasure to be here, guys.
I just looked back to when we had you on at first. It was 10 and a half years ago.
Wow.
So, I mean, before we got into anything, any of the current stuff, like, man, well, actually, we did have you on in 2019, I think, as well. So, I mean, it's not like we haven't seen you for that long, but what's it been like for you to grow? Like, cause you're going strong. You've come from suspicious observers where you're kind of going around in that mobile unit and you're doing all your sun weather news, but now you have kind of grown. You've stood the test of time here. You've been on some pretty famous shows. People are respecting your work. What's that journey been like just from in the last decade?
Wow, what an expansive question.
Yes, right.
It's been a journey. There have been a lot of ups and a lot of downs. I would say that the stuff that I do that people see, the content creation, the books, the videos, things like that, that's pretty much been the only thing that has steadily been moving in a positive direction. Everything else is like a bit of a roller coaster. Obviously 2020 through 2023, the great weirding of the world was no fun for anybody. The number of professors, NASA scientists, things like that I end up chatting with on a weekly basis is about tripled in the last decade. That's a positive thing. Had some trouble in my home life, which has been fairly well publicized, but that has settled quite a bit, and that's led to other interesting opportunities. Yeah, it's been a whirlwind. Just
no pun intended.
Yeah, no kidding. My 8th book.
It's been a scorcher.
Yeah, the 8th book has just been finished. Pre-orders just stopped for that one. As you mentioned, we opened Observer Ranch at the start of the year. Ramping up any business is always a pain. You want it to be ramped up like that on day one. But it's been an interesting first season, getting our feet wet, learning how exactly to run a combination RV park, campground, and education center where we put on the science conferences and things like that. So we feel like we've learned a lot. We've survived so far, and getting ready for the warmth in America to be gone here in several weeks, and we start heading towards winter again.
Yeah. The other thing that's so popular now is the cataclysm. I mean, this is like, this is something that I don't know if we're just in a bubble and we're hearing it more, but more and more people are talking about this upcoming cataclysm, and you've been kind of like leading towards this for a long time. I mean, that must be weird for you to see it become so popular as well.
It has been weird, and I can tell you what really sort of made it click to me that this thing now had legs of its own. So it was late 2018 when I discovered the Adam and Eve story by Chan Thomas in the unsealed FBI files. Pretty much everyone that you've seen talk about that got it from that starting point of me sharing that. As far as I can tell, there was nothing on the internet about it before that. But starting about maybe 2 years ago, I started to get messages from people saying, hey, Ben, you talk about this stuff all the time. Have you ever heard of the Adam and Eve story? And, the initial reaction is, you heard about it because I found it. But in general, what it is it means that people are taking this and running with it, and it's got legs of its own. It's not just based on me trying to cram these things down people's throats. People are taking it and running with it, and I think that's a great thing. It does come with
running into some other stuff too, right? Like it's kind of at this nexus where it's really running into Randall's work, and it runs into this lost civilization stuff, and it seems like all that stuff is sort of like coming to a head right now.
Oh, definitely. I haven't spoken with Randall in a couple of years. I talk to Jimmy Corsetti from Bright Insight fairly regularly, about once a month. That's been helpful. But to be honest, the most helpful people who are into this, nobody knows their names. And it would be those dozens of professors, NASA scientists, people at the USGS and other things like that who have to remain anonymous because, they're on the inside. And they probably, I don't know if they're expressly forbidden from emailing me and telling me some of the things that they tell me, but they might be. And it's really nice having this many people on the inside to, just shoot me an email here. They're like, hey, Ben, make sure you check out the latest reviews in geophysics issue. There's something in there you need to see. Or, hey, Ben, I know you don't spend too much time looking at the electron data from this specific satellite, but go take a look at what happened from this day to this day. Having those people on the inside basically feeding stuff to me is really, really helpful. And it's because they have the same kind of frustrations that I have, where they opened their mind a little bit, decided, hey, I'm going to take a look at this information and see what I think of it. And they realized, oof, it's relatively bulletproof. We've got a disaster about to happen on this planet. And, their department heads don't want to hear about it. Their colleagues down the hall in their departments don't want to hear about it. And so they're like, what do we do? What do we do? All right, well, let's find who does want to hear about it, who is talking about this, who does have the freedom to actually, say whatever they feel like, who doesn't need to read a script, who doesn't have to wear a muzzle. Let's see how we can get this information out. And I've been shocked at how many people who have a lot to lose. I mean, you've got a $900,000 contract with NASA. You've got a lot to lose. Even if you've got tenure at a university, you can lose it. And so it's amazing, these people who are being cautious, but at the same time, these are the experts, and they are taking a risk to try to help all of us. And, if I wasn't just turning around and handing this information out to the masses, they'd probably stop giving it to me, because that's what they want. They want everybody knowing what's about to happen, even if they can't come out themselves and really say it.
So what is about to happen?
It's hard not to ask that right away.
Yeah, because just for the people, because there's probably some people here that haven't been following, and they're like, what are these guys talking about?
Absolutely. Well, the simplest word for it is a magnetic pole shift. This is very different than what is recorded on the crustal lines in the Mid-Atlantic Ridge. We have one kind of a magnetic reversal that only happens every few 100,000 years, and they call those long Cron magnetic reversals. That's not what we're talking about. What we're talking about is what they playfully refer to as the rapid flips, the very, very short-lived and much more frequent geomagnetic excursions, or mini magnetic pole flips. Those happen about every 6,000 years. The last one was about 6,000 years ago. The one before that, about 12,000 years ago. 18,000, 24,000, 30, 36, 42, 48. The cycle's pretty darn good. And you actually have to go back, more than 50,000 years before some of the data is a little harder to see. But even beyond that, the ones they do identify further back in time, 72,000 years ago, 106,000 years ago, if you keep the 6,000 year thing going, it hits these marks perfectly. And basically every 6,000 years, we have a major change in Earth's magnetic field. It causes a major amount of climate change. It causes a volcanic and earthquake uptick. And they notice that these are the events where the majority of species seem to disappear, if they're going to disappear. And just a quick note on that, so we understand what I mean. There's approximately 14 million known species on the planet. They estimate there could be as many as double that they don't know. And they think that probably 1 or 2 species goes extinct about every single day. Now, in the overall scheme of things, this doesn't really make that much of a difference because there's, on average, a species or 2 that, mutates and comes into being every day. But we go through these periods where maybe that 1 to 2 becomes 30, becomes 60, becomes 100 species. Now, the worst event that we have ever seen among these rapid flips was about 40-something thousand years ago, called Le Champ. About 3 or 4% of the species we know about disappeared. Now, that's obviously not the end of life on Earth, but that is an enormous number. Even though, people hear 3 to 4%, they're like, oh, that's a tiny little. But when we're talking about species on the planet completely disappearing, that's huge. And for the species that didn't die out, that didn't go extinct, anywhere from a 20% to an 80% reduction in the population of those species. So we're talking about a major hit to what they call the biosphere, basically the life on Earth, whether that's birds in the sky, things here on the ground, or marine creatures that live in the water. We are coming up on this event once again. Like I mentioned before, it's perfectly due in time for the 6,000 year cycle. It's about time. It's been 6,000 years. Not only is it the perfect time, but everything we would be expecting to see if it were about to happen again, we are seeing, and we're seeing them accelerate. And so the magnetic poles have already begun to shift. I imagine some of your followers have probably heard about this, that the magnetic poles are actually starting to move, and that's going faster and faster and faster. Coming along with this, and this is what actually makes these so dangerous, the magnetic protection of our planet is weakening. Now, we have more than just an atmosphere, around our planet. We have a magnetic bubble. If the atmosphere is, just right, touching the surface and kind of locked to it, you come out a little bit and there's this magnetic shell acting like a force field of protection. And because all of the scary stuff from space, whether that's solar flare X-rays or plasma from a solar eruption or gamma rays or supernova energy, things like that, all of those things are electromagnetic, which means our magnetic shield helps deflect it and protect our planet. During these rapid geomagnetic excursions, these rapid magnetic pole flips, as that protection weakens, we get more of that space energy coming into Earth, and that has a dramatic effect on almost everything.
Can you give us some examples?
Absolutely. So, clouds, their formation, how big they get, how much water they hold, how much water they release, what their electric fields look like in terms of lightning, in terms of their spin, when we're talking about tropical storms, hurricanes, typhoons, cyclones, things like that. Tornado outbreaks have been linked to this electromagnetic energy coming in, how hot it is, How bad is the blizzard? How many hurricanes do you have that year? Do you have an extended period of drought? How much rain is falling per hour? All of these things can be modulated by this electromagnetic energy coming in. And they actually accidentally proved this about 2 years ago. I don't know if you guys heard about the cloud seeding story out of the UAE. It actually came out of Dubai.
Is that where they made it rain too much?
Well, they did, but they actually dropped the majority of the rain further away. And so if they hadn't done that, it may have actually hit the populated area worse than it did. But it was a pretty bad event. It was going to be bad no matter what. But essentially, whereas most cloud seeding is either spraying water vapor or salting the clouds with, barium salts. We're talking about a completely different thing from chemtrails, which are much higher up, and that's oxidized nanometal particles, and that's usually done in the stratosphere. But when we're talking about cloud seeding, the UAE tried something different. They tried electric discharges from airplanes. So basically, they had these canisters that would basically just spark out electromagnetic particles and actually put electricity directly into the clouds. And they would figure, hey, this can work as well. And so
does that work by, does that like static electricity would attract water vapor?
Kind of, but it also helps the water vapor attract to dust, and it helps that those combined molecules touch another one and actually form the cloud. They can actually start the cloud burst, where the rain actually begins to come down from the cloud, etc. It's not like a cloud starts to form and the rain happens right away. There's a critical threshold that's hit, and then the cloud bursts and we get the rain. A lot of that can be triggered by electromagnetic forces too. So they actually accidentally proved how all of this affects the clouds. And when you're talking about affecting the clouds, a cloudy day versus a sunny day, that determines what the temperature is. The characteristics of the cloud determine how much rain or snow is going to come out of it, what the lightning is going to look like, and how long lasting the storm is. This is a lot of things that are very important for our daily lives, and we haven't even left weather yet. But of course, the reason why this affects weather so much is because of the electromagnetic nature of water and the electrostatic potential when we're talking about dust, which the water has to cling on to form the cloud. But let's think about this, because we're talking about electromagnetic energy. Obviously, water's a big one, but you know what else is big? Metals, like iron and all the metals that are in the crust. Not to mention the fact that there's electromagnetically reactive crystal in the crust, and a lot of it, a lot more than people realize. In fact, the number one constituent of the crust is a crystal called olivine. Now, what this means is that the vast majority of the stuff beneath our feet is equally or more reactive, in the case of iron, to this electromagnetic energy that is now penetrating to a greater degree. This is why we are going to be seeing a continued increase in seismic activity. When we talk about magma chambers, the viscosity oftentimes determines whether or not it roils and boils and slowly bubbles up and spills out, or whether there's an explosive volcanic eruption. And that viscosity is directly changed by electromagnetic features and input as well. And so just from the weather, just from earthquakes, just from volcanoes, this really begins to change our environment. And anytime you get a rapid and severe change in environment, it's difficult on the life that lives here. But let's think about this, because we're talking about electromagnetic energy, right? What else does this do? Because we're talking about its effect on the clouds, its effect on fault lines and magma chambers below. Hello, we're standing right in the middle of both of those things, and we're affected in two different ways. First of all, this electromagnetic energy is not great for our bodies. They noticed that all cardiovascular diseases, all psychological diseases, all autoimmune diseases, and even small little physiological characteristics like blood pressure, heart rate, all of these things can be affected by this electromagnetic energy from the sun. And they've done lots of studies. In fact, in today's show that I put out on YouTube, there was another study, probably the 400 or 500th one, saying respiratory deaths go up during a solar storm. Cardiovascular deaths go up during a solar storm. But also on the psychological side, suicides and murders go up during a solar storm. And there's been tons of studies about spikes in crime, like major crime waves associated with these solar storms as well. And so from a physiological and a psychological perspective, it's not so great for our bodies. But that's not the only part of it, because on its way down to the clouds and us and the ground and the magma chambers, it's got to go through the ozone layer. Now, normally, the ozone layer is in a nice balance. So if you were to go up and you could somehow sample parts of the ozone up at the top of the sky, and you could somehow, see how old those molecules were, none of them would be very old. The vast majority of the ozone that is up there right now was not there a year ago. It is a constantly replenishing thing. And normally there's a balance. The ultraviolet light from the sun causes a photochemical reaction that creates ozone. But the electrons and the protons, the particles, so we're not talking about UV light, now we're talking about particle energy, those break that molecule apart. And so there's usually this balance back and forth. But as Earth's magnetic field weakens, it maybe lets in 1 to 2% more light, but 60 to 200% more particles. That tips the scale when it comes to the ozone. And the particles are coming in much, much more. Ozone gets degraded. That lets in more ultraviolet light in the UVB and UVC range, which is directly impactful for skin, hair, fur, flowers, leaves, insects, some of the microbial life that's really important for the ocean, like phytoplankton, things like that, chlorophyll production, things like that. And so there's all these different ways it's affecting the climate. And then there's a double dose of electromagnetic radiation impact on life, on cells themselves, all while earthquakes and volcanoes are going off the charts. As if that's not bad enough, don't forget the magnetic poles are moving. And it's not just birds who use that for migration. Mammals use it for foraging and finding reproductive zones. So do about half of all marine creatures, hundreds of fish species, whales, sharks, turtles, crabs, other crustaceans as well. Lizards use it, amphibians, reptiles. All insects are reactive to this as well. And so while you have the climate going crazy, while you have an extra radiation impact to cells, and while you have earthquakes and volcanoes going off, half of the entire food chain has no idea where the heck it's supposed to be going. This is why, even though these events don't last very long, they're rapid ones. They can last anywhere from a few years to maybe a century at most. That's why they see these surges of extinctions, because you throw all of those different challenges at the biosphere at the exact same time, you're going to have species disappear. You're going to have other species really reduce their population, where it's like only the very strongest and most adaptable are going to make it through that kind of thing. And that's what we are moving towards right now. We are seeing the signs already. We already mentioned it's perfect time, and we're seeing the signs. This is what's coming when we cross a critical threshold, which will probably be at some point in the next decade, with the worst of the events probably being within 15 to 20 years.
What are sort of the geological implications? And what is the difference in those depending on whether it was, say, a 5-year sort of thing or a 100-year thing? Is it worse if it's longer? Is it easier to ride out if it's longer?
Well, so that's an interesting question, because they do not notice. Remember the other kind of magnetic pole shift I talked about that only happens every couple 100,000 years? That can take 1,000 years to unfold. And when it takes 1,000 years to unfold, for any given creature, the change during their lifespan is not that great. And so they don't actually notice these major hits to the biosphere during the other kind of magnetic reversals. It's only when you get that all of this stuff happening, but it's compacted into a really confined period of time where instead of, dozens to maybe hundreds of generations, depending on what species you're talking about, we're talking about a generation or two. And they've got to deal with all of it, all combined, right, like that. Essentially, we do absolutely have the slow crawl of wind and water and geology. It's just that it's punctuated every few thousand years by an absolute cataclysm. And we see things like these surge deposits from the massive tsunamis that occur. Like, a lot of people are familiar with the boneyards up in Alaska. That's an excellent example. There's another one at the bottom of the Gulf of America that, can't exactly be explored as well as the one up in Alaska, but we know it's down there.
There's some up in the caves in Scotland, I think,
Absolutely.
too, right?
Absolutely.
They just found like stuff that should have never ended up there and barely even could fit through the door, and it's all crammed in there on top of each other and in different epochs. Exactly
right. There's a couple in the on both sides of the Indian subcontinent in the Indian Ocean, like where it ran off and ran down into the water like that. China's got several, basically on the edge of their mountain range. There are actually some that they're largely destroyed, but when they were looking at some of the lava flows and some of the volcanoes from Africa, like from Congo over to the East African Rift, they noticed that lava flows had covered up what appear to be some of those surge deposits as well. They're pretty much all over the world. And that's actually one of the things that Chan Thomas in his book, Adam and Eve Story, covered pretty well. And these are, one of the scarier aspects of it, because you take a look at some of the sediment that is along with the trees and the bones and the muck and everything else, and you realize these tsunamis are basically sweeping over entire continents. We're talking about Hollywood movie level stuff here. And so it's a good thing it doesn't last very long, because the planet wouldn't be a very nice place to live in general if this was how Earth operated on a regular basis. The good news is it's kind of like a hellish cosmic Super Bowl. And if you can just get through it, things kind of go back to normal. Everybody goes to Disneyland.
You mentioned Chan Thomas, and you have Hapgood and Velikovsky sort of around those 50s and 60s. This isn't such a far out idea. It seems to be. I mean, I'm in the middle of narrating Hapgood's book right now, and it's cited, and I don't think he's got everything right, but the amount of like.
Are you familiar with my opinion on Hapgood?
Yeah, and that's why I said. But well, why don't we share that?
Sure. So, I guess in order to do that, we have to go back to Major White, because the story doesn't make sense without Major White and Project Nanook. So it's the 40s, and the Cold War is, starting to become what people are scared about, because World War II is fading away. And the U.S. government is worried that Russia is going to come over the top. They're not worried about them flying over the Pacific or flying over Europe. They're worried about Russia going right over the North Pole and coming and attacking America. So they sent Major Maynard E. White up to the far Canadian Arctic to begin setting up bases, learn how to do Arctic warfare, all these other things. Now, the first thing they realized when they were, flying planes in, they were realizing, okay, we're on this heading, and then we look down 30 seconds later, and north is behind us. And they realized, okay, first thing we have to do is we have to find the magnetic pole so we can learn how to freaking navigate up here. While they are doing that, That's when they discovered that the magnetic pole is moving over time. That's when they dug down into the sediment there and found the layers where, you know, the top layer is polar fossils, as would be expected, but the next layer is only tropical, polar, tropical, polar, tropical. And it was the data from that mission and the Pentagon meetings, which were run by the RAND Corporation and the OSS, the Office of Strategic Services, which morphed into the CIA. So the OSS was the predecessor organization to the CIA. It was their finding that during these magnetic pole shifts, something causes the Earth to tilt 90 degrees. This is what causes the great tsunamis. This is why they find, you know, layers of polar, tropical, because it tilts 90 degrees and then it goes back. And then it tilts 90 degrees and then it goes back. That was the official pre-CIA Pentagon conclusion, that when these magnetic pole shifts happen, the Earth tilts over like this, tilts 90 degrees. It happens in just one day. It causes the great tsunamis. It causes that different layering they see in the polar region. And the top geophysicist for the OSS at that time was Charles Hapgood. But wait a minute. 20 years later, he's just some random professor. And he's advocating for 7 degrees of tilt that takes 1,000 years. Well, what happened in between when he was leading the science team that said one day, 90-degree flip, to 1,000 years for 7 degrees? The answer is not that he got some new information or he changed his mind. The answer is you never stop working for the CIA or the OSS in this case. They had already classified everything from Project Nanook that could possibly lead people to these conclusions. They were already funneling money through the National Science Foundation to write debunking studies of this kinds of thing. But the very last thing they had to do, they ordered, and I'm almost positive that this is how it went down, they ordered Charles Hapgood put out a completely nonsense version of this so that we can easily debunk it and we can just call this stuff pseudoscience and no real scientist will take it seriously ever again. And it almost worked. It did work for several decades, but there's no way that the same guy who was like, nope, you've got 90-degree tilt in one day, 20 years later is randomly advocating for 1,000 years to tilt 7 degrees. It's nonsensical. It doesn't explain any of the evidence. You know, 1,000 years for a 7-degree tilt doesn't get you the tsunamis. A 7-degree tilt doesn't get you the alternate layering, polar, tropical.
Yeah,
polar,
and the interesting thing is the evidence is in the book. So you're reading the book and it doesn't explain even the evidence that he's citing in the book.
Exactly. And so I'm almost positive that his whole purpose was to discredit this science entirely. Now, luckily for us, Major White committed treason, but in the best way possible. He kept everything, and he gave it to his son, Ken White, to publish in the book World in Peril at some point in the early 90s, I think. And so it's important that that happened, because without that, we might not know any better. The other important thing is they discovered those mammoths frozen in the Arctic with food undigested in their mouths and their stomachs, right? Everybody's heard of the mammoths, but nobody asks the right question. Everybody's like, how do you freeze a mammoth so fast that that chemical digestion stops, just instantly stops? And that's not an uninteresting question, but the better question is, what were they eating? And here's why. They found these things up here, right? They found them in the Arctic Circle. They had to dig them out of 20 to 30 feet of ice, right? We are 12,000 years into a hot interglacial period. These creatures were frozen in the glacial period when it was 10, 20 degrees colder than it is now. If there's 20 to 30 feet of ice there now, 12,000 years into a hot interglacial, it's not like there was a bunch of vegetation growing there in the glacial cycle at the polar region when it was 20 degrees colder. Those things needed to eat 1,000 pounds or more of vegetation a day. The only answer is the Earth was like this. They were eating at mid and low latitude, and then it tilted 90 degrees and they froze instantly, because otherwise there would have been nothing for those massive creatures to eat in the Arctic back in the glacial cycle. Hell, there's nothing for them to eat now. And if it was
the other thing is it gives you a real good head start on an ice sheet. If you have the thing flip, so you have this crazy tsunami that's like say if you have Canada moving north, you'll have all this water coming in from the north, and then you're at the North Pole and it's 30, 40, 50 degrees colder.
Right.
So, but isn't there an argument to be made that they knew about this even before Hapgood? I mean, Donnelly was talking about cataclysms, Ragnarok, the age of fire and gravel. They knew about some of the Arctic stuff, that it was a different climate up there. They knew about sort of like this mud flood cataclysm.
They did, but they didn't. They weren't really able. I mean, unless you want to talk about.
I mean, I was watching a thing on the Scary Interesting YouTube channel last night about these first missions from the Americans in like the late 1800s, when they were trying to, it was the Greeley one where they ended up eating each other. But already in the 1800s, for some reason they were gung-ho to get as far north as they could and set up these research stations.
Well, so they had access, so they probably knew a lot more about this when from some of the British sailors. British sailors had been using compasses and been doing detailed magnetic measurements, based on, okay, we are here. We know we are here. This is the magnetic vector towards the North Pole. They'd show up 2 years later and they'd know they were in the exact same spot. And then they'd check and they'd be like, wait a minute, this is now 1 degree off. Let's come back in 2 more years, another 1 or 2 degrees off. And so they've actually known about this for a very, very long time. How much they've known, that's interesting. One could guess, based on the documents that Major White kept from Project Nanook and from the Pentagon meetings, that they didn't put it all together until the late 40s or early 50s. I think there's a good chance that they put it together before that. But here's the thing. Even right before he died, Einstein still didn't have it all together. Now, you might ask how I could possibly know that. Well, if you've ever heard of a group called the Thunderbolts Project, they're very into something called the electric universe theory.
Yep.
I think that there's some merit in some of the things they say. Some of the things they say are complete nonsense, and some of the best things they say, they merely just stole from Anthony Peratt and Hannes Alfvén in plasma cosmology. But nevertheless, I got to know that group very well about 10 to 13 years ago. And the one of them that I sort of latched on to the most was a guy named Michael Steinbacher. He did the electric geology stuff. And it turns out Michael Steinbacher was Immanuel Velikovsky's favorite Thunderbolt. They interacted with Velikovsky quite a bit. In fact, I've heard several stories about Dave Talbot and Wal Thornhill talking to Immanuel Velikovsky, and Velikovsky's like, where are you getting this Saturn stuff? And they're like, well, it kind of has to be this. But apparently that was their big disagreement. But Velikovsky's favorite Thunderbolt was Michael Steinbacher. Before Einstein died, Einstein and Velikovsky were mailing each other letters about the disaster cycle. I don't know if you've ever seen that one interview with Velikovsky where he's talking about, perhaps the Earth turned over. We are on an accident-prone planet. Major solar flares can change the rotation of the Earth. And we know that Einstein wrote the foreword for Hapgood's book several years before he died. And so it's not surprising that these two were talking to one another. Well, in Velikovsky's will, he willed Michael Steinbacher a bunch of those letters from Einstein. And in the months before Steinbacher died, I was visiting with him in California. I got to read every single one of them.
Wow.
Einstein was absolute. I mean, what he says in the foreword is absolutely true. He was 100% convinced the Earth turns over. There's a major crustal displacement causing major tsunamis, causing all kinds of bad stuff. But he couldn't figure out how you actually did it. Like he's like, there's more than enough evidence to suggest that it happens, but how is it happening? At no point in any of these letters does he talk about Earth's magnetic field. He doesn't talk about the sun. He doesn't talk about solar system or galactic scale magnetic fields or anything like that. The stuff that we have lots of information about now, in which we can easily put the picture together. Einstein didn't have access to any of that. And so he kind of died frustrated by this one point where he couldn't figure out how to explain all of this evidence, which he knew must be real from a mechanistic standpoint. You know, the pattern was there, but he couldn't figure out the mechanics, how it actually all fit together and how it all worked.
Does it always go the same direction? Like, is it a 90 and then back, or is it kind of, you never really
90
know?
and then back, and then 90 and then back, at least for the last 4 or 5. And I mean,
that pairs well with the stuff the Ethical Skeptic is doing. I mean, which would lead into the, like, did the ancients know? Do you think there's evidence that the ancients, I mean, we mentioned Jimmy Corsetti, Göbekli Tepe is intentionally buried. It seems to be things. Ethical Skeptic's interpretation of Pillar 43 seems to show that they were talking about it, and maybe that's why they stopped excavating the place.
Yeah, I think that it really blows open archaeology in the history of our species to let us really find out everything about Göbekli Tepe, which is why they are trying their hardest to stop that from happening. I think that human civilization has probably risen and fallen a couple of times at least on this planet. And, you know, the sad truth of it is, you know, every piece of metal that we have made as a modern species, it's going to have rusted away to nothing in about 1,000 years or 2 at most. So you try to look back 6,000, 12,000 years for evidence. What do you have? The only thing that's left are the stone structures. Just like 6,000 years from now, the only things that are still going to be here are those megaliths from the past, the pyramids, and Mount Rushmore. Nothing else from this time will still be here. It'll all be gone. And that makes it really hard to actually know.
You think Hapgood thought it was probably best that we didn't tell humans? I mean, maybe humanity wasn't ready for, like, the cyclical awareness, you know? I mean, they could have just decided back then in the 40s, like, we cannot tell everybody about this.
Well, could you imagine what would happen? I mean, so look, I'm sure you guys have seen the movie 2012. Apart from the disaster itself, the closest thing there is to a bad guy in that movie is the heavy set government guy, right? But he says the most intelligent thing anybody says in that entire film. Do you remember what he said? He said, "What? You just want to tell everyone they're doomed? There'll be anarchy, chaos. They'll destroy any hope we have of saving anybody." And, you know, I do believe this. For every black hat elite up at the top who just hates us and wants us all dead, they want depopulation, there's probably a white hat opposite them up there as well who thinks they're Batman, believes in karma, or is just a good person. Not everybody up at the top is some evil thing. And so we have, what's the best way to put this? Whether you hate people and you want depopulation, or whether you want to save as many as possible, the only smart thing to do is to shut the hell up.
Yeah, I was
So-
thinking about that. I was thinking about that with the black budget spending and stuff too. Before we did this interview, I was thinking back to our show with Douglas Vogt, and I know you're aware of Douglas Vogt and his work. And he thought that the American government knew about his research that in 2046 it was going to happen, or is it 2040? Now I always get that in the Phoenix event. No, 20.
Doug,
But he said that Trump in his first term, they authorized like I don't know, like I mean, $1 trillion, is that enough to feed 5 billion people for a year? Like he said that they built these underground bunkers, and part of me, there's a sympathetic part of me that's like maybe they were paying attention to all this and they were really trying to do something to save humanity. I mean, whether who gets chosen or not, I don't know. It's a whole different issue, but maybe they're spending trillions of dollars of these black project stuff on trying to build the infrastructure to save humanity. I mean,
it makes
Well, the
sense.
other thing is, if you get through with the tech, you win. I mean, you're the new ruler of the planet.
Yeah. Now, I don't think any tech is going to make it through because the induction, the induction goes all the way to the core. Everything circuitry related is going to melt. But you can certainly hide from the worst parts of the disaster. And here's something I figured out. If you just look at the acknowledged underground bases and underground tunnels, you could fit millions of people in them. Think about what they've got that we don't know about, that isn't acknowledged. And so they're clearly building an enormous complex. They're doing an enormous amount of preparation to the point where if they were just planning on letting the elites hide in there, they would have been done years ago.
Yeah, that's what
It doesn't
saying.
Well, there's a huge, like, if you're using your head, there's a huge, like, inbreeding, you got to really think it through. Otherwise, what's the point?
Well, I mean, and here's the thing. It doesn't necessarily mean that they love us and they want to protect us. Maybe they.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. I was thinking about that with the black budget spending and stuff too. Before we did this interview, I was thinking back to our show with Douglas Vogt, and I know you're aware of Douglas Vogt and his work. And he thought that the American government knew about his research that in 2046 it was going to happen, or is it 2040? Now I always get that in the Phoenix event. No, 20.
Doug,
But he said that Trump in his first term, they authorized like I don't know, like I mean, $1 trillion, is that enough to feed 5 billion people for a year? Like he said that they built these underground bunkers, and part of me, there's a sympathetic part of me that's like maybe they were paying attention to all this and they were really trying to do something to save humanity. I mean, whether who gets chosen or not, I don't know. It's a whole different issue, but maybe they're spending trillions of dollars of these black project stuff on trying to build the infrastructure to save humanity. I mean,
it makes
Well, the
sense.
other thing is, if you get through with the tech, you win. I mean, you're the new ruler of the planet.
Yeah. Now, I don't think any tech is going to make it through because the induction, the induction goes all the way to the core. Everything circuitry related is going to melt. But you can certainly hide from the worst parts of the disaster. And here's something I figured out. If you just look at the acknowledged underground bases and underground tunnels, you could fit millions of people in them. Think about what they've got that we don't know about, that isn't acknowledged. And so they're clearly building an enormous complex. They're doing an enormous amount of preparation to the point where if they were just planning on letting the elites hide in there, they would have been done years ago.
Yeah, that's what
It doesn't.
saying.
Well, there's a huge, like, if you're using your head, there's a huge, like, inbreeding, you got to really think it through. Otherwise, what's the point?
Well, I mean, and here's the thing. It doesn't necessarily mean that they love us and they want to protect us. Maybe they want to protect their slave class so that they can still be at the top of the pyramid when the next age of Earth begins. So they don't have to do all the hard stuff. Maybe they want their, 10,000 slaves for every elite. Maybe that's what they want. But regardless of what you think their rationale is, it does appear, all the evidence suggests they are preparing to not only have a continuity of power after this, but they're trying to save a lot of people. And that couldn't be more obvious based on all of the information, even though There is plenty of evidence that there are some who want depopulation. There is all the evidence in the world that they want to keep this relatively quiet for the time being.
Well, and I don't think anyone ever thought depopulation meant zero. You know, it's just they want, 3 out of 4 gone so that we can get down to a more manageable fucking herd.
Somebody asked about that exact thing on X the other day. Actually, I think it was Laura Matsu. She's like, well, if they're going to depopulate and they know why would they do that knowing the cataclysm? If they know the cataclysm is coming, why would they depopulate? And I said, well, it's because the less survivors looking for your underground city, the better. I mean, really.
Yeah. I mean, here's the thing. Could you imagine, like, they're going to lose all of their technological advantages. They could, in theory, keep the most sophisticated of mechanical things. So
like a 10,000-year-old clock.
Maybe,
although 10,000-year clock.
I don't think
you heard about that.
I don't think so. First of all, you heard about that because I broke the story open 5 or 6 years ago, and I was like, guys, this clock story is horse crap, especially because he's hollowing out a mountain, something I'm telling everybody to do, like find a way to get underground, and right across the street from that mountain he's hollowing out is the Blue Origin launch facility, the practice launch facility. So literally across the street, Bezos can go up or he can go down, which is, you got to be kidding me. There's a reason why Elon Musk has SpaceX and the Boring Company. There's a reason why Richard Branson, at where the majority of his Virgin Galactic space capable craft are, underneath the tower is his bunker. This is not a coincidence. They don't know at this point whether they're going to want to go up or go down, but they know they want both of those options. And you can't believe the number of billionaires who have something similar to that.
Speaking of that, why would Zuck build his in Hawaii then? If you think Hawaii,
because he didn't get the whole story.
Really?
All right, so come on. Are you going to tell me you haven't read The Great Gatsby? Picture you are the old money. You're one of the original 13 family.
Okay, yeah, okay.
You want Mark Zuckerberg in the aftermath with you? No. You're like, all right, we're going to Hawaii, and we're just going to let him die. So
because you think Hawaii toast, right?
Him, and they've sent him to die in that hole in Hawaii.
Well, I was just going off the other day because I was like, why does Mark Zuckerberg need this crazy super yacht with like 3 support yachts? One holds like a year of fuel and the other one's full of food. It's like he got some of the memo.
Exactly. He did. He got half the story. Jeff Bezos, I'm almost certain he got the whole story because not only is he building, that exactly where that's within the range where I would tell him to build it. Have you ever heard of the super yacht Bezos has, which he playfully calls the Black Pearl? It is.
That's the one that he got in trouble, right? Because they had to take down a bridge to get it out of the port or whatever.
But right now, where it's docked. So I mentioned that he's hollowing out that mountain right across the street from the Blue Origin launch facility, where water would go if you dropped a lake right on where water would come down off of America. The exact central point is where the Black Pearl is docked.
Wow, no way.
He's not playing. That dude is not playing around at all.
Wow.
And so, so you've got elites who clearly know. You've got other elites who've been given half the story in a very old money versus new money kind of thing, where the old money realizes they can't just completely leave them out of this, but if they bring them in a little bit, they can get them on their side and then puppet them in any way that they want and make sure that they're not around in the aftermath to have to share power with, right? And so if you think about it, if you are old money elite and 30 to 60% evil, is this not how you would do it too? That's how I would do it. If I could put myself in their shoes for a moment, that's exactly what I would do. And so that's what's happening. And there are better examples of people, hearing hints of the truth, but obviously not getting the full story. Like Post Malone and Kim Kardashian are both building mega bunkers in LA. What?
It's kind of hard to seal a bunker.
Somebody ought to tell them the rest of the story. Somebody needs to tell them the rest of the story because they didn't get the whole story.
Well, can we get into that, unpack that a little bit? Like where, first of all, what does this, you know, Friday in August look like when this happens, and where do you want to be?
So there's a couple of places I've identified around the world that look good. One of the best ones, not considering culture, is actually the mountain range that borders Mongolia and northern China. Of course, culturally, for people that look like us, that one presents a little bit of a problem.
We were actually playing around with this floodmap.org or whatever website where you can change the sea level. And we were looking at, even if we added, I think we added 2 miles of water, or maybe even 3 miles of water. And there was still like a giant chunk of China that was still good. And it's like every place else in the world is little dots, but there's this giant chunk of China that seems like if you could get in there and start doing some archaeology, you might really find some cool stuff.
I would agree with that. There aren't a lot of good places in Australia. There are only a handful of good places in Africa, but it turns out those are some of the most violent, horrifying places on the world right now. The Carpathians in Europe are probably one of the only safe places there. And after that, it's the eastern range of the Rockies, from Alberta all the way down into Mexico. You know, we're talking, you know, on that line between, you know, where the Rocky Mountains come down into Mexico, all the way up past Albuquerque, past Denver, you know, to the west of Calgary and Edmonton up in Alberta. That whole eastern side of the Rockies is a fantastic survival zone, provided you aren't in the middle of a big city, which is a terrible place to be. People are going to eat each other. Provided you're not sitting on a volcano. That's the best place for most of the people who listen to me, and I imagine most of the people who listen to you as well.
Can I ask a bit about the process, because it's a bit confusing for me when we get into you know, Randall talking about cometary impact and Shock talking about the solar stuff, Vogt talking about micronovas, and then the crustal displacement versus the core mantle decoupling, and then the magnetic pole shift. Like, is there many of these things happening at once, or how does the actual process happen?
So I like Robert Schoch's concept that a major solar outburst had something to do with it. Back when Robert Schoch had formulated that, and the first time he ever mentioned that was actually on his interview on my channel about 12 or 13 years ago now. It's one of the best videos that I've ever put out. Probably should try to get him back for another one. But
yeah, he just did a big presentation on just this.
Yeah, and you know, he and I were probably talking for 10 hours over 3 or 4 days about the possibility that a major solar outburst could end the ice age in hours.
Wow.
Just hours. And which is something he mentioned in the interview. But so there's a lot of different stuff going around. Ethical Skeptic's core mantle decoupling is really interesting. It can explain some of the evidence. I believe it can't explain all the evidence. And I also can't make the math and the physics work for the entire Earth mass tilting. It's easy, actually. If you can unlock the crust from the mantle, the crust will just do it on its own.
With a magnetic pole shift? I mean, does that have...
No, the magnetic pole shift doesn't do it. It's what happens. It's what the sun does to Earth that unlocks the crust during that.
Okay.
With that, the math and the physics is easy. In terms of Doug Vogt, he doesn't advocate for a tilt at all. He thinks the Earth stops and then goes back the other way, which is that's patently absurd from a mathematical and physical perspective. It's as absurd as him trying to say he knows the exact date and time of the micronova based on decoding numbers in the Torah. Sounds fun, but no. Doug Vogt's most important contribution was he went through the 70 to 100-year-old studies found in Nature and Science that basically proved that there's nova level isotopes in these disaster layers. So, you've got normal layering and sedimentation, and then you've got the magnetism pointing the other way. We've got volcanic ash. We've got way too many fossils in here. This is the disaster layer. There's also nova level isotopes you only find in there with very short half-lives. And that's how, in my opinion, Doug added the last piece that proves that the sun novas during this event. And now that we are here and we realize, okay, we have to account for geophysical, earth-related, and heliophysical, sun-related stuff, but we can also look around the solar system and we can see Earth is not the only planet that is having climate change right now. In fact, most of the other planets have begun to change faster than we are. And then, now that we have very good data about electromagnetism of the galaxy, and we know that, hey, every couple thousand years, we actually, from a physical standpoint, have to. It's basically a law in this galaxy. Every solar system takes a galactic magnetic reversal every couple thousand years. Well, not only is that doing what it's doing to the Earth and all the other planets, that triggers the major nova blast on the sun as well.
So it's cycle upon cycle upon cycle and different
exactly.
lengths. So what about the what was I going to say about that? So when you talk about the magnetic pole shift and you say that's a day, is that the one that happens very quickly and then it goes back? So what's going to happen?
That's the crustal shift. So the magnetic pole shift has been unfolding for decades already.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to wrap my head around. So, but then that reaches a point where the crustal shift happens, or are they connected at all?
The sun does it.
Okay.
Because the magnetic thing weakens too much, right? And that's too much sun in, basically.
You can't unlock the crust without the sun's part of this. But it turns out the same thing that is slowly making us have our magnetic pole flip, and which is slowly changing the other planets as well, and not just their climate. Uranus's magnetic poles are moving, and there's actually evidence that every other planet is having a magnetic pole shift, like Earth is right now. But that process, when you extrapolate it forward and look, okay, when we actually hit the full magnetic reversal point, as an expert in the physics of what's happening at the surface of the sun, I go, oh, crap. Because let me tell you what that does from a chemical and from a physics perspective to the sun when we actually reach that point. The solar wind stops blowing.
Right.
The photoluminosity production begins to dim. The sun turns red and then quickly afterwards turns black for a couple of days. While this is happening, dust and material is accumulating in the sun, making it deeper and darker and darker. And then all of a sudden we come out of the magnetic reversal. We get a kickback in of the electric currents from the galaxy, and the sun's got its hand enclosed around a firecracker. Basically, all of those surface processes, the high UV and X-ray production, the solar wind production, it kicks back on, but there's a layer of dust and plasma all throughout the sun's atmosphere that gets blasted off into space in all directions, and that's the sun's micronova. Now, not only does that explain the black sun, which is seen in every single religion and every single myth from across the world throughout time, even Khufu, the very, very old Egyptian pharaoh, identified himself with the black sun and not the white sun. And so we're now starting to understand a lot of these things and why the ancients feared the sun and other things like that. Because why would they fear the sun if they didn't see something terrifying like that? If you think about it. Why would they
track it so much?
Yeah. I mean, there's a reason why they revered and feared it. But so not only does it begin to explain all of those other things, this is actually also the only way that you could, if the sun does this during this disaster cycle, That's the only way to get those nova level isotopes in the disaster layers of the geology. And furthermore, it's the only way to unlock the crust. So here's something to think about. The crust is not like, okay, so we know the crust is solid, but the mantle is liquid. But it's not like plywood floating on a lake where it can, you know, bang around. There's a layer in between the solid crust and the liquid mantle called the low velocity zone. And it's a partial melt layer. And because it's partially melted, it can still move and flow with the liquid below, but it's sticking and catching like molasses or glue on the solid rock above. Now, this is also the most conductive spherical shell layer of the entire planet. When we get modern day solar storms, we can already detect the electric currents induced down into the mantle. So they're certainly hitting that low velocity zone between the mantle and the crust. Now we're talking about a solar micronova, the biggest of solar storms. And with the surge of current through that partially melted layer, whether you want to call it resistive heating, ohmic heating, Joule heating, it flash melts that locking layer between the crust and the mantle, unlocks them, and then the crust can go wherever it wants to go. But how do we know where the crust wants to go? And why would there be a pattern? Well, it just so happens when you have any spinning object, and this is a basic theorem in physics, any spinning object, if any point on the spinning object weighs more than the others, so picture you've got a ping pong ball, but then you glue a tiny iron fragment up somewhere. So that's the highest weight distribution point. That will want to spin at the point of greatest centrifugal force, which is the equator at any spinning object. Well, turns out the Earth, even though it has a slight bulge, it's not very much. We have mountains, we have valleys. They're really not that big. The greatest weight distribution is the ice that builds here and builds here. Those want to be at the equator right now. They wanted to be there yesterday. They wanted to be there the day you were born. The problem is they can't pull themselves over because the crust is locked to the mantle through the low velocity zone. When we get this solar micronova, which is the only way to explain these nova level isotopes in the disaster sediment, and the only way to actually get this is through a galactic magnetic reversal, which actually explains the fact that this happens in a cycle over and over again and explains what we're seeing on all the other planets. It just so happens this solar micronova is the only way to unlock the crust and let it do the tilt that it wants to do. And if it's the polar ice that's doing it, it will be 90 degrees, and then more ice grows at the poles so that it can tilt 90 degrees the next time. It'll always be 90 degrees because the ice that has been building up for those thousands of years wants to go to the equator. That's how this all works. Now, there's more to it, actually. So, for example, there is actually galactic physics that fail. So, like, They couldn't model it. They couldn't figure out how to get it to work with the math, even though they were seeing it out there. They couldn't do it on paper. And then somebody figured out, okay, well, if you could have major super flares and nova level events injected directly into this magnetic field of the galaxy, then it all works. Oh, you mean like while we're getting a magnetic reversal, we get a solar micronova, and this happens at other stars too? This explains the crustal tilt. It explains the isotopes in the disaster layers. It fixes the greatest problem mathematically in galactic physics.
And if all stars do it, it explains why we haven't met the aliens.
It does explain the Fermi paradox quite well, actually.
So then the oceans end up like sloshing over the continents, and then there's a new, and then does it form new continents then, or new? I guess it would. Was it? Some of them are going to be exposed still. Some of them will come back.
So I imagine the world's going to look a little different, but probably not too terrible.
Because it's going to slosh and then settle at some point.
Right. It will settle back down. Now, there will have been mantle heaving. Some areas will have risen.
Yeah,
some areas may have collapsed. But in general, like, for example, in this country, the Rockies and the Appalachians, they're both dozens, hundreds, thousands of cycles old. It's not like those were just created 6,000 years ago.
Right.
So things remain.
Yeah.
But,
Okay. Yeah.
So is the cycle, I'm sure you've seen that there's that 2-state spin that's going around. Ethical Skeptic had it in his coupling.
I've seen
Are those
that.
pretty close to the 2 states then?
No, I don't think so. I believe they're mistaken. Now,
Okay.
if you follow us on X, we're constantly sharing each other's work. We kind of take the opinion of, it's kind of like if you've got, let's say Michael Jordan wants to run a 1-3-1 defense and Scottie Pippen's like, nah, man, I think we're better in man defense right now. They don't agree, but same team, right? It's the same kind of thing with myself, Ethical Skeptic, Noble Art, open-minded approach.
Open-minded approach. I was going to.
Yeah. So
he shares your stuff a lot. Yeah.
We all have this same team mentality. It's just,
it's great. And you can disagree about some things and agree about others. And what a concept.
The thing for me is Einstein's math said that it's Greenland and this part of Antarctica, south of Australia, that have the greatest weight distribution. Now I'm going to put my fingers where they are. See if I can get them opposite sides.
Opposite, yeah.
That means they're going to want to tilt like this. So I basically tell people, look at Greenland and then make Greenland go to the equator like that. Okay.
So Alberta's looking all right. I mean, it'll be warm.
And so not only did Einstein do that math, but when you put Greenland, at the equator like that, the North Pole is the Indian Ocean and near South America, which is exactly where Isaac Newton, Walker, Deluc, Cuvier all said the next magnetic pole, the next geographic poles were going to be. And it just so happens the magnetic poles aren't staying on opposite sides of the planet. Like they're not going like this. They're coming to a collision course right there in the Indian Ocean where one of the magnetic poles are going to be. I can't see that as a coincidence. The fact that researchers, the first catastrophism researchers, nailed that as one of the magnetic poles. The fact that if you look at where the magnetic poles are actually moving, it's one of the new poles. And if you go with Einstein's math, it's one of the new poles. It's not one of the new poles in the multi-state theory. So in Ethical Skeptics, those aren't the new poles.
So, but you think it's back and forth between those two all the time?
I think it's back and forth between that and what we have now. And I've got
Which makes sense, because if you ever had it where you had water on each side, it would almost negate the effect. If you could get it to where you had an ocean at each pole, then you might not, because the ice would be weighted down.
Yeah,
in
that'd
water.
be weird. That would be strange. And so it's things like that, plus that triple coincidence I just mentioned, Einstein's math, Deluc, Isaac Newton, all of those ancestors, plus where we actually see the magnetic poles moving now. I feel like I've got a pretty solid triple coincidence to say I've got the correct tilt. Does this mean I discard Ethical Skeptic and all these other folks and I talk shit about them online? Absolutely not. Same team, because we all know there is a cycle. We all know we are due for this cycle to happen again now. We are seeing everything to tell us, yep, this cycle has begun and it's getting faster and faster. And when we look at the details, from the ozone to the weather to the volcanoes to the earthquakes to the cellular impact, this is an extinction level event or very near it. And so we are all on that same team right there. It's just we have some disagreements about, it turns out which way the earth tilts is going to be a huge factor. That is going to determine a lot, but it's definitely a 8th, 9th, 10th item down the line type thing that we disagree about.
Is that why Trump wants Greenland?
I think that's why Trump wants Greenland. Yeah, because he knows. Look, here's the other thing. Where are all the seed vaults?
Norway.
All the seed vaults are are like Norway, Sweden, Finland, northern Russia, places that would be close to the equator after this all goes down like that. And so, yes, there's a disagreement between the people who I've kind of playfully labeled the kings of catastrophe. There are some disagreements, but I think if you had any one of them on here right now, they would say same team.
Yeah.
Team.
Oh, yeah. It seems like it. I can tell by the way you guys post each other's stuff on X.
Yeah.
How do we reconcile the climate cult blaming us for increased extreme weather events, and yet the CO2 coalition and all these people that push back against the cult show evidence that the extreme weather events aren't and haven't been increasing over the last 100 years? Like,
no, they actually haven't been. It's just that news is talking about them more. They know they can just say it, and most people don't have a way to know any better.
So, but are you saying that they're increasing too, though? Now,
No,
or are they going to start?
really.
Are they going to start, or is that part of the cycle? Is that increasing that?
So the only things that we should be seeing so far right now are some of the droughts should be getting worse. Some of the floods should be getting worse. The lightning records should be falling pretty solidly.
Okay.
I said that for the first time, I think in 2013. In 2015, we got the first major record breakers. They were actually just making news again this past week about lightning records that were broken, weren't they? And those were actually from bolts in 2017. I can tell you there are some from 2019 and 2020 that are under review, under study. And maybe in the next year or two, we're going to hear that, oh, nope, those broke those broke the records again. That's the kind of stuff that we should be seeing. Other than that, what we should be seeing are subtle but growing changes in things that most people are never going to recognize, like the shutdown of the Atlantic meridional overturning circulation, the heat transport currents in the Atlantic, or the fact that the southern version of it that goes around Antarctica already collapsed and reversed. And so things like that are going to lead to more extreme weather. But thus far, if you're looking at tornadoes, hurricanes, thunderstorms, other things like that, that kind of stuff probably shouldn't be changing too much just yet, at least not to the point where, a bunch of people who think CO2 controls global temperature would be able to detect something like that.
Yeah.
What about more imminently? Like as we get closer, what are some of the warning signs? Because when I look at the map, I still might want to get a little bit further west than I am.
More extremification. So more extremification. And so this we have been starting to see. But the only reason I can say that is because I'm pulling in all of the data and I'm using some pretty complicated math. And I'm looking for anything, even like fractions of a degree here or fractions of a precipitation mark there. So we all know, even during the summer, we'll have a couple of days that aren't as hot. I grew up in Pittsburgh, very, very cold and snowy. And yet I swear every year at some point in January, we could go golfing. It would happen. And then the next week it'd be snowing again. That kind of thing, faster and more extreme swings the other way. We're talking like your location breaks a heat record one day. And then 48 hours later, you're close to a cold record. And in the middle, you had a horrifying storm.
Do you think we need to be underground?
Not yet, no. But when the sun turns red, you better have somewhere to hide.
How long that's what I wanted to turn red, then it's going to turn black, and basically you've got till the color comes back to be someplace because it's not going to discharge till the black disappears.
So basically, I wouldn't even be coming out to see if the color's black. But when the micronova blast hits Earth, unlocks the crust, that's the great earthquake where the whole world shakes. So when the sun turns red, go hide. When everything starts shaking, come back up. That is the best way to deal with the zenith of the disaster.
Start shaking or finishes shaking?
When it starts shaking, you want to come back up.
Okay.
Because you don't want to be underground just in case your bunker or the abandoned mine or the cave system you found or even the makeshift root cellar that you built doesn't survive. You don't want it collapsing in on you. So when the sun starts changing colors, go underground. The moment you feel shaking, no.
So I got
everything electronic is going to fry
before the sun turns red.
Probably. Because don't forget, definitively nothing electronic could survive the solar micronova and the electric current induction. But the only thing stopping everything that the sun does from doing that to every piece of technology is Earth's magnetic field. It's getting weaker and weaker and weaker and weaker. And so at some point, even before the full flip and before the zenith of everything, it's going to be so weak that it's not going to take very much for the sun to just take out all the technological things that we do have.
Well, that probably already happened then.
What?
So in this scenario, it's like the power's probably been out for months before the sun turns red.
I would imagine that we're going to have months to years of basically living like Stone Age cavemen or Vikings before the sun turns red.
Which would give me time to dig up. Like, how deep does this bunker have to be? Because I do know some caves, but
it doesn't have to be too deep. And because what you really want is you want to be shielded from ultraviolet light, which, I mean, having a big hat will do that. Ultraviolet light doesn't penetrate physical objects, you know? You want to be able to hide from ultraviolet light if you need to. And then when that electromagnetic nova shell hits Earth, the impact on the weather is going to be outrageous in terms of wind, hail, temperature changes, things like that. You need to hide from that too.
What about gold? Can that help insulate you at all?
It could help a little. It can help a little bit, but like, what are you insulating?
Well, I mean, let's say electronics or something. I mean, I know you said it can penetrate to the core, but you know, I heard you talk about gold as well being somewhat protective here, and maybe that's why it's so important to the ancients.
So yeah, but I mean, here's the thing: what technology are you going to save, and why?
Yeah, no, I get it. It's because if it's all going down, and the only thing that's protected is your little black mirror in a gold case. I mean,
so like, if you can protect things, then they're going to work until the batteries die. It's not like you have a grid to plug into. It's not like solar panels. Solar panels are like the most vulnerable technology.
I guess it would be a truck, like Darren said, if you could protect a vehicle somehow, or an engine, maybe.
The best way to do. Have you guys heard of the Big Burb? So me and Rocky built an EMP-proof vehicle.
So
we replaced all the electronics. I mean, it's even got an air starter. I mean, it's literally air pressure that starts this thing. It's got, you know, electric headlights and other things it needs to basically pass an inspection. But in terms of being able to turn the thing on and start driving.
So like my truck is even pretty close to that. So from my point of view, there might just be a couple little electronic gadgets I might want to throw in a gold box so I can replace my solenoid and my starter.
And here's the other thing, you know, that's one use for gold, but like it's much easier to just get plastic or rubber and protect things that way. So I'm not worried about protecting technology, but there's a bunch of little like small tools that I want to protect, and other kinds of tools that are metal that I want to protect. I don't want those taking the induction and melting. I'm putting all of those in plastic and rubber, because what we're really looking to do is we're looking to avoid the global scale induced electric current from jumping to the thing you don't want destroyed. And it's the same reason that they wrap wires in plastic. Because if you didn't, you couldn't control where the electricity goes. Just like if you have something wrapped in plastic and you've got electric current going towards it, if it's just got regular atmosphere on both sides, it's not going to try to go through the plastic. It's going to just go around, just like water will go around a giant rock. Water and electricity want to take, they're lazy as shit. They want to take the easiest path to get where they're going. And if you give them a reason to avoid the things that you want to protect, it's going to avoid it. It doesn't hold a grudge. It doesn't have anything against you personally. It's just trying to get from point A to point B the easiest way possible without running into too much resistance. If you put resistance in the way and it's like, oh, wait, you mean I could just slide around you like that? It's going to do it.
So that'll work for like plastic bullet cases and stuff like that.
So the thing that pops into my head are those giant black plastic bins with the yellow tops that are in everybody's garage that I yell at my kids, throw your soccer ball, your tennis racket, your hockey stick, throw all that stuff in the bin. Throw it in the bin. Don't leave it out. Just throw it in the bin. Those are perfect. Absolutely perfect. Love them.
So what about your ranch? We got to talk about that before we let you go. And then the floatables, and like, aren't you putting on some courses and some people are going there, kind of helping people prep through this stuff?
Yeah. We got our next course is just a couple days away. We do both official prepping courses and pole shift conference days where there's prepping stuff there too, but you're also learning the science of how this all works and why it happens. We do that at Observer Ranch all the time. I would say not more than a couple weeks goes by we don't have one of those events that somebody can come to and learn pretty much everything that you're going to need. Now, in terms of what my plans are at the ranch and some of the survival stuff we got, I'm not too keen on sharing a lot of that stuff publicly. But suffice to say that I've got 3 kids. I'm getting them into the next stage of Earth, come hell or high water. I've been thinking about this for a while.
Without giving away too much, what are the most important things to be stockpiling? Like, will water be a thing, or will it be raining quite a bit?
Oh, I do think that if you can, I do think rain capture is going to be big. I do think finding sources of water are going to be big. There will be rain. There will be water. Having some stored up is never a terrible plan. Food, while you are getting back into the swing of things, I mean, I recommend at least a year of food. But that means you also need the seeds to start regrowing. It means you need whatever you're going to be using for trapping, foraging, hunting, things like that. You need all of that stuff too. You need to be prepared for the hottest of the hot and the coldest of the cold in terms of clothes, blankets. You need to be able to have pre-industrial, non-electric tools to build things, build shelters, build anything. You need knowledge. You need books, because nobody can master all the skills that you're going to need. Have a lot of books. Books that talk about how they did stuff way back in the day. I would say those are probably the most important things that an individual can stockpile.
What about these floatables?
So it is worthwhile to consider that the wave may get to you and that you may have to float away. I am willing to bet that humans have survived just by floating away almost every single cycle that has happened. I guarantee you at least one person managed to float away. But also go and take a look at some of the videos on the internet from the Japan tsunamis. It ain't just water. There's trees, there's shards of glass and metal and nails and rocks and people and cars and houses and everything else you could imagine, because the water torrents are so powerful. So when you're thinking about your floatable, let's think about something other than an inflatable, something that can be easily popped. It needs to be able to take a pounding once or twice and stay afloat. It needs to be big enough for you, your family, and a bunch of supplies, because the chances of you floating for 12 hours in one direction and finding your way back to where you just left, not good. And even if you could, everything you left there is gone. Which brings up another point. If you're floating, you're probably going to be going 6, 12, 15 hours in one direction with the wave. Then you're going to stop, and then you're going to go back the other direction. When that happens, you need to find land instantly, because you are in the middle of being dragged out to the middle of the ocean. And for you to survive the magnetic pole shift, the collapse of society, the solar micronova, the earth turning over in the great waves, just to die in the middle of the ocean would be a giant middle finger to God or fate or whatever the hell you believe in. So don't do that, okay? I do recommend everybody have a way to float if they have to. And just know that when you stop after several hours and you start floating back the other way, you're being dragged out into the middle of the ocean, and you need to get to land as soon as you can, any way that you can.
if you're as far west as like you and I are, and Graham to a lesser extent, you'd probably bottom out before you got to the ocean. Do you think? Like, say I the waves getting here,
It's
can I just go
possible.
hop in my motorboat and just fucking hope for the best?
Maybe. I mean, your motor's not going to work, but it's possible you could hope for the best and that could work. The problem is the water's moving faster than you are. And so even if you do manage to float away, when you stop and you start going back the other way, if you turn around and look behind you, it's going to be nothing but water as far as the eye can see. And so I wouldn't count on just bottoming out, and as something that's definitely going to happen.
Wonder how much anchor line you'd need.
Depends on where you are. I mean, if you're
I'm
right up in the
close,
foot,
right?
if you're in
I'm
the
close.
foot,
I think I'm at 3,300 feet, right where I sit right now.
you might have oceanfront property.
Well, dude, I was playing with the map and I can't remember what the number was, but there was a number that like half of my property was ocean and just like the house was okay.
That's funny. But yeah, I mean, look, when it comes to which way the Earth is going to tilt, the exact physics of the solar micronova versus a super flare versus the great solar flash, people have a bunch of different ideas. What's most important to realize is this. This is a cycle. We are perfectly due in time. Everything says it has already begun. It is a major species killer. It is a major killer of life on Earth. Humans do survive. I mean, we've survived up till now. There's a very good chance we can again if you are aware and you prepare. And beyond that, something causes tsunamis to go over entire continents. And that's something you got to be prepared for as well. And so even if some of these other things, all right, even if you could conclusively say there's no solar micronova or the Earth crust doesn't do this, it doesn't change the fact that all that other stuff, the climatological, volcanic, earthquake, the radiation damage to cells, and the tsunamis themselves, via some other mechanism, occur. All of those things are real. Even if you want to put a giant X through the things that you just can't get your brain around. Okay, fine. This is still an extinction level event, and it's happening right now. And it's going to be done with probably before 2050, which means us, our kids, our grandkids. That's who's dealing with this. This isn't some way down the line, you're going to have to deal with it kind of thing. This is us and our families are going to deal with this. Speaking of which, I have to go get my kids here in a moment.
Yeah, it's about time. Anyway, Ben, this has been great. Where can people follow you? Where can they find your work? How can they get down to the ranch?
I would say that if you want to keep up day to day, the YouTube channel is Space Weather News. That's my logo, that red and blue magnetic field right there. You'll notice it. And other than that, observerranch.com. Like I said, we put on the pole shift conference and the prepping, situational awareness prepping days every single month. Head over to that website, find a time, come see us.
And we got to get Randall out there.
I'd love to get Randall out here, although I will have to say this. The reason why I stopped calling him is because it's very, very rare when I have 3 or 4 hours to sit there and listen to someone talk at me through the phone while I say nothing.
Yeah.
I very rarely have that. So
once he gets going.
Yeah. I very rarely have that amount of time. But
Ben, this has been great. Thanks for coming on the show, and good luck out there.
Good to see you again, man. Take care.
Have a good day, guys.
And that was a chat. Ben Davidson, Suspicious Observers, The Coming Cataclysm. What do you think?
Yeah, that was good. I'm looking at the Observer Ranch right now. It looks like super cool. I mean, it's kind of what Randall like is talking about. They've kind of got a school here up there, and yeah, that's or like learning center, and that's pretty cool.
Maybe we should go to one.
Yeah, we should.
Probably not a terrible idea.
We should probably do a conference with Randall up there, with Randall and Ben. That'd be awesome.
That would be a good one. That would be a good one. Big thanks to Ben for coming on the show. Of course, big thanks to you guys for listening, for being our Plus supporters. We appreciate you. We couldn't do without you. So thanks. Keep it coming. Tell your friends to sign up. Check out Grimerica.ca, of course, for other podcasts. Contact at thecabin.com for trips and events with Randall. Adultbrain.ca for all those ebooks, audiobooks mostly, and also print books and publishing books and stuff like that, but tons of audiobooks. And GrimericaCBD.com for tinctures and gummies. Other than that, we love you guys. Thanks for listening, and we will see you next week.
All right, Ethical Skeptic, welcome back.
Thank you.
We're going to be talking about your awesome article, Hidden in Plain Sight, about the pyramids. I mean, this is interesting because we've been talking about this on and off for years, and it really seems to be time. Everything seems to be accelerating where the people are accepting that there's something going on way farther back than we thought, and you're coming up at it from a different angle with sort of fresh research.
Well, I appreciate that. Yeah, it as I state in the article, it is not a praise or laudatory comment on the industry that these two observations that I made are novel. They should have been made a long time ago by just normal, astute individuals. You don't have to have a PhD background in Egyptology or archaeology to come up with these ideas. Just a little bit of industry expertise and some imagination. These should have come up a long time ago. But that's a testament to the intimidation, the coercion that goes on around this topic. And it's one of my missions is to dissolve that artificial constraint of science.
And have you been interested in the pyramids specifically in Egypt as well as all these other things you're fascinated by?
Yeah.
For a while?
To me, all of this points, or all the roads lead back to a common source. And that source is the obfuscated and rather odd emergence of mankind. Our story is unknown. It has been squelched. I don't know the specifics of that story, but I do know obfuscation when I see it. And that's what we live in. We live under the ignorance of that obfuscation. The obfuscation is so stringent that it's almost to the level of panic on someone's part, almost like a crime is being hidden. So the question is, I want to know what this crime is, and I want to know the truth. And it doesn't matter what it is. It could end up being an absolutely nihilistic evolution as the total, the 100% explanation. I don't have a problem with that, but I have a very sneaky suspicion and a lot of evidence that is indeed not the case.
Why all the obfuscation? Why do you think?
Somebody is rather terrified of what happened in our past, and I don't know why.
Or terrified that we know about it.
I think there's a couple different reasons. You could go the Randall Carlson route, and that's like this, that we're going to get smashed from space, and they're scared of that. But there's also the route that somebody took over the place. Maybe a few hundred, maybe way sooner than in our way more recent history than we think. Somebody took over the place and made us think things have come along differently than maybe we think. Because I mean, who controls the past controls the present. I mean, there's a lot to that saying. I mean, because it's not, you got the pyramids, you got the Göbekli Tepe, you got the weird World's Fair stuff. And I mean, I don't know how much you've looked in the Tartaria stuff. I'm not a Tartaria proponent, but there's something there. You start looking at that stuff and it's like, well, why was Mussolini excavating Rome from 60, 80, 100 feet of dirt back right in the 30s? I mean, we don't have anything in our history books that allows Rome to be buried under 60 feet of sediment. I don't understand, how that happens along the way. So I just started getting over the last couple of years and all these interviews. It seems like it might have been sooner than we think. Somebody could have taken over the place 400 or 500 years ago when we went through that sort of mini dark age. And that could be a reason because you're right. It does seem like, I mean, it's crazy not to just be like, okay, we got this one wrong. It's like at this point, it's like, it's weird. It's getting weird that they're not just folding on any of it.
Well, if you look at it, we've only had the benefit of the Sumerian clay tablets the Dead Sea Scrolls and the Nag Hammadi Library. The Dead Sea Scrolls and the Nag Hammadi Library found in two different locations, but in similar scenarios, buried in clay jars in a remote desert. In the I think the Nag Hammadi was in Egypt, and the Dead Sea Scrolls were at the Dead Sea in Israel. But we have not had the benefit of those documents until recently. The Nag Hammadi was discovered, I believe, in 1946 or 45. And the scriptures that are in there tell a completely different story in terms of the characters involved, the ontology, in other words, the explanation for the nature of things, tell a completely different story from Genesis, although they run parallel. The setting is the same, the characters are the same, but the good guy and the bad guy are reversed. And the causal nature of the story is also reversed between the Nag Hammadi scriptures and Genesis. That's an interesting, and you can say, well, both are, it's one word against another word. However, the Nag Hammadi was exterminated. And anytime something is exterminated or squelched or censored, that's what I want to look at. Because there's usually a reason, especially if the entity doing the squelching is in a panic state. They're trying to hide something. So
especially after what we've seen. I mean, you might have told me, like, even 5 years ago that it couldn't happen. But then you go through COVID and it's like, oh yeah, they would, because if it was a long time ago, they would have probably just shot dudes like us.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
If they could have got away with it, would they just like, no, none of that shit. I feel like we're honestly there. They just can't figure out a way to do it yet. You know what I mean? Without repercussions.
Well, they certainly have a unified press nowadays, and then they had this interesting group that I guess would equate to the priests of old, and that's this cult of fake skeptics that patrolled all discourse over the last 50, 70 years. That cult lost enormous credibility during COVID. Their inability to describe what was happening, their inability to frame appropriate solutions, their inability to, from an objective and epistemological evidence-based standpoint, defend the decisions of health authorities. They were inept. And guys like me ran circles around health authorities and the so-called academicians and PhDs and skeptics. They failed miserably, which is okay if we're talking about Bigfoot, because nobody gets hurt. But when millions of people die from their incompetence, then I got to stand up and say, no more of this. What else are you wrong on? What else are you deceiving us on? Or what else are you basically clueless about? And that cluelessness is causing harm. I want to know. And that's basically the reason behind the ethical skeptic.
So you think that it would be more about our scary past versus us knowing about our scary past? Like, do you think it was whatever cataclysm must have happened? It's just, it's pretty bad,
If we're alone in this frontier of the galaxy and we are captive under a group that is unaccountable, they wouldn't give a flip who knows what. They're in power. They don't care.
Right.
But if that group is under the watch of someone else, and there's a penalty involved, that would be a condition which would induce panic in the group that would receive that penalty. That's the feel I get. It's not a belief. It's actually a placeholder. It's a construct or a theory or hypothesis. It's not mature enough to be called a scientific hypothesis or theory. But it is a construct, a placeholder. It's an avenue of investigation that has yet to even produce one falsifying piece of evidence. Every other consideration, nihilism, atheism, creationism, biblical creationism, 6,000 years, everything that I've considered that's on my plate, I've found direct falsifying evidence for, but not this construct.
Right.
So it grows each decade in its confidence, even though I don't have abject proof. I have to deduce it. What is the Sherlock Holmes statement? I'll get it somewhere here. When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. That was Sir Arthur Conan Doyle through Sherlock Holmes in his second publication, The Sign of Four. That's the process of deduction. That's your first choice of inference, or the method of inference as a first choice that you should undertake. Unfortunately, most of science undertakes induction, which is suggestive, especially linear induction, which is connecting the dots. Not that that's useless, but it can lead to wrong answers most of the time if you're not reinforcing that analysis with challenges from other arenas or other viewpoints, or bringing alongside deductive information to help hone and refine that inductive conjecture. And so right now, most of our conforming and conventional understandings of mankind's origin, they're all inductive. They're to a degree they've got a foot in the pseudoscientific world, in addition to the objective and scientific realm. But we don't practice deduction. We don't practice this Holmesian philosophy of how to get at the truth. We don't prosecute what I call the critical path of reduction around a question, a series of appropriate salient questions that help you resolve a complex issue.
And then what happens is whatever evidence is found, it doesn't shift they just say that
Correct.
can't be true because the paradigm says it should be this. So instead of evidence adjusting the paradigm sticks and the evidence just gets thrown in a little bucket.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
So how does your pyramid thing fit into this? I mean, I can't wait to sort of connect it to some of the other stuff that we've talked about on Egypt, but
should I put it up on the screen?
Yeah, you can share it, sure, if you want. Yeah.
Get it up here. Sorry. It's
and how, I'd be interested in how that sort of part of it started. I mean, how did the Egypt thing, was it when you went there? Did you have reservations before you got there? Because I had reservations about Egypt. I mean, I don't know what it was, but there was aliens or this or that or the other before I went there. And then after I went there, I kind of changed it around. I still don't know what happened, but I left there thinking, well, this thing's some sort of machine of some kind. It sure seems like to me. It doesn't seem like people were meant to be crawling around in here. It doesn't seem like anyone was buried in here. It seems like it was made awful precise for reasons.
Yeah. There is it is the screen sharing.
Yeah, it's right there. Yeah.
I think that there were two things that really launched me on this. Number one is this image right here. When I went up with the driver and my escort, he was there to make sure that I didn't get accosted by the hundreds of people looking to give you camel rides or $100 tours of the pyramid. I looked at the wear pattern on this cap, and of course I was told by one of the guides that was within earshot that these stones had been harvested or pulled off, or scavenged. That's the best word there. They had been scavenged by locals over the 1,000 years, 2,000 years, or actually 4,500 years under the narrative explanation, and were used in other structures. So I asked the driver, I said, well, I don't know. This doesn't look like scavenging to me. And I didn't really, have a notion as to what it was. It just didn't look like scavenging. And he said, well, they've never really found these so-called reused stones anywhere, number one. And number two, I mean, there are none around the base for the most part, a couple scattered here and there of the Tura, what are called the Tura casing stones, technically. And then finally he said, he said, Mr. G, why did they stop at that cap up there? And I looked at it, and it's when I saw this on the upper right image here, that is an undercutting erosion. That is not scavenging. That is not weathering. That is not, the atmosphere or the sand or the rain or the sun. That is undercutting from a particular action of seawater called karst morphology. And it is a morphology that happens through the calcium, get the name of the carbolic acid, carbolic acid process of seawater on limestone in particular. And of course, the pyramids are made of limestone. They're made of two types of limestone. Macadam limestone is the limestone, the load-bearing limestone that makes up the body of the pyramid. However, Tura limestone, a much softer, and we talked about the Mohs scale of hardness that we used in my labs, years ago. We employed as a measure in my advanced material labs years ago. The Mohs scale for Tura limestone, which is these external casing stones, is about 4 out of 10, which is, as stones go, is rather soft actually. It's not something you break with your hand, but it's getting there. Macadam limestone, on the other hand, is Mohs scale 7 out of 10. It's more equates to andesite, or these extraordinary pots or the structures at Pumapunku that have to be machine made, because once you surpass that Mohs level 5, you've got to have some type of advantage, mechanical advantage and grinding advantage, in order to compromise the hardness of that Mohs structure. So when we're looking at a Mohs 7, these stones down here at the bottom, the load-bearing portions of the pyramid, those aren't going to dissolve very quickly. But if you look at the casing stones, these Mohs level 4 hardness stones, and you present them in seawater that is actually running at a sea state of 8, which is a very chaotic and dangerous sea state. And I've been in a sea state 8 in a ship. It's no fun. It's actually terrifying. If you have a sea state of 8 pounding against Tura limestone and enacting very vigorously the carbolic acid process that happens between seawater and limestone, you're going to get a dissolution, a dissolving of this Tura limestone casing. And that's what hit me when I was standing there, and Daisy the camel came by, and the rider on the camel said, "Sir, would you like to ride Daisy the camel?" I looked Daisy in the eye and I said, "Daisy, I'm not here to ride camels today. I'm sorry, sweetheart." Daisy looked up and away and started walking off. But once you get past all that, the notion hit me right then and there. And you can see it in this image right here.
So don't people say that some of the casing stones were put into the new modern temples in Cairo and some of those white temples in Cairo?
Yes, that is what I was told, specifically on site, and that I had heard from Egyptologists. But you're looking at a lot of stones here,
right?
With nothing really around the base remaining, and a lot of the stones partially dissolved in this structure. If you look at the structure here, we've got 3 components. This is the the Khafre pyramid. This is the higher, not the taller, but the higher of the 2 largest pyramids of Giza. You've got 3 components here. You have a ragtag, karst, eroded section that makes up the majority of the pyramid surface here down on the bottom. This is remaining Tura limestone, so they actually aren't gone. They're actually partially eroded. Then you have an erosion band, or this completely Tura devoid erosion band, which exposes the Mohs 7 macadam limestone underneath, a much harder form of limestone and also a lighter color here, as you can see. Then finally you have the intact weathered, which is distinct from eroded, Tura limestone that makes up the cap. But what's significant here to me is both the undercutting that occurred in this erosion pattern, as well as the parabolic uplift of the erosion right at these 90-degree turns. It's called seawall. That's seawall erosion.
Because it's going to erode harder on the angle, right? It's going to erode faster and harder on the angle than on the flat part.
The waves are going to rise higher, contain more kinetic energy, and dissolve in a parabolic form the Tura limestone that exists right on these seawall edges right here. And I've seen this in ports and harbors that I've been in. I've been an officer of the deck of the Navy and sailed for decades. I know what I'm looking at, and archaeologists don't. I'm just sorry to say this. They aren't qualified in materials. They aren't qualified in engineering and structures, and they aren't qualified on the carbolic acid equation. Then they aren't qualified on the action of ocean water on different structures. But I am. I know what I'm looking at here, and that's not meant arrogantly. But what I see here is a high water mark, a mean high water level of ocean water, not any other type of water. This is not rain. This is an ocean flood that rose to 572 feet, I think it is 576 feet above sea level, which is substantial.
Yeah. Randall talks about the Younger Dryas being 400, I think, 400 feet above. So
was the net differential change. That was a permanent change, however. This was temporary, but yeah, absolutely.
So
during a to get a 400-foot permanent change, I mean, you got to have some spots that are going to hit 560, right? Or whatever it is, like you'd feel like it'd be like when I like dump a 5-gallon pail of water in my bathtub. I mean, the shit goes nuts for a minute and then it levels off a little bit deeper.
Well, the thing about this is that there's a differential amount of time here. You've got the high water mark where we've eroded the Tura limestone down to the macadam limestone completely. And then we have this band of really uniform partial erosion. So when we look at this equates to a normal, or the tail of a normal curve. Basically, you've got what's called the X mode, or the mode of the distribution. X mode if it's a continuous function, on a graph, if you're a systems engineer. The X mode, or the peak of the graph, is the high water mark here. The water sat at this level for some period of time and exhibited anywhere from a sea state of 3 to 8 on a scale of 10 that entire time. So the seas were agitated. They were very furious, if you will, during this period of time. But they sat there at this 576 foot above sea level point for a while. Then they backed off and progressed almost linearly down and retreated back to current sea level. And during that time, the oceans partially eroded the Tura limestone that you see here on the majority of the Khafre pyramid. So this tells me that we hit a stability point, sat there for a while, and then backed off that stability point and returned back to, and I put this in quotes, returned back to normal, whatever normal is, assuming that what we're experiencing now is indeed normal. This is very machine-like. The Younger Dryas period, what we had was a severe alteration in climate, and we converted polar ice caps, which were rather substantial at the time, into ocean water, and that substantiated a 400-foot permanent rise in the ocean. In this case, we had a 576-foot temporary rise in the ocean, but it exhibited a mechanical, machine-like behavior, and that wouldn't happen if we had, say, a planetoid come swinging by the planet and impart gravitational pull on the oceans, or if we had, say, a plate tectonic shift that was substantial enough to create a 576-foot rise in the oceans. Those wouldn't be mechanical, and they wouldn't be temporary. They would be chaotic and permanently altering, much like the Younger Dryas effect in its net effect. What this was something that induced a rise in the oceans and then smoothly backed off to where they used to reside once again.
I wonder if it's smoothly backed off, or is there recession lines like you would see in a valley that Younger Dryas? Because even though it recedes, sort of, it's almost like lines on a bathtub. It would recede.
Yeah,
you would think it would all go out, but it actually doesn't. It kind of slowly goes out in little chunks. I wonder if you could see recession lines on the pyramid.
Absolutely. In fact, I spent years, off and on years, not years continuous in Saudi Arabia, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. I was doing a strategy for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia at the time, and the strategy required me to travel to all the four quadrants, if you will, of Saudi Arabia. I spent a little bit of time in what they call the empty quarter, and flew over it. Dubai is, here at the bottom end of the Persian or Arabian Gulf, as they call it. And I flew puddle jumpers from Dubai to Riyadh many, many times. And during those flights, you can see those bathtub rings, those shorelines, and I tried to count them. And I got easily over 250, 400, as I counted these ancient shorelines. They all receded back toward the Persian Gulf. In fact, the Persian Gulf is the flood. It's just the remnant of the flood. It's only about, and I did a lot of sailing in the Persian Gulf. You can't really get, an SSN submarine in there and keep it safe. You're in danger of running aground almost everywhere you go. It's not a deep ocean by any means. If you get 300 feet of depth in the Persian Gulf, you're in the deep blue sea of the Persian Gulf. It's a very shallow.
You can even see it on your map there, how that's all that same shade of blue. And then if you go to the right, it sort of drops down quite a bit there in elevation. Yeah.
You can almost see where a few beaches have been sort of going back too, right? Yeah. Right, almost from the middle, going right back towards the Persian Gulf, and probably coming up from the left side as well.
Exactly right. In fact, if you look here, you see this baby aspirin or orange colored deposition here. I went and inquired at the museum at Dammam or Riyadh, one of the two, I can't remember, as to what this was. And they said, well, it's iron oxide particles. It's extremely fine iron that was dissolved and deposited by the winds. I'm looking at this and I'm like, no, this is not wind deposition here. This is fluid deposition. In fact, this iron oxide was deposited at the peak of this flood, and you can see the flood washway right here in the Saudi empty quarter, and it leaves a saline flat here up toward Qatar and Bahrain and the Persian Gulf, and then leaves a desert washway all the way up to the high water mark where these iron oxide fine particulate depositions are. That shows clearly the earmarks of this flood. And it's plain as day. You can see the flood marks. You can see the bathtub rings, as we're adeptly calling it here, retreating back to the Persian Gulf. So this flood surged up quickly with a lot of mantle-like material in it, and then receded, I think, over maybe up to 10,000 years back to its current state of the Persian Gulf.
So the Nile floods all the time. That whole valley and the delta and all that. What are you thinking for timelines then on this? I mean,
yeah,
is there an acknowledged flood in the mainstream sort of?
No, not of this magnitude. I mean, you take a look at here. I marked 575 feet, which is the height of this high water mark, 576 feet, and showed it in relation to the Saudi empty quarter. As you can see here, comparing it to the composite Google Earth photos, you can see we're right down in here. You can see that the high water mark on the pyramid is well within the flood footprint of this Saudi tectonic plate flood that we're viewing here in the Google Earth composite. So there's no doubt that there has been a flood. But I believe that if that flood occurred under the narrative, that means inside the last 4,500 years, we would have more than just Utnapishtim and Noah and the third character in the Sumerian who had a flood as well. I forget his name. But we would have more than just those ancient tales. We would have many records of a flood that occurred in relatively, modernity, the last 4,500 years. I don't think this flood occurred within the last 4,500 years, and that casts falsifying Holmesian deductive doubt on the narrative about Khufu and Khafre building these pyramids.
Right.
Well, and not only that, if you head not too far south of that, I think like if you get like the west coast, the east coast of Madagascar, and just south of where you're showing on the African coast there, I think there's a bunch of drumlins as well. I think some, which could be from the same thing, I guess, right?
Yeah. It looks like the oceans just basically became chaotic for a period of time. That commensurate with that was a sizable amount of subsea eruptions. That's the source of this iron oxide, these fine iron oxide particulates. Has to do with volcanic activity. It could be the explosion and disintegration of a meteor, because meteors are typically, if they're asteroids, solar system meteors, they're going to be anywhere from 80 to 90% iron, and the rest be nickel for the most part. That's a possibility, but the consistency of these iron oxide particles, and then the pattern of disruption of the oceans out of their beds that left these iron oxide earmarks, suggests to me something that was global, simultaneous, rose to about a surge of maybe 1,500 to 2,200 feet. That's where these orange bands are. They're at about 2,200 feet. And then went back down and sat at 576 feet for a while, and then retreated back to the current context. There's only one thing. I don't like this answer, but there's only one thing that could cause that. It can't be caused by an interloping planet sweeping through the solar system, because then our orbits would all be in disarray. We would see that in the orbits of our planets. And they're
Can I guess?
Yeah, yes.
Pole shift?
The geographic pole shift, absolutely, as opposed to a mathematical magnetic pole shift, which is a different thing altogether. The only thing that would cause the oceans to do this would be a geographic pole shift. In fact, if you look at it, if you take the difference between the highest ocean and the lowest ocean on Earth, and Earth is not a perfect sphere. It's, forget the name of it. It's like a quashed. It's like a shape of a tomato. And there's a shape name for that. I forget.
Spheroid.
Yeah, spheroid, but there's some type of prefix to that. Either way, it's shaped like a tomato. It's squashed, and
it's
the
like
difference.
elongated.
It is at the equator. The difference between the highest oceans and the lowest oceans is about 690 feet. I find that curious that this 576 feet of stability is well within the feasibility range of the highest to lowest ocean differential. So that means that, if the Earth tilted on its axis, ostensibly we could have a possible explanation as to why the sea level would have been 576 feet higher at the Giza Plateau for a period of time. And then it retreated back to, again, quote, normal.
Retreated or pole shifted back again? I mean, did it take a cataclysm to?
It would be the same thing, absolutely.
Wow.
Yeah.
So if that's the case, then you're putting this thing back to like 30,000 years ago, something like that, like 30, 40,000. I mean, it could be. Yeah.
Could be, but I think within the context of even man's prehistory activities, let's say Malta, Göbekli Tepe, Karahan Tepe, the Giza Plateau, if you argue an older age for the Giza Plateau, if you keep that context as sound enough, saying that men built the pyramid, and I think the pyramid was built by men, I think we're looking at the last 10,000 years, and especially as I look at these receding shorelines in the Saudi Empty Quarter, I think we're looking at the context of 10,000 years or less, maybe even 5,500 BCE as one purported.
Well, that's the number that they put for the Indian Ocean impact.
Yeah, exactly. So there's a possibility here. It's a possibility as well that we had multiple floods, and that this is not the biblical deluge here, that this is another flood. I suspect this is the biblical deluge because of the different writings, especially the Epic of Gilgamesh, where Gilgamesh finds Utanapishtim, which is the Sumerian Noah, and Utanapishtim explains what happened. It fits this flood very well. It's not a global inundation where, Mount Everest is 150 feet below the water. That didn't happen. There's no way that happened. This flood was contained. I wouldn't call it regional, but it was contained in its elevation. If you look at the biblical story and you read the number of days involved in the actual Genesis account, what you find is that there are only 43 days that elapsed between when the highest mountain peaks first emerged from the ocean and the dove returned with an olive leaf in its mouth, which is impossible because an olive leaf takes 7 months to do what is called an agricultural come true. That's where we get the expression come true. If a pit is going to grow into a tree or come true, it's got to sprout its first series of leaves, not just one leaf, but it's got to have a branching and a series of leaves, and that's called coming true. In order for this dove to return with olive leaf debris in its mouth, this olive tree that it lighted upon and ate would have had to exist at least 7 months. So within the details of the story is a principle called autoaphaben. It means self-falsifying. They gave too much detail in the story of Noah, and it falsified its main theme, if you will, that God was punishing man and there was a flood worldwide. There was a flood, but the overstory that was put on top of it was falsified by the very details of the story itself.
Wow.
There wasn't sufficient time for an olive tree to grow if the whole world had been inundated in that flood. However, if the flood rose to 2,200 feet, then olive trees would have survived. And I find it curious that today there are no natural olive trees below 2,200 feet in the Middle East.
So it went back though. So we're not talking about something like, because you can start going into, I mean, I don't want to get too off the rails here, but we talked to RKX and he talks about, well, maybe there used to be some weird vapor barrier thing and that's how dinosaurs existed and blah, blah, blah. I don't want to get into to all that. I'm not even sure where I'm going with that, but so it couldn't have been that that's like when we got the angle that we've got now, because it went back, or could it be an overcorrection of that? Or here's a question. I mean, could it have been a consequence of the Younger Dryas?
I've leaned against that, in particular because of the chaotic nature of our core. And I think you've probably seen that article. We have structures inside the mantle of the Earth called LLVPs and LLVCs. They're low velocity, very, if you will, dense areas of our mantle that have basically sloughed off the core. And what it suggests is that there's an interplay between the mass that makes up the core of the Earth versus the mass that makes up the outer rotational body of the Earth, and that mass is handed back and forth as a cyclical system over time, and most of the time spins in equilibrium. Right now, I theorize that we are in a condition where the hexagonal close pack, and again, I managed a materials lab where we dealt with such materials. Titanium is HCP, hexagonal close pack, for instance. The hexagonal close pack core of our Earth, which is mainly nickel iron, but heavily iron, they call it NiFe, the two symbols for nickel and iron. That material sloughs off the core and is handed to the mantle and increases the mass of the mantle and slows down or alters the speed of rotation of the Earth. And we track that fairly precisely now. My conjecture here is, it's not proven, but it is conjecture, is that when we pass too much material to the outer rotation portion of the Earth's body, it gains instability and begins to wobble around like a top. After you touch a top will spin perfectly. You stick your finger on it and touch it with just a little nudge, it goes berserk, and then it comes back into its equilibrium of rotation again.
Which might be different.
So that's what I'm thinking is a possibility here. Again, it's not proven. However, there's enough evidence here to suggest plurality under Occam's razor for those who are aficionados.
Well, not only that, I mean, very, very clearly, I forget where I was going with that, but it's like, I got this article here I want to pull up.
Yeah.
I'm going to pull up this one. Let me see if I can get my screen, because we went to in Karnak, the Temple of the Western Rising Sun.
Yeah.
So this thing says here that Egyptian priest told Herodotus, a careful listener, that 4 times since Egypt had become a kingdom, the sun rose contrary to his wont. Twice he rose where he now sets, and twice he sets where he now rises. Correct.
This is an account of Egypt. There are 3 books that Herodotus wrote in 440 BCE. There's some fanciful tales in there. He talks about a group that trekked across the desert and went into I guess the Congo. They were Egyptian explorers. Interesting story, but that quip right there is of enormous significance. It's been dismissed throughout history and archaeology. However, I think it bears credence under this hypothesis.
And then now I remember what I was going to say. I mean, it's very clear that there's something going on down in Antarctica, right? Like that shit probably seems like that was habitable at one time. So
yeah,
that sort of lends to that. And you've got the perfect picture up on your screen right now. So I can't help but bring this up because I'm sure you've looked into it. I mean, we had the late Neil, what's his last name, Graham, the comic guy?
Neil Adams, I think.
Yeah. Neil Adams. He went a little woke at the end, but actually it was the Trump derangement syndrome that got him. That took down a lot of good people, though. Anyway, we had him on the show to talk about the growing earth. And honestly, when we had him on the show, when we were starting out, I was like, this is fucking nuts. The growing earth is crazy. We had him on the show and he's showing these animations and he's showing all these pictures and he starts talking about this pair production thing. And when I look at this picture of Is that the Red Sea I'm looking at?
The Red Sea in the center, the Arabian or Persian Gulf to the upper right, and the Indian Ocean to the bottom right, and of course the Med to the upper left.
So it sure looks like that Red Sea, like, one half of it could have just came right off of the other, doesn't it?
Yeah, in fact, what you're identifying there is called the Arabian tectonic plate. It runs right on that zipper line, right down the middle of the Red Sea. It's the cause of this split between the Gulf of Suez and the I just remember what the other Gulf is there, but it's
where
where
Dahab is.
Yeah, it's
Where
the
the
cause
blue
of
hole.
the Sinai Peninsula and this ribbon of volcanic rift right here that goes right down the Red Sea, and I've sailed that as well. That's an interesting, rather odd portion of the world, and causes this rifting that is out and subduction that is out here in the Indian Ocean, circles around over here toward Pakistan and Afghanistan, and then back up through the Persian Gulf, and it's the reason for the Persian Gulf's existence. And then its subduction becomes the mountains here, what are called in the Bible the mountains of Susa. That the subduction of the Arabian plate forces these mountains in Iran to appear. So this plate right here does have the ability, in theory, to sink down. But the thing is that we see the trappings of this washway, all through North Africa. The Rishat structure that's proposed as ostensibly the location of Atlantis was destroyed by a flood. It didn't say that it went under the ocean, it just sat there. It said it was destroyed by a flood. That Rishat structure is absolutely pulverized by a flood that transited North Africa. I think it's the same flood. That flood bears these same orange, iron oxide particulates in it. I think it's the same flood.
I can agree with that. The reason I was talking about that growing earth thing is, he's seen the same thing with Africa, and it all looks like it could have ripped apart because the Pangea thing, maybe that's it. He had something about like the stuff at the bottom of the ocean is part of the newest part of Earth's crust. But the pair production thing is what turned me on, because it was like the Earth was constantly creating matter. And that was kind of what was going on in my head. I was like, well, if that's happening, where's it going? And it has to get like lopsided once in a while. And so if it shifted, it could theoretically, you'd get that wobble, but it wouldn't go back to exactly where it was before. You'd have some slight changes, right? Like maybe Antarctica shifts by 20 or 30 degrees, or depending on wherever your matter comes from, whether it's coming from the mantle or, either way, it's causing the crust to shift. It's wobbling like a top. Is it going right back to where it was before, or is it like a new shape?
Because when you have a top, all you've got basically is gravity and then the rotational momentum of the top itself. In this case, we have another factor that is introduced when we're talking about celestial orbits, and that is the electromagnetic effect, if you will. I'm trying to put the right title on it. What we've got is when the Earth's core releases this material, sloughs this material into the mantle, it loses what's called its magnetic permeability. That means that the lattice, this lockstep, beautiful crystal lattice, which makes up the Earth's core, it begins to get chaotic, begins to dissolve, and the magnetic permeability of the core gets less and less, such that we begin to lose the integrity of the Earth's magnetic field. And indeed, that's what we see what is happening. We've had the Earth's magnetic field drop by 75%, and then take off out of northern Canada into Russia. People, in Twitter saying, or X saying, that Russia's stealing the North Pole as well. The North Pole has weakened and wandered, and that's an indicator that the magnetic permeability of Earth's core has reduced substantially. That's what gives me concern, that we are contributing mass to the outer rotational, portion of the Earth, and that outer rotational portion could hit a tipping point, literally, and start tipping. That's my concern under this construct here. However, if the core reversed under its normal cyclical nature, the magnetic permeability would snap back into power. In other words, in a very short time, the North Pole would become highly magnetized again, undertake its former north-south orientation. It's offset by 24.2 degrees versus the ecliptic of the sun. But it would still undertake that alignment and would force really all these iron magnetic components of the Earth, and it's majority iron, so it's magnetic, would force them back into compliance. In other words, there's a possibility that Earth would return to its previous rotational state, unlike a spinning top.
And it would, and then the floodwaters would recede wherever that, like, because I mean, you're talking about everything would shift, the oceans would shift, and everything would sort of recede back.
And then we would recede back to the original context, a little bit different, because with chaos, there's always some difference. But
what's that like for a dude in the plains?
I'm sorry.
What's that whole experience like for a fella in the plains?
I've looked at this, tried to say what would be, where would you locate to avoid this? If these low velocity provinces that are underneath the in the mantle, but that are sloughed off of the core, if you will, if they happen in the same locations most of the time, then the same thing's going to repeat itself, very similar to the context of this event that we're looking at on the screen here. I think you're going to, ideally you would have to be above 2,200 feet. In fact, if you read Herodotus, when Darius attempted to build one of his towers, he couldn't get anybody to come down out of the mountains of Susa because they were scared another flood was going to happen. They refused to come down into the Babylonian plain and build the Tower of Babel, for instance, because they were scared another flood was going to come, and they wanted to be above 2,200 feet in elevation. Wow. So I think that's what we're looking at here. There was some wisdom to that mentality, even though it's, of course, partly mythological or third hand.
I mean,
I got that covered at least. I'm higher than that.
That's good.
We also had a guy on it. I mean, really fascinating about the pole shift. Douglas Vogt from the Diehold Foundation, and he says the government. And I feel like I've already told you this in our other show, but I don't know why. But the government, acknowledged his research and started to include disaster relief, or actually for the destruction of mankind, in their bill 4488, I think it was. And he says that it's because of a solar micronova that's happened in a cyclical. It doesn't even match half the great year. It's like just over 12,046 or something like that. But I mean, it made me think of that, because if the magnetic field is shifting and changing, that could open up other influences, right? To affect to affect the Earth.
I think it absolutely would. It would give some discipline to our return state or the rebound. But other than that, there's going to be some chaotic permanent effects that would be involved here.
So the other thing I want to ask you about, back to sort of Egypt specifically, is there any? So you think this is still a fairly recent thing? Like the pyramids would have, as far as like I guess what I'm looking for is some correlation here with other theories that look at advanced civilization pre Younger Dryas. Like it seems to be, that seems to be where the research is headed. Does your thing fit into that, or are you saying that the pyramids still might have been built in the early dynasties?
I leave open. I preamble this article with the statement that I operate under a dilemma. I think there is reasonable evidence that humans. Well, there's certainly evidence that humans built the pyramids. That I don't think there's any doubt on that. And it's certainly not out of the context of the Fourth Dynasty. I don't have a problem with that. And the reason I say this is one, because it is sincere. That is the conjecture of an engineer who's built over 100 buildings, very large structures himself. But as well, to avoid these ridiculous notions that if you disagree with archaeology, you're an alien theorist or racist. Those are the most ridiculous red herrings I've ever heard. In fact, the people who state that should be permanently barred from commenting on this topic altogether, because they're not sincere. They have nothing but propaganda in their mind. And I get when I get in discussions, official discussions with archaeologists, and the few times I do, I get rather upset when they start that rhetorical shtick.
Yeah, because that's not nobody, and most of the most of us, let's just say, as far as I know, aren't really saying that kind of stuff. I mean, I know the whole ancient aliens thing didn't help when Giorgio Tsoukalos is calling everything, it was the aliens. I guess there is probably quite a group that sort of goes down that thing. But I mean, we're just thinking of, what I'd like to talk about is the erosion that we've seen in the Karnak temple, the one that Darren talked about, like that was filled with 30, 40. I mean, that was covered up by 30, 40 feet of sand as well. I mean, when you think back, they dug that whole temple out, which, I mean, who knows I don't know if they say how long that was, but I mean, if this flood that you're talking about, I mean, that would leave all kinds of deposits, like lots and lots of deposits. I mean, I don't know how high, but maybe. And then we've seen the erosion of these huge granite blocks in the Karnak temple, very, very eroded. Like it must have taken a very, very long time. And that was
the most eroded shit we've seen in all of Egypt.
Wow. Yeah, I've got to go back and see that. Wow.
And there's some granite erosion, and this is where it gets into the pre-dynastic theories, because in the Giza plateau there's all these temples as well, and they're trying to say that this is all eroded sort of the same, or it's the same thing built in whatever dynasty. But when you look at the bottom granite works, it's eroded quite a bit more than you would think for the upper, or the newer placed blocks and stuff.
Interesting.
And then the other part of that, I'm trying to throw it all in here at once to you, and you can go where you want with it, but is the small pyramid that has granite casing stones on it still. And I wonder if you've seen, because I'll show you some pictures here too, just to get your opinion on it, if you've seen that some of them are finished and some of them are left unfinished. And just like, to me, it says that there's these different sort of timelines that are thrown in. Like so was what happened? Why did the flood affect the small pyramid the same, or was it built after the flood? Because it still has casing stones on the bottom of it, and there's some of them, and it's unfinished. It's not a finished product.
Yeah. Well, I think we're obviously going to find, I think there are 110 different pyramids in Egypt. In fact, one that when I attended a lecture in Egypt, there was one pyramid that was as large as Khufu, that was 3 miles north of Giza, that was assembled and then disassembled. So,
right.
I mean, it's one thing to build a pyramid. It's another thing to take it away. I mean, who has the economic viability to keep a workforce in check and motivated to remove a pyramid? Building a pyramid, you obviously got a goal in mind there, and everybody can celebrate the completion of each layer, or the finished product and all those things. And it's symbolic and unifying in its nature. But who's able to motivate an army to remove a pyramid? That's what I want to know. Yeah. But anyway, there's 110 pyramids, I believe, in the whole Egyptian inventory. Many or most are built, after Khufu and Khafre. So we're going to have all contexts. It's like nations with COVID. We're finding examples of everything, with various nations.
I'm not sure, Darren. Does Ben think and those guys think that the red and the step pyramids were built prior to the big ones, or I'm not sure.
I think
he thinks they're all in the same era. They're all the older before the pre-dynastic stuff. That's all pre-dynastic. And I mean, before we pop into the pictures, which we're going to do in a second here, which is going to open up a couple different rabbit holes.
Yeah.
Before we jump into that, I want to ask what do you think they were for? Because you were in a bunch of them. They're all sort of the same. They all got that weird kind of smell to them, which ain't. They blame it on bat piss or bat shit. But I went into a bunch of tombs that were full of bats, and none of them smelled like that. And the Serapeum was full of bats, and it didn't smell like that. It was only the pyramids that all smelled like that.
Well, if they were indeed built 100 years or 60 years apart, Khufu and Khafre were father and son. At most they were built 60 years apart. Why didn't they use a common engineering plan? Because with Khufu, you've got on the bottom right in this image here, you've got a tried and true set of practice engineering techniques, best practices, and then you immediately go and do something completely different for Khafre. who would have already had builders who knew the context of how to build the Grand Gallery, how to build the relieving chambers, how to build the King's Chamber and the air shafts, how to build the Queen's Chamber, how to build the subterranean chamber, the interconnecting shafts, the north-south air shafts, why they completed one but terminated early the other set. All that intellectual property, that resident knowledge, still existed. Why didn't they reuse it in Khafre?
I mean, it could have saved them 20% resources or something.
Yeah.
Like that.
I don't think the same people built the two pyramids, although they're both built by humans. But second thing is, when you go through the King's Chamber and the Queen's Chamber and and not the subterranean chamber per se, and you look at the stonework that makes up those chambers, the stonework there is of an extraordinarily hard, marbleized, if you will. I'm probably using the wrong term, but maybe a most-cited, if you will, limestone, and it is precisely polished. You can't, as they say, you can't get a sheet of paper in between the two in theory.
And
it's
acoustic.
absolutely beautifully, and they're 40 to 80 ton stones, and they are beautifully set together. The workmanship on those stones is of a completely different context than the workmanship on the stones that comprise the structure of the pyramid itself. In other words, it's almost as if they didn't want something to be taken away, so they piled up a bunch of stones on top of it.
Wow,
so
that's super interesting.
Taken away.
I wonder if you could do. It's too bad you couldn't do like a 3D schematic of that part, without the whole pyramid itself.
To show the sepulcher or whatever it is that was the original structure that was put under the stones. Exactly right. Yeah. Because
somebody was talking about the one in the lintel in the King's Chamber. Even, I mean, is massive, right? It goes right over the door.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And you pop your head up in that little space right before you get in the King's Chamber, and it's like perfectly harmonic. Perfectly.
Oh,
like
you talk about the three drop stones at the entranceway to the King's Chamber.
If you pop up
stones, I believe.
If you pop up in between them and you just go like, the whole thing will just start to ring, and it's like, everyone's like, well, it must have been made for ceremonies, this and that, and I'm like, I bet if you walk down, like, if you jump in a pressure vessel, a big enough pressure vessel that maybe got some curves in it and start doing that, it'll do the same sort of thing. Machines do the same sort of thing. I think of with all the rocks, it's like a different way of making a pressure vessel without rolling titanium and doing this and doing that. And from the inside, there's even some evidence that there might have been some pressures going on in there. I think one of them was cracked.
Well, there's no doubt there's an artisan and skill that is differentiated between the structure that makes up the King Chamber itself and even the relieving, what are called the relieving chambers above the King's Chamber. The relieving chambers look like they were done by a 5-year-old Neanderthal. The actual stones in the King's Chamber look like they were done by a sophisticated race of individuals. Certainly not with maybe high technology per se, because there are inventive ways to polish, most-cited stone. But they put a lot of time into those stones, that being said, to get that seamless, very precise fitting of a 40 to 80 ton block. The amount of work content that goes into that is extraordinary. And to invest it in something that no one's ever going to see, well, the people who built the understructure, the King's Chamber, had a completely different ethic about the work investment than did the people who built the relieving chambers. They completely different ethic.
This kind of gets into how easy it seems to be for them to finish these off. So if you can see I don't know if you can see my cursor here, but around this entrance there, these blocks here, this is the granite. These are granite casing stones still on the small pyramid.
Yeah, those are red granite.
And this has been finished here. And this is the pillowy blocks has not been finished. And there's another angle. And there's a close up of the pillowy blocks. But then look at the radius. Like somebody's flattened this out with some kind of means that's left like 12 to 18 inch radius there. And this happens all through Egypt in different spots. Like look at that. Not to say that this is in a polished state yet, but that could be the process prior to polishing.
Yeah, this is the north face of Menkaure, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
That one has always perplexed me. There are a lot of those what they call them, the bulbous points that exist in the
Yeah.
Inca stone depositions as well.
Yeah.
It's interesting. The Incas used the same technique as was used on this north face of Mincara.
And this is the back. This is, I guess, 180 degrees around, I think, from where we just showed you. And then there's this other big, there's this here is the top of probably the highest casing stone that's left on that's the other side of the small pyramid. And look at the flatness there that's on there with the they've left that pillowy thing on there, but yet another stone would have been on top of this, another casing stone. So, I mean, it seemed like they must have had an easy way to look at that.
Yeah.
You know, they must have had an easy way to make these flat, whether it was inside or outside.
Well, there are two principles of engineering when you build a facility, and it's called FL and FF, and it has to do with the measure of the tolerance of flatness and the measure of the tolerance of levelness. There's definitely FL and FF disciplining to the vertical dimension of the pyramids. That was absolutely paramount. Now, in the horizontal dimension, the foreman or the field superintendent, I'm using modern anachronistic terms to describe the construction of the pyramid. They used what's called fieldstone placement, and that simply means they used whatever arrived in the supply chain at that time and fitted the appropriate stone in its place. And so they were undisciplined in the horizontal dimension, but they were very FL and FF dimensioned in the vertical dimension. So seeing a very flat stone in that portrayal that you just showed at Mincara, that's not surprising. That would have been of utmost importance to the field superintendent.
And then
But it really seems like they were just building it. They weren't too worried about it because they were going to have another crew come in later and just scrape that shit away.
And
go back to that other picture for a second, Graham.
Which one? This one?
I have another picture of that where you can sort of see it in both directions.
Yeah, there you go.
But these ones here, you can definitely see. So leave it right there. Right there. So on this one, in my opinion, if you look, you can see where they've got one tool that's going up and down to flatten these things out. And then another one that's going horizontally, that over closer to the middle of the photo there. It's almost like it's maybe a giant roller, or not a giant roller, but almost like a giant, like a giant sander, like a rotating sander or something like that in two different directions.
This is macadam limestone at
this is I think this is granite again.
Okay.
This is the Assyrian, I think.
This is the Assyrian temple, which is interesting because it's got that huge temple built outside of it, but this is offset. This is like an older part of it that seems to be offset from the original one. So it's almost like they bumped into this when they were making the other one, or it almost seems like this was an older thing. But again, it's unfinished because they were cleaning all that they were cleaning all that off, or scraping it, and then it just never got
that's
finished.
where they had the scaffold set or something like that, and then they just they just didn't finish.
Interesting. The amount of work content that has to be invested in the placement and facing of stones in this way means that labor, either they had some type of tool that they used, or labor was not a precious resource. And we rarely have contexts in which labor is not a precious resource in an
But this kind of gives you, I don't think it's fair to say this took labor was an easy resource and they were easily scooping this stuff out, that they weren't easily scooping it out. It had to be easy to make this. It seems to be like a minimum 2 foot a minimum 2 foot clearance they needed to do these scoop marks.
That's the this is the what's it called, right, Graham? That's
the big obelisk.
This one's a great example of that scooping principle that you're outlining there. And to understand that for every person doing that scooping, scraping, there are 2, 3, 4 people supporting that process back into society. So whatever you're investing to construct that pyramid, multiply it by 4 or 5 to get the actual labor and human resource that is needed to affect that pyramid or that structure.
Yeah.
So you've got to have a nation that has what would you call it? Not recreational time, but sufficient overhead time to fund 1 million or 1.8 million extra people with nothing to do. So that's a pretty extraordinary context in history.
Yeah. And then, of course, this one, they go right down and around. It goes right down and around. It seems to be like it comes all the way down and then around, and like they just scoop this whole thing out prior to like. And
Correct.
again, this is unfinished. They didn't finish taking this out. There's a bunch of these unfinished megalithic works all over the place.
Yeah, interesting. And one of the things that I point out in the article is if you build this, if you build it, they will come. Well, if you bring them and you build it, what you've got is the potential for 1 million very unhappy people. And that's a very dangerous thing to a pharaoh, is to have 1 million unhappy people. That can turn into an opposing army very quickly. So
sorry, while we're doing this, I just want to finish off this because I've got something else here that it just seems to me like there's something going on with the granite work. So there's not only the scoop marks and the vases that we talked about, that Ben's acknowledging that the accuracy of these vases is unbelievable. So within a couple thou that their manufacturing is following all these principles that he didn't even talk about on Rogan yet, but it's following a radial transversal pattern. So the way that the curve is made is based on like a bunch of sacred, like phi and the sacred ratio, that
it'd be the golden ratio.
The golden ratio, but it's built into an algorithm of how it's done. Like something we would never do on the design. And then on this Elephantine Island here, there's all these granite boxes as well that are very accurately made. Like, look, these are ink. They don't even have an answer for when these were made. So like the hypothesis of sort of the people we've been with recently is this was before the dynasties. Like this stuff is, the early Egyptians stumbled across these granite works. I mean, look at how big this thing is and how exact it's made. You know?
Yes.
I really just think that's something that needs to be explored and explained a little bit better. Like, and there's a black granite one, a red granite one, and another granite one. There's 3 different types of these, like, kind of remnants of boxes. And this has got these machine marks, it looks like, on there. And these weren't modern creations.
In fact, this was on Rogan. This gradation coming around the curve here is done by a machine. It could be a human operated machine, but it's a machine nonetheless.
Yeah. And then if I go back to the beginning here where they're in the temples, these are like, I believe these are the same boxes that are in the temple. This is in one of the temples across from Elephantine Island or somewhere.
Interesting. Yeah.
Where they actually have them, like it, and they seem to reverence these. Yeah. Temple of Edfu, and they reverence these, and they found these. There's some story about them finding these and building the temples around them. So again, it's just a little bit more evidence that something's not what it seems, and that there's these precise granite works that go back further than we think.
Yeah.
And the nubs, like you mentioned, we see those nubs all over the world.
All over the world. Absolutely.
It's
common
like
technology.
It's like if you looked now around the world, you'd see a bunch of different examples of common technologies that we're using to build. You know, we went to, well, some of the stuff they're doing in Egypt's a little bit different. I'm not going to lie. But when we went through the UK, you know, you see them doing construction. It looks pretty similar to what I'm doing here. And you can see those sort of common things. And you see the same thing in Pumapunku. You know, there's a bunch of different examples. So the interesting thing about Pumapunku and all that stuff down in South America is it's all at high altitude as well.
Yeah. And that is disadvantageous to an army of people from experience.
So do you want to show that just that thing while you're talking about humans doing it and stuff? And while you've got it in your report here as well, as the mechanism of them using the water to lift stones and stuff like that. And
yeah, this is another of those instances. Is why has nobody come up with this to date? Well, the reason is because the industry, and it is an industry because they make money off of this, they don't want competing ideas. They want to prop up their stooge-posed boxer and bring in a bunch of weak or ridiculous alternatives to let them fight it against, so that they can keep themselves in power and their idea in prominence. And that's why these ideas, which are very simple to develop by an experienced person, are just now showing up, because we've finally got enough courage and communication to get these ideas out there in the market. But basically, I call this the Sekemu machine. It simply means Sekem means power, but it's a broader definition of power, more than just power in the engineering context. It also means spiritual power. Mu is water. So this is the power of water machine, but this is more than just water. It's heavily saline water. So it's 35% heavier than typical water, and maybe even some silt in it. You could make it maybe a touch heavier, but by and large, what this machine allows this erstwhile or proposed Egyptian to do here is lift a 2.5 ton stone with a minimum number of people. Again, under the philosophy that, yes, I can build anything with an army, but I've got to feed and support that army. I've got to lose that army from my society. In other words, I can't defend my nation. I can't police it. I can't supply chain goods to my people. I can't get the farms run. I can't get the shepherding done. I can't get food production done. But I am building this pyramid. That's not real smart as a society. You've got to build the pyramid off the fat of society. And if you employ too many people, those people, when they're unhappy, can become an army very fast. In fact, they're probably a nice, physically fit and angry army too. So I think they would have gone with a minimization of labor or work content, as I call it as a professional engineer. They would have used tools that minimize that work content, the direct labor. And this Sekemu machine does it very elegantly. You use the disc of Sabu, of Prince Sabu, which is an impeller pump. If you look at it and you've ever rebuilt impellers or pumps that have impellers like a Jabsco pump, you know what you're looking at here, that it's a soft impeller. It doesn't propel 100% of a block of water. It puts pressure on the water so that it takes an exit pipe, but it doesn't 100% compel that water down that pathway. It's a soft impeller. That impeller could lift the water necessary to get up in these barrels on the high end of the Sekemu machine. And then through fourfold purchases, which is a compound block and tackle assembly, 3 Egyptians could basically jump down these 5 levels of pyramid stones and lift that one stone up 1 level. And they would become a very productive process at this of lifting the stones. And we do know that the vertical component of the assembly of the pyramid is the challenging part. That's what everybody conjectures ramps about, is because the vertical part is the difficult part. Moving these stones horizontally, there are a number of ways that can be done, which are easily contrived and done. So if we have extremely flat and level surfaces, as we talked about here earlier, the FL and the FF, leveling of the levels, then you'd be able to roll these stones horizontally fairly easily and drop them into position. It's the vertical that requires the army.
Could that be like? Can that be now upsized to do the 80-ton stones in the King's Chamber and stuff like that?
In theory, yes. However, the complexity, and I tried to think of how this Sekemu machine would apply to an 80-ton stone.
Yeah, there's got to be a limit to the weight.
There's a limit here. There's a complexity to the 80-ton stone that I can't solve with just this context. So I don't know. The answer is I don't know.
Because even the rigging and stuff starts to get weird.
Yeah, absolutely.
But that comes back to the interesting theory you mentioned about the inside of the pyramid maybe being done some other time, and this is a way to cover everything up in a way.
Skill and refining of those stones in the King's Chamber is completely different than skill used to create the stones in the exterior and the casing.
Right.
It could also be that the loft technologies are completely different as well.
Yeah.
What's the biggest one? The biggest one I think is Baalbek, right?
That's Baalbek is the biggest.
Pregnant lady ones?
Pregnant lady stone. Yeah, forget how heavy it is.
I think it's 300 tons. I want to say
300 tons.
Well, no, there's some that are. Well, I mean, Ben is saying there's some at 1,000 tons. I mean, there's the big granite statue. That's
that's right. Those statues.
There's
a
couple other.
Gotcha.
That are in one piece. But I mean, he says that anything over 300 tons, and you're basically running into completely different problems, like moving materials won't do it. There's, it's one thing going up to 80 or 100, but it's another thing going over 300,
Yeah, you're not going to be able to place wooden logs on that and roll it across a flat surface. It's just going to turn it into, powder.
That's right. Those statues are one piece. Those are 1,000 tons. How heavy would the obelisk would have been? 1,000 tons, I think, or something.
Yeah, I think there was a few items. There's 3 or 4 items I think that he knows of. But
we had to watch the video where they just put the 1,000-ton obelisk on a couple little boats and floated it down the Nile. You've been on a boat. I mean, how hard is it to float 1,000 tons?
1,000 tons. Well, water is pretty heavy. As long as you get the displacement of water, you've got to take the ship itself, the people, and then the block itself. So you're looking at, let's say, a classic keel boat. You're probably looking at something that's 80 feet long and displacing down to, if you're going to transit the Nile, you're not going to want to displace below 7 feet of draft. So you're probably looking at a fairly flat and long boat. Yeah.
strong
Yeah.
as well. I mean, it's got to be
It's
strong
doable.
to
It is doable,
displace
though.
that water, without breaking. So this disc here, this disc of Sabu, that looks like the schist disc, Darren, that everybody was talking about on our trip.
Yes.
I don't know if they thought of it as a propeller, as an impeller.
Yeah,
It's
this is an
interesting.
impeller. Yeah. And in fact, they made it out of stone because if they had made it out of metal, they didn't really have a metal. Even if you used iron in a context like this with a pretty heavy, steady pressure and you're rotating it, thousands and thousands of times a day, metal would eventually fatigue and fail. With this Mohs 7 or 8 stone here, which is what this is made out of, it's a very, very dense and hard sedimentary rock formation. It's Mohs 8, I believe, is what this is. It took them a long time to make this, but once made, it was very durable and very effective. And I think that's why this pharaoh's son buried it in his tomb with him. It was so valuable. That's why he did it. He didn't want humanity to lose this intellectual property.
Right. Interesting.
Well, if he took it with him, he kind of
Took it with him. Yeah.
He took his secrets to the grave,
Look what I did.
Fuck you, motherfucker.
Okay, the one other thing I think we need to talk about is the red ochre in your report too, for sure.
Yes.
Just to see if that's a
is what's his name still saying? He's still saying Khufu, right? Our buddy, that one
Zahi Hawass?
we had. The one we had on the show, Schellinger. No, not Schellinger. What's his name? The other skeptic, Michael.
Oh,
Shermer.
Michael Shermer. Yeah.
No, yeah.
He still says Khufu. It's crazy. It blows my mind.
Yeah, technologically and society-wise, it's Khufu certainly in context, so that's not a problem. The problem is when you look at these field notes, and these were not done by Weiss, they were done by Weiss's protege the next day after Weiss spent time alone in these chambers. When I saw this, I got angry. My reaction was anger. This is a goofball with a paintbrush. This is not the marks that quarrymen would put. This is not the marks that builders would put on a stone who are working seriously in a job. They would not do this. This is the marks of a person who's overeducated and over ego with one batch of ochre and a gigantic brush, and they're right-handed and they're laying on their side, and they had to twist their hand to get around these vertical stones and the perpendicular stones. This is an arrogant goofball with a paintbrush and a fresh batch of red ochre. And that's what I saw when I saw these marks. I would have been embarrassed to have somebody publish this if I was a serious archaeologist back then. In addition, he didn't anticipate photography and mass spectroscopy. And that's what we can apply to this red ochre now and determine its dating. However, we've refused to do that. Curious that we have absolutely refused to do something that is so simple. I go to Zahi Hawass and say, Zahi, I can fly there with my MS-103. I will go in and scrape the red ochre and give you a date. I will give you a date, for this red ochre. If you just let me. They won't do these very simple, basic procedures of science, which means they're practicing pseudoscience. But if we look at it here, if we take the red ochre that Weiss supposedly encountered upon his lone and sole venture into these relieving chambers, look at the red ochre. There's no chalking. All paint chalks, and this is paint, even though it's called ochre. It's red iron oxide, but it carries the vehicle. The red iron oxide is merely the pigment. It's the minority of the constituency of this paint, if you will. The majority is a vehicle, and that's an organic compound that can be dated. And it chalks, all paint chalks, all limestone chalks. This paint has not chalked at all. Compare that to the, quote, markings, and these are not hieroglyphs. They're not hieratic script at all. These are the engineering marks that existed behind the stone door on the south shaft of the Queen's air chamber. These are engineering marks done in red ochre. You can see highly disintegrated, highly chalked. All that's left is the actual penetrant, the vehicle that actually entered the stone, carried a little bit of the iron oxide with it and left these red images here, but that's not actually paint on the surface. That's just red ochre that got into the crystalline structure of the rock.
Stain in a way. Yeah.
It's a stain. Well put. Yeah, thank you for the right term there. What you see on the top is a stain. What you see on the bottom is a pretentious painting done by an overeducated buffoon. That's just frankly what it is. We base all our archaeology based on baloney like that. I hate to be frank on that, but I don't like ignorance. I don't like people lying to produce ignorance, especially when it pertains to mankind's origins and background. Something's being protected, and I want to know what it is.
Yeah. Yeah. Well said.
Well, hopefully we'll find out soon enough. I mean, I'm not going to hold my breath, but we'll keep trying. We'll keep trying. I'm going to go back to Egypt in a couple of years. I want to go down to South America and really take a look at that stuff. And, see what it going there really sums it up, that it's nuts. It's fucking nuts what these guys were up to. They had to have it was either super easy or super important.
Yes.
I'd love to get your opinion on the vases at some point. Like, keep an eye on that with Ben, and they're doing more and more scans and more processes on them, and to see what you think about the
excellent
the fabrication of these. Yeah, it's really becoming interesting.
Well, just like COVID, the amateurs are going to do an end run on the professionals and just embarrass the hell out of them. That's what's Christopher Dunn, Christopher Dunn, who wrote that Giza power plant book. He's in correct.
He's in there too, and looking at the stuff. So pretty interesting.
Excellent.
Well, Ethical Skeptic, this has been fantastic. Again, big thanks for coming on the show. Where can people find all your stuff?
At theethicalskeptic.com is my main blog site website. And then, of course, Ethical Skeptic on X or Twitter.
And you're on Substack too, right?
And on Substack, absolutely.
Yeah. And then what are you coming up? What are you working on these days?
I am I'm working off this continuing pattern of thought here. This is what is Watson and Crick called the Standard Codex. It took me 10 years to map this out by looking at the nucleon progression, of amino acids and matching them up to the logical 64 logical slots of the DNA codon, which is a 3-letter word in DNA. And what I find here is not intelligent design or creation, but certainly not stochastic randomness. What I find here is intent. This is an engineer's index. And it is the basis of all DNA life that we're familiar with. It's a 3.4 times 10 to the 1 and 3.4 times 10 to the 27th possibility in its existence. And most people say, well, with evolution, given enough time, anything can happen. This didn't evolve. You have to have this before you have evolution. So this could not have evolved. This is unprecedentable complexity. It does not prove creation or intelligent design. However, it does prove intent without a doubt. So this is where I'm launching from, the intent basis of the Standard Codex of DNA.
Wow.
Intent like, I mean, how does that not point to creation or intelligent design? I mean, it's like, to me, it's one of the two. Again, it's either like it's like the if I had to pick one, I'd say simulation, which is still intelligent design.
This is setting up the parameters of a system and then letting the system operate inside those parameters. That's intent. Whereas intelligent design, you're manipulating with the mechanisms all through the progression of the system. And I'm more of an evolutionist in that regard. I think science has done its job with evolution. I really appreciate the depth of the epistemology there, the inference that's drawn. So I'm an evolutionist.
Okay. So how about intelligence start?
This code was done by an intelligence at least 4.4 billion years ago. The Moore's law, as we analyze the complexity of this code and project back in time, Moore's law states that this code was created about 9 billion years ago.
Nice.
So that's like the code of life as we know it.
It is. This would be the standard code, but it would be our standard code. So here's the thing. This acts like a little crypto codex that if you alter the dots on this screen inside someone's standard code, number one, you can identify them. It's a barcode. You can identify them quickly, separately from us as a DNA-based life. And number two, they could never reproduce with us because there would be no common language between the nucleons of the amino acids. So you could never create a living creature. So it's an interesting little codex. It's like if you launch DNA with this codex in here, you both earmark and protect the empire that you deploy this DNA into. It's a method of conquest. So in that regard, it does bear intelligent intent. However, that being said, beyond that point, I'm an evolutionist. I'm just not a biogenicist.
So,
Well, evolution, I mean, we can see things evolve in our time, in real time.
Yeah, absolutely.
when are you going to be sort of finishing off this whole project analysis or whatever it is you're doing?
It took me 10 years to get to this. So this one's a longer labor of love.
Awesome.
Do you allow for any hybridization inside your evolution?
Well, I allow for tampering, and that introduces the other end of this. If we take a look at the human accelerated regions of our genome, they also are not the product of evolution, and that bothers me greatly. I don't like that answer. It's not what I expected to see. It's not what I wanted to see. Unfortunately, on the other end of evolution, when it comes to humanity, somebody monkeyed with the monkeys.
Well, it seems like it was a pig.
Yeah. There's pig and cow DNA in there too. That one stumps me, but that's it is what it is.
That's another show for another day.
That's another show altogether.
Thanks
Absolutely.
for coming back, and we hope you have a great 2024.
Darren, Graham, thank you for having me back, and you as well.
Thanks. Take care.
Thanks, gents.
All right. We are joined. He's back. The Ethical Skeptic, aka Roger Cunningham this time. Welcome to the show. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, Darren, Graham, thank you. A pleasure to be here. It's been almost 2 years, I think, is what you were indicating. Yeah.
Yeah, this is great. And I mean, I feel like you've done so much more work, posting lots on X, lots of interesting theories. It seems like things are opening up. Darren and I always talk about this. We feel like we're in the age of reveal. Your work, among others, that it just feels like they can't sort of keep the lid on. So interesting times.
Yeah, absolutely. They have a new challenge with regard to two things. One, of course, is the internet, and X in particular being a medium for voices that had been traditionally squelched. But in addition, AI has turned out to be a little bit more of a balancing mechanism than I thought it would be. As long as you get past the initial doctrine that it spews at you and say, that doesn't have any evidence, it's just something that's repeated, or pluralistic ignorance as it's known. So show me the studies, and they can't produce the studies. And then you offer up to them, studies to counter the argument that AI makes. AI will acknowledge that you have a good solid argument and then pursue what I call per hoc adidum. It means Latin for along this line of reason. Walk with me along this road for a while. It's a useful mental discipline in science. And if you find people who cannot do a per hoc adidum argument, or follow you along a path, or can't steel man your argument, or follow the critical path of logical calculus, getting into the jargon here, then those people are closed-minded before they approach the science, as well as being unskilled at dealing with philosophy in general. But AI has changed that landscape significantly. And those, an additional factor is, archaeologists in the past could inundate you sort of like a Gish Gallop. They could inundate you with a lot of the jargon and terminology out of their discipline. And you wouldn't be, your competition was more tactical. You had to go look up all those terms. Well, AI allows you to weed through that stuff in a matter of a minute or two. So you get to the core of the archaeologist's argument, and you can counter them back, especially if you are trained in systems science and engineering. If you are trained in deductive investigation and have decades of experience, all of a sudden archaeologists are looking like sociologists more than scientists.
When
Well,
you
yeah,
walk,
and it also makes it easy to like take those ideas and then turn them into a good visual medium for the first time, right? Whereas before you could sort of envision these sort of slides and these sort of things, but they'd have to be very rudimentary. Whereas now you can also use AI to make these slides that really get the point across in a couple of pictures, or they can really sort of expand on an idea that shares well on social media and stuff like that.
when
Yeah.
you walk along with the AI, does it feed back into itself? Like I've heard both stories where it doesn't take that into account, but is it learning from you when you do that?
Your instance of that AI is learning, and I pay the fee for Chat GPT, and I think we're on 5.2 as the iteration now. It has gotten progressively better, but once it understands something in the discourse between you and its instance, that's the session that is running just for you. It keeps that intelligence, that knowledge, that epistemology throughout the remainder of your discussions. And sometimes it'll lose a placeholder or a bookmark or a reference that you previously discussed. But if you remind it, it'll go back and capture that and bring it into the conversation. So I'm finding ChatGPT, when I finish a session with ChatGPT and we look and we steel man the narrative from archaeology, and then we look at the 411 recitations and the logical structure of ECDO theory, ChatGPT sides 95% with ECDO theory, but the problem is that's only that instance. If you go and log in as someone else, or you go to your friend's house and say, "Hey, log in and ask ChatGPT about this," it's going to be amnesiac, and it's going to go back to the default again. You have to exercise that entire argument again to get it convinced in that quote instance with your friend. But still, it's an ally through the whole process in general.
Well, it gives you the ability to sort of bounce it off it. It almost helps that it wants you to be wrong. I find that helpful because in a lot of the subjects we're using it for, it doesn't want to help. It wants to just kind of poo-poo you on a lot of stuff. So for what you're using it for, that's probably especially helpful because you're trying to plug holes.
I have tested ChatGPT, putting in the mix an insistence on something I know is wrong, and logically framed an argument to support it, although it would be casuistry. It was a pseudo argument that I propped up just to see how it would respond. And it stood its ground. I really liked that. So when I get into the depth of probably 90% of the ECDO arguments, and I've got the ample recitation, background to support it, it follows along, and it doesn't give certainty to my deductive and inductive inferences, but it gives a high probability. I put some of the quotes in the articles I've written. It ascribes a high probability to either the possibility or the likelihood of ECDO theory being real.
Before we get on to that, you mentioned X opening up, but you're still throttled on there. I saw a post recently. You're talking about how throttled you are in there. Do you want to touch on that before we move into the theory?
Yeah, I think there's a little bit of a tactical factor in that. In other words, it's not active throttling, in that I've got two user bases. Number one would be the COVID reader base, or colleagues, as I call them. It's a portmanteau of follower and colleague, so it offers some respect, to those people who are genuinely interested. Their interest in their acumen make them colleagues, if you will. But by splitting between COVID vaccine and COVID analysis, and that being sequestered or squelched or throttled, and then having another part of my follower base being ECDO theory, challenges against climate change, which certainly challenges another imperious narrative similar to COVID policy. When you split those two camps in half, you're going to get an automatic throttling statistical reduction. That one's innate. It is not done by the platform. That's just the reality of the ethical skeptic. You've got a foot on either side of the stream. Makes it a little bit hard to walk along when you're straddling a stream. So, but there is an intrinsic throttling that remains, that is an artifact of how the algorithms manage X, and how X in particular manages the ethical skeptic. You can see that reflected into a curve that goes back up and through a lot of the ECDO analysts, all the way through Randall Carlson and Graham Hancock. You can see the curve begin to loosen a little bit as researchers get more prominent. But when you get to me, pretty much if you map out all the people who are throttled, I'm usually on the most throttled end of the spectrum, even given that split. If you just focus on ECDO or you just focus on COVID analysis and COVID vaccine skepticism, inside each of those camps, I'm also the most throttled. Why that is, I don't know. I know that the former CEO before Elon bought Twitter and then renamed it X, Jack, he followed me and only followed, I can't remember, it was something like 240 accounts. I think there was a protective factor there with Jack following me. I never got canceled off the site, which was odd. But the algorithms were still able to play behind the scenes regardless of that following.
That's kind of what I was wondering, if it was left over and it needs to be manually adjusted. Like there's these, I mean, it could be totally off, but I feel like there's these old settings from before it opened up that are still maybe in there, but I don't know. If
There's
that's
definitely
Absolutely.
old settings on our account because we don't get any traction on anything ever. And we were deleted for like 2.5 years. So I'm sure that
Wow.
plays a role in it. So it's
Yeah.
like we're just in a separate jar. We're in a different sandbox altogether. That just sort of like, so there's some intermingling between the two, but that's as good as we get. If people want to go back, the other episode was 640, where we kind of talked about the karst erosion on the pyramids and stuff like that. But at that time, we didn't really get into ECDO itself, and the Pillar 43 stuff was sort of fresh. So, I mean, it's been a wild 2 years for you. It's been exciting to watch and come along because, you know, I like Davidson stuff, and I like Carlson stuff, and I like Hapgood stuff, and there's the Chan Thomas stuff. I've always had this thought that the crust has to move around. It seems like the most natural explanation for fossil beds and for oil deposits, if that's how oil is actually made. I'm on the fence, but it just seems to make the most sense. And where these poles have moved, or where the ice caps have moved around, and things like that. So it's been wild to sort of watch this theory come together, because it really does seem to bridge a lot of the different sort of things we've been following here for, 13 or 12 years now, 12 and a half years, and kind of bring it all together. I mean, right now, I would say this is sort of the leading contender, is sort of a mix between yours and Randall's and Davidson stuff. And I do have some questions about that in the sort of deeper end of the pool that we can get into a little bit later, but we should probably start a little closer to the beginning, maybe a little more entry level for the people who don't even know what we're talking about when we say ECDO.
and maybe a warning.
Yeah.
Or maybe a trigger warning, viewer discretion is advised.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not an easy topic, being a systems engineer and applying systems engineering to solve daunting problems in markets, corporations, value chains. It's a complicated practice, but these are also complicated domains in which I apply it. I think ECDO, what I've got here is a picture that we could probably begin with. See if I can get it to come up on the screen. For some reason, it's struggling to come up.
Yeah, you have to share again, I think.
Yeah, I do. But the picture's struggling to come up on my screen as well. If I can get it up here. Yeah, let's see. I'll go ahead and share it and see if it may pull it in its entirety. But really, ECDO is exothermic core mantle decoupling Zhenebekov oscillation theory. That's ECDO. And even that title is not sufficient to fully describe the theory, but the theory name would have been 3 sentences long if I'd hit it in a Wittgenstein format or discipline. So people critique the name and say, well, it's not. And I'm like, well, yes, but I can't make the name longer than that. That's about all we could stuff in one acronym or name. There we go. Now I think it's coming up.
Just while you're doing that, a couple comments here. If you send the Ethical Skeptic good data on X and it is truthful, he will add it to his ECDO article. If it works with the theory, he is constantly finding things that are predicted to be the case by ECDO. So
that's correct. For some reason, is it part of the screen's coming up? Is it?
Yeah, no,
is it
this
not?
looks good. Yep.
It's sort of
Is
getting
it,
bigger now. Yeah,
there we go.
There we go.
It was scaled differently than my source web page, so that really messed things up. But basically, the biggest challenge is this: that a lot of people they confuse two different types of georotation anomalies. Georotation means the Earth, rotates our 24-hour day. That's a georotation itself. That's really what we call state one, what we're in today. And you can see it on the left-hand side of this. And is it filling the page pretty well?
Yeah.
It looks like it is. Yeah. So on the left side, what we've got there, the GR is the georotational, that's true north. It points to the star Polaris. We also have the magnetic moment in purple on this leftmost panel or image here. And that's the magnetic north. And the difference between those is variation. Variation traditionally, I think in Nathaniel Bowditch, American Practical Navigator, variation was 11 degrees at Norfolk. And it was that way for a long, long time. When I took basic navigation courses at Georgia Tech, when I was in Navy ROTC, we study navigation back when I went through. We studied it very, very deeply, and we had the exact same variation between magnetic north and true north as Nathaniel Bowditch did, or Bowditch, whatever you want to pronounce it, when he wrote American Practical Navigator, which is the source document for much of the Navy in terms of navigation, or stood at that time. It hadn't changed for 250 years. Then all of a sudden we noticed in 1973 that, and even more so in the 80s, that magnetic north up and took off out of Canada across the top of Greenland and is headed like a banshee into Russia. And that's a significant change. So variation all of a sudden is not a guarantee inside your navigational practices. There's a conversion that you do, I think it's CMD TAE or something like that, that allows you to convert between true north and magnetic north if your true compass goes out and you need to manage or navigate magnetically. There's a conversion between the two. But suffice to say, they're two different things represented by the purple pole here and the red pole here. That's what we call state one. That's what we rotate in right now. If that purple axis, and I bring it out to the front of the image here so that it has a little bit more pronounced perspective here. That's a geomagnetic excursion. And then that is what we theorize possibly precipitates the follow-on, which would be called a true polar wander. And you can see it here in this third panel. And that's called state two. That's where we have a different North Pole geographically on Earth, but that pole still points at Polaris. So it's a different type of rotation than we see with the planet Venus or the planet Uranus. Those have, and this confuses people the most, and naturally so, because it's somewhat abstract in terms of understanding how these two are different. That's an axial obliquity tilt. That is where the rotational pole no longer points at Polaris. This is an added energy state rotation, this state that Venus and Uranus are in, or Uranus are in. That's where the planet actually tilts, an obliquity tilt. That requires an outside impetus of energy to affect that. A lot of people confuse that with what we're describing in ECDO theory. What we're describing in ECDO theory is a zero added energy natural feature of rotating bodies called a true polar wander. It doesn't require outside energy. It just requires specific dynamics in the rotational mechanics inside that rotating body. And that's what we indeed have with ECDO theory. The reason we introduce Janibekov effect is not because the Janibekov effect causes or precipitates this true polar wander. This is state 2, this third panel here, but that the Janibekov pathway, or the Janibekov rotation, that 3-moment rotation, which is a natural feature of rotating bodies. You've seen those films in the space station where a wing nut flips around on its own without anything touching it or adding energy to it. It flips around on its pole naturally. That's the pathway of least resistance that the Earth takes between state 1 and state 2. The Janibekov effect does not cause this. It acts as the pathway of least resistance along which the Earth rotates during this true polar wander. That state 2 ends up placing a point in southern Africa as our georotational North Pole. So Santa Claus has got to move from north of Greenland, fly all the elves and all the toys to somewhere in southern Africa and set up shop there during the period in which Earth rotates in state 2. That georotational pole still points at Polaris as it always did. It's just that the outer components of the Earth have rotated around in a natural evolution of a rotating body. This is something we should have known all along, but we keep smoke screening the argument with axial obliquity tilts, which of course are very difficult to make happen. And that argument is used as a red herring, if you will, to distract from an ECDO type argument. So what we've postulated in ECDO theory is something akin to annular polar motion or Chandler wobble, as you can see those on the screen here. Those are not ECDO rotations in themselves. However, they are good indices as to, are we getting some ECDO-like effects in this true polar wander component of our georotation? So there are groups that are starting up now to track those indices and in close data monitoring, so that we can see, is there something anomalous happening here? Should science be watching this? Our contention is, and our reason for proposing ECDO theory, is so that science begins to take this ECDO theory into the plurality set, to contend that it has surpassed Occam's razor, the real Occam's razor, not the fake one, from the movie Contact or Carl Sagan or Michael Shermer. That's pop skepticism. That's not actually accurate. To bring a hypothesis into the plurality set is what William of Occam spoke about. We have surpassed that point to where the ECDO argument is now necessary. It just has to be expressed with discipline so that it contrasts with its axial obliquity tilt in the fourth icon in this panel here.
So then after the shift, we'd be basically living in the third icon, right? That would be the new normal in state 2. That's
correct. The new normal in state 2 would have North America somewhere down where Patagonia is in our current georotation, our current rotation state 1. So we would have an ice age. And in fact, if you look at the footprint of the ice ages and the way they creep, if you will, they tend to follow very much this state 2 polar region arrangement.
Now, is that because sorry to interrupt you, would that be because there's a landmass at both points, so there's able to just, I feel like if you get not water at the one pole like you have in state 2, where you've got sort of the African continent and a bunch of my continent again, unfortunately. I mean, it looks like I'm just as fucked in both states, honestly. It's just gonna be cold and shitty here no matter what. But I feel like you can grow way more ice on South Africa than you can right now with water at the North Pole, which would just allow the whole ice age to really take a grip on things.
Yeah, the ice, I conjecture the ice reforms more slowly than it does in state 1, because the state 2 georotation, the climate all over the Earth is very inhospitable, and it is not as what would you call it, stratified or bifurcated as our current state, because you've got a significant amount of cloud cover, you have a significant amount of volcanic activity. So the contrast between the polar regions and the tropical and subtropical and equatorial regions is much less in state 2. You don't expect to see the differential between the polar regions and the equatorial regions in state 2 that you see in state 1. So that throws us a bit of a curveball in terms of survivability, of course, but also in terms of trying to monitor the the geostrata accumulation, stratigraphy, cyclostratigraphy science, and of course the ice cores. That state 2 is peculiar in that it messes with both of those indices, both of those research domains.
Does the change in the magnetosphere affect that at all, or accelerate it, or
It does, but what we've got is under ECDO theory, and Ben and Randall also postulate this, and by the way, most of us agree about 80-90%, maybe even 95% with Ben Davidson. We agree on 80 to 95% of the tenets of ECDO theory. The only thing we disagree on are some of the specifics, but it's not enough to really make a big to-do about. I favor Ben's core argument and his entree, his segue into the causality of an ECDO rotation, I think is very strong. So I defer to Ben on that when you look at galactic current sheet, but he more focuses on the solar micronova and its impact on the core. I defer to him for that portion of the argument. I begin at the core. And the reason I begin there is because it dovetails into climate change very solidly. And we must begin the argument there in order to get this leveraged into the plurality set. In other words, get it before and discussed by science.
yeah?
And it's worth mentioning that other guys in other disciplines like Robert Schock and some of these other guys are also, I mean, they're not going as far as you and Ben are going, but this micronova from the sun thing is really starting to catch steam in a few different areas.
Yeah, absolutely. And I haven't researched it to back Ben up. Maybe I'll have the time someday, but right now it would be a waste of my time when he's accelerating through that very effectively. So that's why I defer to Ben. With the case of Dr. Schock, I attended a conference I think 10 years ago with him, and we talked a little bit after hours, and most scientists and researchers are willing to offer up conjecture, and they make it clear that it's conjecture above and beyond what they'll say on stage and before the audience, and rightfully so. And really, it's part of the confidentiality is just keep that to yourself. Recognize that it's conjecture, but these fully, tenured and fully recognized, if they're not tenured scientists, they have to be reserved in even their conjecture. Because even if they have a good sound epistemic backing for what they're saying, they can be crucified before the scientific community. It's extraordinarily unfair, much less be accepted inside of any kind of peer review.
Can this, in this model, can it be affected by outside influence, whether that's impact or just the passing of another body? Because when I think about that wing nut floating in space, it looks to us like it's random. But there could be some sort of outside influence, gravitationally or otherwise, that maybe we're not just witnessing. So I'm just like, I guess the first question would be, is there a cycle to it? And the second question would be, do we think there's any sort of thing influencing? If it's not on a cycle, then is there an outside influence?
The Zhanibekov effect, as I mentioned earlier, doesn't require any outside influence. It's a natural feature of a 3-moment problem rotating body.
Can the cycle be measured on it then? Like if they watch
absolutely.
that nut spin, is there a timing?
It's 50-50. Yeah, you're 50. If you watch that wing nut in the classic YouTube video, and there's a number of them now, but if you watch the original wing nut, it spends 50% of its time in state 1 and 50% of its time in state 2. If you can liberally apply the ECDO jargon to that wing nut spinning in space. So a body that is a true 3-moment body spinning symmetrically in space in its natural rotation state will spend 50% of its time in either state of the Zhanibekov effect. We don't do that, however, because this is and I make it clear in the article, this is actually a mediated Zhanibekov effect. And the Zhanibekov effect, it only dictates the pathway of least resistance. It doesn't cause the georotation. So we spend the vast majority of our time under my current version of ECDO theory in state 1, where we are now. we're geomagnetically locked, and that's why that purple pole there is aligned so closely to the North Pole, the true North Pole. We're geomagnetically locked in state 1, so we don't actually require a celestial body to fly by or some type of energy impetus, say for maybe the scalar A and phi field of the sun. We don't require the polar ice caps to melt or the oceans to rise or anything like that to precipitate this ECDO rotation. All that has to happen is the geomagnetic core to go below a certain threshold in both its permeability, that's the measure of the magnetic strength of the core, the lattice of the inner core in particular, and its declination. That's how far off of true north it wanders. And that we have right now. That's the circumstance we have right now, which is alarming a number of people. I'm staying away from prognosticating the next event because we don't have enough information to get people panicking. I don't want to cause people stress or anxiety or destroy their world or cause them to feel like that we're going to flip over in 20 years or 5 years or whatever people are predicting. That would be irresponsible of me to do that. We don't have the evidence which substantiates that. Well, all I'm saying is that happened at some point in the past. It explains and unifies the preponderance of our geostrata and oceanic and remnant isotopic data in the geostrata. These are all the archaeologist and geologist jargon that you have to look up with the help of ChatGPT. But it unifies what we've observed in our historic or history of the planet. And that's why I feel it's strong, and we can get into some of those evidences and arguments if you want.
It's got to be a strange journey because you kind of went from a comforter at the beginning when you were like telling people not to freak out because COVID wasn't that bad to now like sort of the antithesis of that. But just to make sure I understand this first one correctly before we move on. So it seemed like the purple line, that's your geomagnetic north. Once that gets to a certain point, that's sort of the best indicator we have. So when that geomagnetic gets far enough away from where it's supposed to be, then we slip into state 2.
Yeah, and I measure that along, whether for right or wrong, I measure that along a continuum of a geomagnetic excursion that occurred in 42,000 years ago. I think it's years before present. Once you get to that, the difference between BC and years ago is not much. But 42,000 years ago, we had a rather pronounced geomagnetic excursion called the Le Champ, the French name, and I believe it's the scientist who mapped out the principal measurements. The Le Champ geomagnetic excursion. It follows pretty well what Ben Davidson, it followed as a geographic progression, the pathway that Ben Davidson is outlining. So Ben is outlining a progression of the geomagnetic North Pole with a pretty high confidence. It doesn't mean it's going to happen. It's inductive in terms of inference, but he's mapping out a high confidence pathway. My contention is that the georotational pole of the Earth doesn't follow exactly the geomagnetic pathway. It does its own thing. All it's waiting for is the permission from the geomagnetic moment to do that thing. So the Le Champ excursion, if you take that as a 0 to 10 scale or a 1 to 10 intensity on that classic technique, the Le Champ being a 10, if you look back in our intermediate history since that Le Champ's excursion till now, what I'm calling the Gauss geomagnetic excursion, we are probably 9% the way through that continuum, or 1 on a scale of 1 to 10. And that's why I caution people, don't panic over this. Just like COVID, China published 3 and 4% fatality rates, not infection fatality rates, but case fatality rates. And when I mapped those, and I was working for a client who was getting ready for COVID at the time in the industry, I mapped those for that client, and everybody in the war room that we had assembled at that time, just their jaws hit the table, including mine. And everybody was looking around there. You could see people wanting to call their families, and it was a lot of stress. And so I looked hard at the Chinese numbers because US didn't have our own numbers. We had maybe our first case in Seattle at that time, but everybody was rather puckered up, as they say in the Navy, at that point. So I began to challenge what was coming out of China and analyzing the denominator in their math, what's on the bottom of the division curve, and found that China had made some errors in categorization. And that was the reason I got behind it and said, no, this is not a 3 and 4% fatality rate here. It's a 0.26% fatality rate. And boy, it both made me popular, but I also got crucified by all the COVID official experts at the time. They're like laughing, but my icon, my ethical skeptic icon up on the screen and saying, this guy's full of crap. I got raked over the coals until April 15th, when the CDC made their estimate and came out with exactly 0.26. At that point, everybody breathed a sigh of relief and realized this is not the monster that they've outlined. It's still significant. It's still a problem. A lot of people are going to perish from this, a lot more than the flu. And it ended up being indeed 6 times more deadly than all flus, all the forms of the flu combined. So it definitely was dangerous. We were out working in the field, to counter this because it was dangerous, but it was not the danger level that the Chinese had sold to us across those early months. In this same way, we do run a risk of a true polar wander, an ECDO style true polar wander, but I don't want people to take this and start waving the flag around that we're all going to die. We're all going to die. Number one, because that's not necessarily true. And number two, even if it was true, if you were on the Titanic and it's going down and, all the women and children have basically taken the lifeboats, would you run around, skipping around going, we're all going to die. We're all going to, that would be irresponsible. Your task as a human your first task as a human is the love and fellowship of those around you. That's the only real thing that exists in this realm. Not to torture them, not to tease them, not to judge them, not to accuse them, and all these dark things that we practice as humans, these foibles. That's not our job. And even if I see indications, we're at 9% through the Lachamp continuum, I'm not going to run around telling people we're about to die. It just causes what I call loosh. That's negative, dark emotions in people's lives. That's not my job. That's not my license. So I'm not going to go there. So I keep this separated, compartmentalized, if you will. This ECDO rotation, I believe, was the cause of the flood of Noah, Utnapishtim, Atrahasis, Ziasudra, those myths that we are handed down in history and some literature now that we found it. That's what caused this. That unifies our oral cultural histories with what we observe inside science, because in the past, there's been an enormous disconnect between what we had in the biblical literature and what science was telling us. And for me, as growing up, I had a foot in both worlds. Again, I'm straddling the stream again. I believe both. I venerated science, and I believed science because of the background work that they had done and the rational, logical thinking. But on the same side, I felt like there was credibility to the story of Noah. It did need some modification. And when we get into the Epic of Gilgamesh or the Atrahasis, when you look at those documents, all of a sudden you see descriptions of the inundation which not only match exactly ECDO theory and the georotation proposed there, but as well unify science and what happened in this inundation. So that inundation, I project, and I've got a timeline we can look at it. It's somewhat complicated. Apologies on that, but it's a provisional timeline. It's where I sort of storehouse all the significant events that are part of my current version of the postulate. That georotation, I speculate, coincides with what we identify as the Y-DNA bottleneck. That's a period that science has identified about 5,000 to 4,000 BCE, where 19 of every 20 males on the planet perished. And, you look at that, and I've done a lot of strategies for cultures. I've done medical, pharmaceutical strategies. I've done resource strategies. I've done impact strategies on nations like the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the Republic of India, what would be a famine impact. And I've measured the impact of those calamitous events on my client nations and reported back to the ministries of those nations. There's no way one single classic or mundane factor killed off 19 of every 20 males globally. Not famine, not war, not disease, not patriarchy or domination or an empire. None of those things can approach. There's only one thing. None of those things can approach the magnitude of loss that happened during the Y-DNA culling. The only thing that could kill off 19 of every 20 males is a georotation with the accompanying inertial displacement of the oceans. And it happened around when ECDO theory says that the monument data begins to come into effect, and we can look at that here. The monument memory arrived somewhere right after 4400 BCE. That's when we resumed writing after a very extreme gap in human script and writing around 4400 BCE. Our DNA got culled around 4400 BCE. There are no monuments built from 4900 to 4400 BCE. All of a sudden, you see man blossom into this new post-cataclysmic society starting around 4400 BCE. Match with that the mitochondrial DNA that we see, the footprint or the diversity that is included in our female population, and you see about an 8 out of 20 culling, anywhere from 8 to 12, I believe it is, as a percentage of culling. What happened there is I conjecture that because of the patriarchal society that we existed in at that time, men who ruled and had the access to this cultural wisdom would take their house of sons, and then every single concubine or slave or other category female that they could, and they would take that remnant of survivors and bring them to whatever location they had plotted for their survival, post calamity. And so that way you ended up with a much more diverse female mitochondrial genetic arrangement as compared to a very narrow nepotistic lineage of Y-DNA compression at that time. I think that naturally explains the differential between the mitochondrial DNA and the Y-DNA. But all of those things, the script gap, the geoglyph gap, the monument gap, the cultural artifact gap, the Y-DNA gap, they all coincide on 4400 BCE. Then we see this resurgence in modern man, the society of modern man. The emergence of the Bronze Age happens right on the heels. The development of the wheel, the development of agriculture, and extensive agriculture and irrigation. And I've got on the timeline itself a map of probably the 8 or 12 key technologies that evolved right after that, when man reestablished his presence on the planet. It was almost in this later Holocene period. The flood occurred right at the end of the mid-Holocene climate optimum. It's almost as if in this later Holocene period, man was given a special provision. The Epic of Gilgamesh says, in those days, before the kingship had descended to earth, and that means before the kingship was handed off to men, that was referring to the boundary line that was caused by the flood. The flood, it was the Asudra or Utnapishtim or Noah. That's when the kingship was handed to man around 4400 BCE, and that's when we see man blossom as a culture after that period.
And it almost seems like the Adam and Eve aspect of that could be from the last time it happened. They were the survivors from the Garden of Eden, is sort of them coming out of the throes of the cataclysm before that.
Yeah, it's an interesting argument, and certainly not dismissing that. It's a very plausible way to view it, because that's a natural break point. The Bible timeline places what it calls, or what the scholars call, the patriarchs for a period of, I believe, I can't remember. It's on the timeline. We could look at it. I believe it's. Why don't I pull up the timeline?
Yeah.
Let's get into it. Just so you know, you can take as much time as you need. We're not in a rush. So
let's see if I can find that here. It's in my article on the Ethical Skeptic called "Hidden in Plain Sight," where I go through all the arguments that date and place the construction of Khufu in the 4th dynasty of the Old Kingdom, and show that none of the arguments have any scientific backing. They're all pseudo arguments foisted by really, I don't want to say just archaeologists. It's really those who are archaeological enthusiasts who don't really understand how to prosecute an argument. They're just there to parade the parade the narrative, if you will. All right, there we go. I think I got it. All right, another new window. There we go. So this is the timeline, and this is provisional. By provisional, I'm borrowing a word from the CDC there. It gives you some room in which to make alterations, because there's more value in me publishing the timeline so that it becomes a philosopher's stone or a punching bag or whatever. It's your working stone. Not everything on it is going to be correct,
Right.
but its existence helps discipline your argument and your tracking of the epistemology. It's absolutely critical in this whole exercise. There, I think we got it. Tell me if this comes up okay.
Yeah, there we go.
Is
Nice.
it filling the screen
Perfect.
effectively? Yeah. You can see on here this stark division point, the human male Y chromosome bottleneck constrained 19-1. And apologies to the viewers, this is a lot of small text. I'll hopefully describe all of it. That occurred based on the calculation from the Sumerian kings list about 4413. But I had to modify some of the kings that were listed as living, 200 or 900 years. I gave those kings, it's just 3 or 4 kings that tailed off from the period of time before the kingship was handed to man on earth. If you look left of this 3 mark here, that's the golden age, or the Holocene climate optimum. During that period, man purportedly by the Bible lived, 400, 600, 900 years. I forget what Methuselah's final age was. But the patriarchs existed, according to biblical scholars, 1,656 years prior to the flood. Now, of course, that's in high question. That's a cultural history that you've got to take with a grain of salt. It's not the basis for deductive inference. You've got to take it with a grain of salt, match it to everything else. So I include it here as really a reference point. But the patriarchs all existed by that reasoning prior to the flood for about 1,656 years. They existed underneath other agencies, other kingships. I don't know what term to put on it, but I call it here the golden age of Enlil, Cronus, Saturn, and the Elohim. That's a period of just fanciful mythological descriptions of the characters who ran the earth at the time. Now, to the degree that's right or wrong, I can't certify that. All I can do is label that period, this period prior to the Bronze Age, prior to the flood, with a special, if you will, asterisk categorization. It's that we roughly call the Golden Age. Something odd was going on at this time. At that time, mankind presided in this semi-nomadic era, was not a large population at all on the planet, yet across a rather long period of time, or nominally 6,443 years under this timeline construct, existed after the Meltwater Pulse 1b cataclysm in a stable population for a period of time. And that's when we conjecture that men, or someone equivalent to men, but we say men, built Göbekli Tepe, Karahan Tepe, Seberch Tepe, all the Tepe, most of the Tepe cultures. We contend that the penultimate stone in the Queen's south shaft of the Khufu pyramid marks a star chart that corroborates 9600 BCE as the date of construction of the Khufu pyramid. That's this golden age in which the core of these older monuments were built, not the fourth dynasty of Egypt. There's no proof of that. In fact, the carbon-14 dating in the primary 2 studies, the Lerner study and there's a second study that were done, and they haven't really done any follow-up studies since. Those carbon-14 datings place the activity around the pyramid at 4000 BCE, not at 2450 when the narrative says the pyramid was built. So the pyramid is clearly older, far older than the fourth dynasty. of the old kingdom of Egypt. It was not built by Khufu. Khufu does not claim to have built the Cheops or the Great Pyramid. So what we have here is a long period of time in which those structures existed. That's what allowed the karst erosion to occur on the body of the Sphinx. That's what allowed the karst erosion to occur on the lower portion of the Khafre pyramid. And I use Khufu and Khafre as titles or names or handles for these pyramids, but I am not stating that those pharaohs built these pyramids in any way, shape, or form. They did not. The Khafre pyramid has karst erosion. Karst erosion on it is erosion that occurs when limestone is no longer down in the base of the floor below the ocean where it can't be eroded. That's where limestone forms, is underneath the ocean. It's, quote, not exposed to the ocean in truth. But when limestone is forced up such that it becomes a coastline or a structure through tectonic activity, and then is inundated as a structure like the Sphinx or like the Khafre pyramid, when those structures are inundated under ocean water, they undergo a chemical process called carbonic acid erosion. That's where the carbon dioxide in the ocean, and we know there's tons of it in the ocean from climate science, that carbon dioxide dissolves the calcium carbonate chains in the limestone and basically melts it, dissolves it away. And that's indeed what we see on the base of the Khafre pyramid and on the entirety of the Khufu pyramid. That occurred during this period, this Holocene climate optimum period. And in fact, when you look at things like the Nubian egg dates to 3800 BCE. It clearly depicts the three primary Giza pyramids at Giza, at the very top of the Nile. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It's the three pyramids, and it clearly depicts the pyramids without their casing stones. So that's from 3850 BCE. So we know that those casing stones were dissolved during this Holocene climate optimum.
Would that put the construction of the pyramids right at the start of the Holocene, or would they right after Meltwater Pulse 1b, or do you think prior to that even?
Somewhere around Meltwater Pulse 1b. I suspect it was just after Meltwater Pulse 1b, where they were in state 1 again. We had returned from state 2 to state 1.
I was going to ask that if that was something to do with the Younger Dryas too, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. I think the Younger Dryas was such a rough time that the civilization that presided over this mid-Holocene climate optimum decided to build structures that accomplish various goals. And of course, we're not going to know what all those goals are. But early in that period, after mankind and whatever else was on the planet with us reestablished their function after the Younger Dryas period and after Meltwater Pulse 1b, they built this pyramid. And again, I mentioned the penultimate stone. We can look at that. It has a star chart inscribed into it. It's at an inaccessible point in the pyramid. It was brilliant in its placement. You can't get, a less than scrupulous archaeologist up into that shaft to scratch a star chart on it that matches the old kingdom of Egypt. They would have done it if they could have, I suspect. But when you go up, when the rover went up and photographed what they called at the time Gantenbrink's door, that last stone shaft at the end of the air shafts, wonderful project. I loved it back in 2013, I believe. They captured a picture of this stone that's above that final stone in the shaft, and it has a star chart on it, and they published a picture of it before they knew what it meant. Just like Pillar 43 at Göbekli Tepe, they released the pictures before they understood what it meant. If they had understood what it meant, what it said, I don't think they ever would have released those pictures, those photos. So Zahi Hawass presided over that project at the time. His goal was to go up and grab the copper cable hanging off the door and remove that so that it looked like handles, not copper cables. That was his goal with this project. There's the name of the project, 2013 project. So what we see there on the penultimate stone is a star constellation, a set of constellations that are carved into the stone. And when you map those in Stellarium or Starry Night Pro 8, that's what I use, it's absolutely clear. That stone depicts 9600 BCE. And it's much stronger than the Khufu Cartouche argument by orders of magnitude. And plus the Khufu Cartouche argument, you can see that the ochre there is shiny. It has not oxidized. It has not penetrated into the interstitial matrix of the stone. It's an obvious fraud. But this stone, this penultimate stone at the end of the south air shaft out of the Queen's Chamber, no ifs, ands, or buts. It depicts a star chart from 9600 BCE. That places Khufu and Khafre prior to this second inundation, this inundation of Noah, Utnapishtim, Atrahasis, and Ziusudra. That's our inundation of legend. That's what we hear about in the Bible. And that's what we conjecture on this timeline occurred around 4400 BCE.
So that would put, I mean, that could put the Enoch, because it almost seems like that could put Enoch back in that time, because there seems to be stuff in the book of Enoch where they're talking about preparing for a cataclysm, and they're looking at, you could even read it as they're in Peru, or they're down, you know, by Machu Picchu and Teotihuacan and these other places looking at doing it. And we've been to enough of these places, not there yet, but we've been to enough of these places to start noticing how much this cyclopean that we call architecture looks the same all over the world. The nubs of this, I mean, we've got good friends that are sort of at the forefront of that research, and it seems like wherever those nubs are, it would seem that those guys were part of one civilization that maybe knew Noah's flood was coming.
I think it's an argument that has to be placed into the discussion. Something exceptional happened during this golden age. Mankind was only a part of that. I don't know the specifics, and I don't want to make claims in that, because it is all based on cultural histories, oral histories. I don't even want to call them myths, because they replicate among cultures. A myth is something that one cult made up to explain, you know, their eschatology, their ontology. But when the myths pervade multiple cultures who didn't have any contact with each other, it steps out of the realm of myth and becomes more a stronger factor, which is oral cultural histories. And the commonality between those, I think, is what we use here. You are able to do some inductive inference from the commonality in those oral histories. And that's what we've done
evidence
here.
of that in our lifetime with those cargo cults that sprung up after World War II in the South Pacific.
Yeah, absolutely. A good analogy to what may well have occurred during the Golden Age. But the specifics, who managed things, what happened there, we can't. All we can do is conjecture there and make it clear that we're in the realm of conjecture. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting because we've had people on the show that, I mean, for me I'll do the conjecturing because I don't have any reputation to defend. So, or any papers or anything like that. So, but I mean, we've talked to people that it seems like that there was a past civilization that maybe knew this was coming and maybe survived at some place, and some, you know, whether it was on a moon or in space or down in the ground, where we see these underground cities in Turkey and stuff like that. And then it would have been it even gets into the Graham Hancock kind of stuff, right? Where it's these sort of survivors from that. So just to get so that it doesn't have to get like off planet or anything, that it could just be these sort of strongholds that were able to live out the cataclysm by luck or by preparation or whatever it was. And now they're sort of finding these bands of survivors all over. And sort of those are the guys that are leading the new civilizations, because they're obviously just, you know, light years ahead of the people who are maybe just like, you know, if you got through it in a US military bunker would be the analogy we would have today, where not only do you get through it, you get through it with some tech and some stuff and some things that can help your journey along. And then you're just sort of come along people that are one or two generations after that just sort of got by the skin of their teeth, you know, floating on a log or hiding in a cave, or they're just in the right place at the right time when the shit went down.
Yeah, Darren, and there are a number of diverse survival strategies that are contained in these cultural oral histories. So it may be that some of them describe the slower return from state 2 back to state 1. In particular, when you get to the Asia Pacific region, the flood is far less violent as compared to the Americas and Southwest Asia, or the Middle East, and the Sahara, certainly. So I think
that actually, so the move from state 2 to state 1 is a lot more survivable than the move from state 1 to state 2.
That's our current construct. The theory is open so that we can modify that. That's again why this is a provisional timeline. Right now, it says that when we pass the Lechamp threshold, which is about a 3 or 4 on that scale, we run the risk of a true polar wander, and that true polar wander happens very fast. In fact, the Epic of Gilgamesh says that it happened in a day, and then the Earth spent 8 or 9 days where the ocean did sieching or seeching, or it's pronounced, where the ocean's just tossed around, just like you just jumped in your bathtub. It sloshes for a period of time, and Utnapishtim says in the Epic of Gilgamesh, it took 8 or 9 days for the oceans to cease their rocking or writhing about like a woman in labor, is how he put it. And then Utnapishtim was able to step out of the ark that he had built and begin to reestablish those animals that he had carried, and then the agriculture that he had specialized in, and reestablish that where the quote ark at that time had landed. Yeah.
Interesting. That's that opens it up a lot more, right? That opens it up a lot more for these builders to be in place to start building these things, because everything sort of stabilizes, the climate probably gets better, and you've got a lot more people that were living their life in state 2, whatever civilization got to isn't completely wiped off the map. So you get to start at 3 instead of 1, or at 4 instead of 1. Whereas when we shift back going into state 2, the chances it's more like everybody's on 1. Everything's it's upsetting the apple cart completely, and it's basically a start from scratch.
Yeah, and I think you can see that in this, what is called the human script absence gap, identified here right about the time of the flood of Noah. The Vincha script existed in Eastern Europe and abruptly ended. Then we had nothing, no artifacts, no monuments, no script for about, roughly, say, 800 years here, that gap. Then all of a sudden we have proto-cuneiform that appears. Then we have technology arriving as civilization reestablished itself. That's about that boundary line at the end of the rotation from state 2 back to state 1 is when we developed the wheel, irrigation, the calendar, agriculture, the wooden plow, kiln-fired pottery, brick, all those implements that allow civilization to flourish that we didn't have as much of in the mid-Holocene climate optimum. They all of a sudden appeared at that boundary line. One thing that's curious, though, here, Jared Diamond has a book called Guns, Germs, and Steel. It won the Pulitzer Prize in the early 2000s, if I recall, maybe even earlier than that. But he outlined what I think he called the Big 14. The Big 14 were plants and animals that were domesticated in the Fertile Crescent, and the Fertile Crescent is right here in this region, that all at the same time and had no genetic precursors to speak of. They just appeared alongside man, all in the same 1,000-year period, and we've really never domesticated another plant or animal since. So how did we pull that off in the Golden Age? And then how did we preserve those things through this gap in human history, this culling, this 19-to-1 culling of humans during that period? We are able to preserve the Big 16, and the Big 16 would be cattle and oxen and dogs and cats and horses and sheep and wheat and barley and corn and rye, and those staples, those helpers and staples that man existed with in the mid-Holocene climate optimum. They survived with us, but they became really from that point on part of our civilization after the flood of Noah here, if you will.
So Occam's razor to me would point to preparation, that it wasn't.
I think so.
They knew that shit was coming.
Yeah, I think that I don't know if there's a simplest explanation or a restriction in plurality there. There are multiple reasonable explanations for this. It's just the other explanations are orphaned. They're out there. They could explain this, but they don't explain anything else. They don't elegantly dovetail into the history of mankind. The one that elegantly dovetails into the history of mankind is this gap that I've outlined just here. Whether that's simplest, I don't know if it's simple. It's a complex explanation. So it may violate Pop Occam's razor, but it doesn't actually violate Occam's razor. It folds elegantly into the history as outlined on this timeline.
So then that looks like but we don't know where the 6443 is state 2, state 1, right? No, that's state 2. No, that's state.
That's the interval between the double rotation set. You can see down here the Egyptian priests of Ptah described what had happened to Herodotus when he visited there. I believe it was 440 BC. Yeah, 440 BCE, thereabouts. Herodotus wrote what he called his histories, or an account of Egypt, I believe is book 3 in the histories. And the Egyptian priest said, thus in the period of 11,340 years, and that covers the last 2 ECDO rotations, contextually here. The priest said that there had arisen no god in human form, nor even before that time or afterwards among the remaining kings who arose in Egypt, nor did they report that anything of that kind had come to pass. So they said mankind had been left alone in Egypt for the most part. But during this time, they said the sun had moved 4 times from his accustomed place of rising. And where he now sets, he had thence twice had his rising, and in the place from whence he now rises, he had twice had its setting. And that's their archaic way of describing 4 total ECDO rotations: a state 1 to state 2 rotation that occurred around 10,800 BCE, a state 2 back to state 1 rotation that complements that shortly thereafter. We conjecture anywhere from 50 to 400 years thereafter. So that's a double rotation, if you will. And then again, another ECDO rotation set marked 3 and 4 here on the timeline. That is the flood of Noah. Put that in quotes. It's not actually a flood. It's an inundation cataclysm. A flood is where the water rises up. And so it wasn't actually a flood. It's an inundation or displacement. This 3 and 4 here would be the second occurrence. And indeed, this matches both the time frame as well as the logical structure of how the sun rotated in the sky as developed by the priests to Herodotus in an account of Egypt. I found that pretty significant.
And the problem with this chart is that the current date is somewhat somewhat equal to the other gaps.
Yeah,
Or
I have 2.
The other cycles, like we look like we're at the end of the cycle here.
I'm sitting there with my calculator and I'm running it, and I'm putting this into the graphic, and I take 4413, the Sumerian Kings list date, and I calculate off the 6,443 years, which is exactly 1/4 of the great year of the precession of the equinoxes, which is significant on all these stones. And we'll see it with Pillar 43 at Göbekli Tepe and other pillars in the Tepe or Taz-Tepler culture in Turkey. I pulled off that 6,443 years, and it came out to 2030. And I'm like, oh, crap. So I make it clear that's not a prognostication. That's just a placeholder. I also have a 5,200 year interval here based on the Nubian egg depiction that is also a harmonic in here. We've already passed that date, so I have to take that one with a grain of salt. Another reason I call this provisional, it's a set of conjecture for evaluation. It is not preaching, final claims and, and truth, if you will, put that in quotes.
Yeah.
So Göbekli Tepe in this would be sort of right at right around number 2 almost, because don't they say that was buried right around?
Yeah, Graham. 9600 BCE is the carbon dating for the majority of activity around Göbekli Tepe. It's matched by Karahan Tepe, which is just to the southeast from Göbekli Tepe, and it's matched roughly at Seberch Tepe, which is to the southwest. So good solid dating there. The only problem is, and we can get into this, is that the actual horoscope, or if you want to call it that, or the celestial depiction on Pillar 43 at Göbekli Tepe is not from 9600. No, there's, again, I hate to say this. They said this in Zero Dark 30 when the young lady who discovered where Osama bin Laden was hiding out. They said, how confident are you in this argument? She said 100%. And everybody at the table rolled their eyes. And she goes, okay, I know you guys, 100% certainty freaks you guys out. And she goes, okay, 96% plus. So we're at 96% plus confidence that the asterism depiction on Pillar 43 at Göbekli Tepe identifies 14,800 BCE. which makes a solid argument that the activity at Göbekli Tepe in 9600 BCE was an honoring, a redeployment of those stones. It was not the original structure. The activity there, and I certainly, heed the outcomes of the carbon-14 dating for the various things that can be dated. Can't date the stones themselves, but the charcoal and the organic matter that is embedded inside the activity around that structure, you can date that, just as they did with the bakeries around the Khufu pyramid. They got some peripheral dating there through that type of activity. This indeed is also peripheral. The Göbekli Tepe structure, I think, was originally in the form that utilized these pillars, and that's why we have asterisms which match to 14,800 BCE, but were reused in 9,600 BC in the most familiar form of Göbekli Tepe as we view it now.
Which would be right before meltwater pulse 1A?
Right after meltwater pulse 1B, during this period identified by Solon to our key philosopher,
Plato?
drawing a blank. Plato, yeah, goodness gracious, the most prominent philosopher. I remember everybody else but him. But Solon had
this is from your X post. I just shared the screen you see on the screen. So this is it here.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's
Where
a
would
good
we
one.
end up? We would end up right around that 14,000 BC if we went down back sort of another 6,443 years from that timeline.
That's what I was wondering. Yeah.
Yeah, if we go around and if we adhere to the 6,443 year construct that I have outlaid on the timeline that we just looked at, we would again intersect with that 14,800 period. And ostensibly, we would have another state 1 to 2 and state 2 to 1 set of rotations at that time. And of course, lots of legend and cultural history that we would document. So there's an argument that says they underwent a calamity, and they put the story of that calamity on Pillar 43, and they documented that it was a quarter turn of the sun across the sky on that pillar. And it's, to me, it's obvious once you look at the pillars and understand what the artists were depicting, and don't look at it as, we could look at history as mythological and fanciful. But if we look at everything in history as mythological and fanciful, we're going to be the most well-informed, ignorant people that ever existed. Just because you have a description doesn't mean you have knowledge. Knowledge comes from intelligence, and you've got to look at these pillars and derive intelligence from them, not just roll your eyes in the air and preach ethereal descriptions. It was cults, skull cults, and hunter-gatherers, and symbolic, and tombs of the dead, and all these things that are pseudo-arguments. They can explain anything, everything, and nothing all at the same time. Those should not be foisted first under science. Specific arguments need to be foisted first until you're forced to actually have to accept those default arguments as reality. In this case, Pillar 43 falsifies all those fanciful pseudo arguments. That's why I contend they released Pillar 43, the imagery, before they knew what it said. And that, fortunately for us, they did that.
And pretty well stopped.
Yeah.
Pretty well stopped completely. It's
what are the chances that such an important pillar would have been uncovered? It's hard for me to accept that these things that we're finding are so important to the planet, and they're not just little tiny culturally significant things that they were working on themselves and their tribes or whatever. Like that's what's weird to me, that we're uncovering these things that have big implications.
I have been whispered to, so it's not evidence. Please do not straw man me, the listeners, that I'm claiming this. I don't have evidence for this, but I hear in the after sessions and some of the conferences I've attended that there are disturbing artifacts that have been unearthed and were not included in what is offered to the public right now. That bothers me. That's a human rights crime, if indeed that is the case.
All over, or Göbekli Tepe specifically?
Göbekli Tepe specifically. If indeed that's occurring, that's an if. That's a human rights crime and would be subject to not only disqualification, but putting the administrators in jail or in prison, because that's an insult to mankind. The fact that they have stopped excavation there and the documentation of that stoppage is well well argued in the discourse of literature and communication around the site. So it's not something that's, Lee Clare can say, oh no, we haven't stopped. Yes, you did, because there's been significant debate about that stoppage. Just because you may have a little bit of activity going on right now doesn't mean you're doing substantive exposure of artifacts there, or substantive research activity. That's, I believe, and that's conjecture, why they stopped further exploration of anything significant at Göbekli Tepe. Fortunately, we got Pillar 43. Are there more Pillar 43s, in quote, that exist that help us improve our intelligence, our understanding of these pillars? I would imagine there are, possibly in our possession, but almost certainly under the ground at Göbekli Tepe. Yes.
The thing that always interested me about Göbekli Tepe as well is I find it extremely similar to the carving style of the Moai on Easter Island.
Absolutely. The belly button, or the phallic hands around the waist. And they show 5 fingers. They're very meticulous about showing that they possessed 5 fingers. Well, I won't comment any further on that. But the hands brought around the front of the body were a cultural identity. Why they had to do that, I don't know. But they felt it was important enough that they had that as a motif and a practice in their iconography all across the globe. Absolutely.
And it seems like by the amount of sediment on those things that I would put those back in that 14,000 year ago sort of area as well.
I would think so. I was misled by this. Oh, we pulled a Moai stone out and we took ropes and we walked it down a pathway, showed how they could get these big heavy stones with no trees and no leverage, no crane or structure that they could use to leverage the stones. They showed how they could walk them from the mountain down to the coast where many of the statues are, until they dug up one of the statues on the hillside and showed that it had a 40 to 60 feet of it was buried under the ground. The statue was far too large to do that disingenuous rocking down the road. That was a red herring. It was a deception. It was a human rights crime, is what it is. But those statues underneath the ground make it clear there are markings there we don't understand. They're communicating not just a language, but they're communicating principles. And one of those principles is the 5-fingered motif of the phallus or the belly button around the front of the statues. Absolutely great point.
Do we have time to touch on some of the alignments you've been showing lately?
Yeah.
Seem to point to the different states of North.
Yeah, I think.
It's just fascinating. It's every time I find alignment, it's almost like I'm convinced all over again. And then it begins to fade off and I find the next alignment. And I'm doing this piecemeal, after hours, after work and after travel, and 2 a.m. So I apologize. I can't do the diligence. Well, I can do the diligence. It just takes a long time to do it. We've had researchers that, have databases of 300 different monuments that are my candidate databases to draw from. I'm only about 115, 120 monuments through that database. So it's taken me some time. But the good news is, or the bad news, however you want to view it, is that these monuments are 80 to 85% of them are aligning to what ECDO theory terms as NP prime. And that's just a fancy nomenclature for North Pole prime. That means the alternate North Pole. We argued earlier, in symbolism or the symbolism that we used, that Santa Claus would have to move to southern Africa once State 2 arrived. The majority of the ancient monuments are aligned to one spot on the earth, not one spot in the sky. If they all align to, say, their local solstice or equinox or equilux or a moon variant of each of those, they would not take on these patterns. If they all align to, say, Aldebaran or one of the major reference stars or navigational stars that are in the sky, they would also not take on this profile. The only way this profile arrives is if the obsequience, and that's a term for all these azimuths arriving to one spot on the earth, that obsequience focuses in Zambia in southern Africa. And I'm going to pull up probably one or two most prominent azimuthal alignments here, if I can find it. Apologies.
We're going to Sardinia in 2027 with the tour. People can check out.
Oh yeah.
contact
Yeah, there's
.com if they want to get in on that. But I'm excited to go and check out those Sardinia ones firsthand and kind of. It'll be interesting to stand there and look at, because that'll kind of put it into
absolutely
into perspective of where the north is compared to in that alternate state.
If you look at the Cathedral of Calypso, where Odysseus was held captive for 5 years under the Odyssey, Homer's Odyssey. If you look at those two main chambers of the Cathedral of Calypso, and I've got that in the article as well. I've got the Nazca lines pulled up here. They're precisely aligned to ECDO NP prime. And we'll use that jargon here, ECDO being the theory and NP prime being the state 2 North Pole for the whole Earth. So the whole Earth would point to this, just as we do today. When we build roads in Russia that align north-south, and we build roads, say, in Washington, D.C. that align north-south, that's subsequent to our current North Pole. This same practice was done in 4000 BCE. The question is, why? In fact, the majority of monuments from 4000 BCE all the way to, say, 500 BCE to 500 AD, or Common Era, the majority of monuments, 80 to 85% of them, align to this exact spot, this what we call NP prime. I'm going to show you one of the key ones. This is a mystery that has existed in the zeitgeist for decades here, all the way back, at least in popular view, to Eric von Daniken's, Chariots of the Gods controversial book that came out in whatever it was, 73 or something like that.
We had Eric von Daniken on back in the day. I couldn't give
no way
number off the top of our head, but he was on the show. So now, while you're pulling that up, that would, because state 2 is short, we're saying 50 to 400 years compared to state 1, and that other age was in state 1 when these monuments were getting built. That would point to a memory that they're not actually pointing to their current north when they're doing it. They're pointing to this memory of north, so that it's almost like they're trying to encode it.
That's correct. I think that's the most plausible of all the arguments there. And ECDO is written so as to accommodate, if we get further evidence that says a different progression of events happen, certainly, that's reasonable. People can argue 2 or 3 different possibilities here. I contend right now that it's a cultural memory because the number of monuments fades off over time, and as well, a little bit the accuracy on the call to true north, the azimuthal alignment of what state 2 true north would have been. It drifts off, and you can see it in the South American monuments. They hit ECDO's NP prime exactly. When those cultures migrated north through the current late Holocene period, they kept using the same azimuth, but they were migrating north, so the azimuth was off. So that tells me it's a cultural memory rather than a direct observation for many of these monuments. And indeed, we can look at the histogram that I've constructed. I published it on X today. You can see the drift off in that cultural memory. It starts right at the tail end of the state 2 to state 1 rotation back to where we are now at 4400 BCE. And number of monuments are built. And then all of a sudden it begins to taper off. And somewhere around the arrival of the Romans, we adopted a new mind. We came into the modern age, and we forgot about this sordid history and said, it's a new age, forget about all that. So we lost that cultural memory. But you can see here, the Nazca lines, there are several components that are, quote, the Nazca lines. The oldest components and the key derivatives of intelligence with regard to the Nazca lines are not the animal shapes. The animal shapes still have an argument unto themselves that we don't understand. And so ECDO leaves that placeholder open. Let's continue to deliberate that. But underneath those animal shapes are what we truly call the lines. And those were scratched into the earth or stone stacked into the earth far before the animal images or depictions on the Nazca Plateau. Key among those lines are what we call the mandala. There are a couple of these reference points. The mandala is the geodesic or the azimuthal reference that is utilized by all the lines on the plain, on the Nazca plain or plateau. This is the most prominent one, the most complete one, and this was developed first because it's the surveying reference point from which all the other asterisms or depictions or lines were referenced. And this is oriented along a primary axis of 108 degrees. You can see it here. I've got a picture taken from a scientific analysis of the mandala. I've got a photograph of the mandala itself turned into black and white aerial photograph, and then I've got the geodesic location and the bearing point of NP prime indicated on the global map to the right. You can see that the mandala is precisely aligned to ECDO theory's state 2 NP prime.
Bingo.
That's really what lit me off. And then after that, it's just monument after monument after monument. And you could say an argument, you can make an argument here and say, well, but you chose the right ordinal. Why don't you use the north-south ordinal? And I could, and in fact, I accommodated my statistical study by adding that uncertainty into the statistical calculation. And there's a method, the method I show in the study. But what happens is if you rely on that perpendicular line, your North Pole moves all over the planet. Most of the activity is around Greenland, south of Greenland, over toward Scandinavia, back toward Canada, back toward Alaska, back toward Russia. But the North Pole bears no certainty under that construct, that discipline or approach to addressing these ordinals. It's only when you adopt the ordinal that points to NP prime that the bearing begins to derive coherence. And this is a principle in navigation. I spent 40 years navigating. When you take bearing shots, axial bearing shots, as opposed to a single bearing, you take an axial. That means that the item you're shooting could be to your left or could be to your right. There's some uncertainty there. What you do to resolve that is you watch how that axis changes over time. The one that intersects and does not drift, that's the valid bearing that you use. This is the mistake Fred Noonan made in navigating Amelia Earhart. He took one shot of the Itasca signal ship with his loop antenna, and he had two bearings that resulted from that. He didn't take a successive shot because I think the operator got up too late, and he only got up right when he was supposed to send the broadcast. If he had waited 3 minutes and allowed Noonan to apply what's called the 3-minute rule in his navigation, Noonan would have seen that one bearing was drifting severely and one bearing had focal coherence. And he would have known to turn left to Howland Island rather than right to Gardner Island. That's the mistake that is made here. These mandalas, these reference points, these axes of these temples are not pointing to our current North Pole because the axes drift over time significantly. The only ordinal that does not drift is the ordinal that is consistently aligned with NP prime of state 2 under ECDO theory, just as you see here with the mandala for the Nazca lines.
That's interesting. I want to pull up this thing quick. This is, you kind of got to ignore all the other stuff on it. It's like a paper on continental drift and stuff like that.
Gotcha.
But I just thought it was interesting on here, mainly just because of where they show this. Let me see if I can zoom in. Where they show the location of the South Pole. Which I guess would be the North Pole in ECDO, but they're just kind of using this to explain those ice sheets over there, right? They're trying to come up with an excuse on how they can get this ice sheet to have formed in South Africa. And they've sort of got these. So does that, does this sort of negate this continental drift and stuff like that? Does that sort of explain how these ice caps have moved around instead of the continents drifting? Because that's kind of how I would look at it as well, is whenever an ice cap is formed, it's happening because it's at the pole.
It is. Under ECDO theory, our ice ages, as we call them, at least some of them, were a result of persistent state 2, and we don't have that state 2 in the ice cores because when we rotate back to state 1, state 2 ice melts off. So we don't have that record. You can't say the ice cores deny ECDO. It's not that type of evidence. It's not exclusionary evidence. So, the same argument can be made about the ice ages, but I think it supports ECDO theory that the ice in the ice ages tends to aggregate near the poles in ECDO state 2. Now, not to say that all ice ages are explained by ECDO state 2. I don't think that could be made. That argument could be made, but it certainly explains many of the progressions of ice across North America and then the southern hemisphere. If you take and there's been a group that I think they held their first ECDO conference in Idaho, February of 2025. Unfortunately, I was with a client and I couldn't attend. I think that they put together a video that shows the continental drift, and that's the crust. It's not equivalent to ECDO theory. ECDO decouples at the mantle, so that would be the mantle and the crust. But if you look at continental drift theory, which is based on crust structures drifting or tectonic plates drifting, if you go back to Gondwanaland, the original state of the land geography of the earth, and then put it in forward motion very fast and roll through all of those 3 billion years, maybe it's less than 3 billion years, maybe more like 1 billion years, you can see the land masses twisting around the 2 Euler axes of ECDO theory. The west Euler axis is in Brazil. The east Euler axis is in Sulawesi near Indonesia. You can see the land masses, the tectonic plates rotating around those 2 Euler or Euler axes. It's fascinating. As well, Craig Stone, one of those researchers in that group, has put together a torsion field, a conjectured torsion field for both state 1 to state 2 rotation as well as state 2 to state 1 rotation. Place those torsion stress lines at those Euler axes, and then surmounted it, put that map on top of the tectonic fracture network and stress pattern network of the Earth, and they line up a good 80th plus percentile versus random. He's got the charts in this very prescient study that he's put together. Both of those show that a lot of the tectonic motion, a great preponderance of the tectonic motion that we've documented in Earth's geohistory, has come as the result of a rotation between NP and NP prime.
It seems like the North Africa there kind of shows that evidence, but that it sort of explains the washout you see in North Africa on Google Earth.
Absolutely.
Explains a lot better than anything else. It's like nothing else can sort of move the water in that direction that you can plainly see in the Sahara.
Yeah, you really got to get into hand waving, extreme levels of hand waving to dismiss the water destruction. I don't even want to call it erosion. The water destruction pathway, the inundation pathway that cuts through Emikusi Pass. There's a 14,000-year-old volcanic eruption that Jimmy Corsetti has studied, and he highlighted this. And you could see the water cutting through the basalt and the lava flows from that eruption. So it's a water flow that occurred in the last 14,000 years. You can see it cut across Chad and the diatomaceous salt flats that have no tributary infeeds and formed about, believe it or not, 4,400 BCE.
Wow.
And then took a Coriolis turn to the right in the vector of which the water progressed, went off the coast of Mauritania and created what is called the Mauritanian Slide Complex. The largest debris slide complex on the Earth is clearly the result of oceans cascading across the Sahara. The good news about that for the inhabitants of, say, Congo and equatorial Africa was that it saved those cultures at that time from the inundation, because the inundation was coming at them full speed and then all of a sudden took a right-hand turn and went dumping into the Atlantic, and it saved a good deal of the flora, fauna, and humanity that existed in sub-Saharan Africa at the time.
And people don't think about it, but if you looked at North America, would look just like that shit if it wasn't full of trees and is built up in a vegetative plate. Like if North America had ended up on the equator and ended up just being a desert, you would see that same sort of inundation, because we've been lucky enough to follow Randall Carlson around in the field where he's looking at this stuff, where we go to these major landscapes and you can see what is clear evidence of massive amounts of water.
Yes, and it replicates all over the globe. So if you look at the American Southwest, as you just mentioned, Darren, and look at Patagonia, look at the Andean coast of South America, look at the Gobi Desert and its progression through Manchuria and Kamchatka, Look at the Botswana Desert. Look at the Arabian Gulf, which is the Persian Gulf. The Navy name, or the Saudi name I prefer to use for the Persian Gulf, is the Arabian Gulf. It's clear that the Arabian Gulf is the remnant of, quote, the flood. It's just retracted back into what is now the Persian Gulf. We described the Persian Gulf. You can see that. I've gone through the Saudi empty quarter when I did the pharmaceutical strategy for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. There's nothing there, and it's laid waste, and you can see the ancient shorelines of retraction, just flying over it and walking it. The argument is stark, and nobody pays attention to it. And that water rose to the same level, by the way, as the water rose to in the Imikusi inundation streaks that occur through the Sahara. Why nobody has seen this before is just beyond me. It's obvious. But anyway, that
sounds like a whole other post or a whole other book that you could do there on that.
Yeah. Yeah.
So this is can you explain this? This is just going in a little bit more detail about the stones themselves cry out, right?
Yes, you're going through the article. Those are the ones that have pictures in the article are the ones that I included in the statistical
Okay.
analysis.
Yeah.
And I used a Bayesian analysis to just detect the probability given 8 constraints and modifications, and all of them are null hypothesis friendly. In other words, I disadvantaged my conjecture here to the extreme, to an egregious level. I went overboard to disadvantage my argument. And I applied those 8 modifications to the Bayesian math and ran a Poisson analysis that just simply says, what are the odds of all these monuments pointing at the same spot on the globe, by accident? And when it got past 1 times 10 to the 14th, I'd already done the job at that point. It was astronomically small,
Wow.
even advantaging the null hypothesis, which says, "Hey, this is just accidental," and
Awesome.
that argument has to be in the mix, because it's the null hypothesis. But that argument doesn't hold water. We falsified it. So these monuments are pointing there for a reason, and the ones that are in the statistical analysis are shown in that red line diagram, geodesic diagram right there, I forget the term for that. Not geodesic, geodesy, I believe. That outlines the ones that are in the statistical analysis to show that there is consistency. If likewise you take the perpendicular ordinal for each of those monuments and try and map those same red lines to the North Pole, there's incoherence there. And to a navigator, that tells you you've got the wrong ordinal. The right ordinal is the one that passes through Southern Africa.
I was going to ask you about this. I don't know if you're familiar or worked with Mario Build Reps on his team in Europe. The mapping of all these things. They mapped 1,200 of these things as supposedly pointing to those poles.
They are, but they're incoherent. And what he says that the North Pole was south of Greenland, then migrated into Greenland,
right? Yeah.
Migrated to another. That migration is the incoherency. That's why Fred Noonan turned the wrong way, because he chose a moving bearing rather than a static bearing, and killed both he and Amelia Earhart. They're making the same mistake that Fred Noonan made in his navigation. And as I mentioned, I'm a 40-year navigator. I'm highly experienced at this. What they're doing there is taking the movement in an incoherent ordinal and correcting that by saying, oh, well, the North Pole moved. Well, it didn't. If they had just taken the other ordinal and focused it, they would have found NP prime. Unfortunately, they did not do that. They didn't test all the scenarios like our statistical analysis tests all the ordinal scenarios as part of its diligence. They didn't do that. They made a presumption that it pointed to our current North Pole. If they had taken the perpendicular ordinal, they would have seen the coherence in Southern Africa. That coherence is a 99+% argument that these monuments were pointed at that spot. The effect he sees there is a virtual effect.
And so there's all this mythology about the Garden of Eden being in the North Pole and all that too, and so that Southern African spot used to be where the North Pole was, and it would have been then filled with ice at some point, I guess, right? Is that what you were saying?
Well,
Darren?
I mean, that's just another way of looking at the Garden of Eden, right? It's just the Garden of Eden was at the North Pole, but now it's not.
That's one argument. And we don't know what the North Pole looked like during State Two. It's not a replication of Antarctica or Arctica.
Oh, okay.
No, and
today.
this is more of this is when Graham and I are talking about this. This is more of a mythological thing, like the Hyperborean
Gotcha.
or the
Yeah.
Iron Republic, where there's sort of
Or
it's like their version of Atlantis, where it's like, you know, but you can almost read that as being, you know, this place that does end up super conducive to life is at the North Pole sometimes. So when they're talking about it, they're like, yeah, you know, the place where we used to live is at the North Pole now. It's not great to live there when it's there, but when it's not, it's pretty awesome.
Well, there's several books out that identify some rather ancient activity occurring in mines in that region, and I've done actual mining and mine surveys for several African nations, and read those books at the time just out of side interest. But there is an indication that there is rather ancient activity occurring under the ground in southern Africa. I contend that that the cleanest fit to the Islamic and if you will, Abrahamic traditions of the Garden of Eden fit the what is called Padan Aram. It's the giant garden just south of Göbekli Tepe, which is very simple if you want to use that judgment evaluation technique. It has 4 rivers around it. To the extreme east is the Tigris. To the west is the Euphrates. To the arcing around the land to the east, which would be the land of Havilah, would be the Gihon River. And I've got it mapped in one of my articles. And then flowing through that garden of Padan Aram is the Pishon River. So the 4 rivers outlined in the Bible are right there at Göbekli Tepe, if you map them out and look at them. So that large plateau, it's right at the headwaters, not the headwaters, but it's right upriver from Ur, and supplied, I conjecture, the majority of the fruits and vegetables and grains that were floated downstream to Uruk and the Sumerians. So that's why it was their garden of legend. And I think that area that's why it's so close to Göbekli Tepe, the oldest monument in, you know, modern man or man's civilization, is because the origins, if you look at the origins of much of agriculture and animal husbandry, they all started in the Fertile Crescent. That garden is at the heart of the Fertile Crescent.
Yeah, the book Darren I was thinking of was The Paradise Found, where they reference all these you know, even a lot of science back then pointing to the North Pole for this ancient myth and the Garden of Eden and all that. And I wondered about that. Like if the thing was to shift again, if you'd find a whole bunch of stuff underneath where, you know, where the North Pole is right now, almost like the legends of
more likely Antarctica. Yeah. I think it's more likely Antarctica because I think under the North Pole is mostly water, unless there's some cool shit in Greenland.
Yes, that's correct. Greenland has some of the accumulation. It's certainly the locus of ice core studies, aside from that ice which is still rafting on the ocean at the North Pole. But yeah, it's mostly water, and that puts some challenge into detecting how it's changed over the eons.
Yeah, because it's almost constantly recycling itself in that state.
That's correct.
Roger, this is great. Is there anything you think we missed? Is there anything we still got to get to?
I think that's it for now. We've got other things that are underway that we'll be publishing on X. You know, they still won't let me, as far as I know, on LinkedIn or YouTube or any of the other or Facebook. Even the mention of my name got comments censored without even making a contention. That sort of human rights crime, we've gotten smart about that over the last 3 years because those people pulled a lot of harmful shenanigans on us. People are getting smart on that. And so I'm going to test the waters with YouTube probably first. I don't go anywhere near LinkedIn because they're still an oppressive institution. So maybe we'll see something come up on YouTube.
Do you think, are you excited about the future of this revealing and in general, besides the censorship still going on, but like this administration, like sort of what's happening with, and I don't want to get political necessarily, but just is it sort of, there's been a lot of information about sort of fusion and free energy and also the ancient mysteries and all this stuff seems to be coming out. Are you pretty excited about it in the next couple of years?
Yeah, free energy. I you know, I
Not
was
necessarily free, but different energy. Let's say alternative energy. Let's say.
yeah. I took it as the equivocal version of that.
Yeah.
I was in nuclear engineering for a period of time and took extensive calculus and nuclear core dynamic classes through the years. One of the things that started out in our beginner nuclear engineering courses was, in 10 years, we're going to have fusion. So prepare yourself in your studies. Here we are. What is it? A century and a half later? No. Here we are 40 years later, and we don't have fusion, and we're not any closer. So I'm skeptical about where our energies head. It's almost as if when we get technologies introduced, they only accomplish two things. They help us fight wars more effectively, or control people more effectively. Aside from that, there doesn't seem to be much interest in improving the lot of humankind. Some medical advances, I have to grant it there, but I don't see a lot of technology that is really making quantum leaps in our use of energy. I'm hoping I'm wrong. And actually, I've done some work in studies that identify some of the elements that are some of the studies and initiatives that are on the horizon in that energy development. But these companies, after working with them, they have a long way to go just yet. And they're on the fringe, and they include some arguments that mainstream science is not going to be able to accept. And that's to the discrediting of mainstream science, because there's a whole horizon here that needs to be developed.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, well, what about Elon pushing solar and batteries and solar satellites and all that? I mean, that seems to be like that innovation. Like he seems to be able to push that stuff pretty fast.
Yeah, and if we can change the efficiency, the photovoltaic efficiency that we derive out of the solar collectors, that may be a game changer. But as we saw in the winter storm that hit Texas, I was working with an oil client in Texas at that time. It was a disaster in terms of both the immediate utilization of energy in Texas when the ice storms hit, as well as in terms of destruction of the solar and wind infrastructure thereafter. Yeah, it was a problem.
Go for it. Good luck, Elon.
Yeah, good luck, Elon. I mean, the X thing did turn out to be a net positive for sure. I mean,
I think so.
I don't know where we'd be right now if it wasn't for that decision. Where it ends up getting us in the end, we'll see. But it definitely has opened up. I mean, even this kind of stuff wouldn't be here if that wouldn't have changed gears when it did. So
I agree with you, Darren. Yeah.
And Facebook might be opening up. We've heard rumors about it opening up a little bit more. So Facebook might be a place for you to try again too.
Yeah, and coming out of an intelligence background, the caution was don't go on Facebook. So I've stayed away from Facebook. I've done enough work and enough things where I really, and part of the reason to create the Ethical Skeptic was to insulate my family from, I don't want to say my past, that sounds overly dramatic, but anything that could come back. Let's just put it that way.
Well, yeah, we totally get it. Yeah,
absolutely. Roger Cunningham, the Ethical Skeptic. We encourage everyone to follow you on Twitter, now X. Thank you for coming on the show. And when that does happen that we were talking about, that's a secret still, let us know and we'll have you back on the show.
Darren, Graham, it's been an absolute pleasure. Glad to be back on your show again.
Thanks a lot. Awesome. Take care.
Have a good day. And that was a chat with Roger Cunningham, the Ethical Skeptic. Good one. I mean, blowing up on the live, almost 500 people watching live. People excited. So big thanks to Roger for coming on the show. Big thanks to you guys for listening. One of our favorite topics here in Grimerica. What'd you think?
Yeah, it was great. Yeah. Little over my head, trying to grapple with it still. But.
Well, it's interesting because you've read all those old books though. So, at least you know what they were talking about. Big thanks to Roger for coming on the show. Big thanks to those of you who listened. Even bigger thanks if you're one of the 1% who choose to support us and keep the show on the air. If you like the show, you like the podcast, you like the interviews, and you want it to stick around, head over to grimerica.ca/support today. Sign up for a monthly or make a one-time donation, and we'll keep coming at you with no commercials and nothing else. We can't do commercials, so it's like this or nothing. We had our thing this month where we're just going to try and get all you to sign up for $1 a month. If you all sign up for $1 a month, we'll stop asking. Check out GrimericaOutlawed.ca for other podcasts. We also had Roger on there a couple years ago. You can find that in the back catalog on that show, talking about strictly COVID stuff. Contact at thecabin.com for trips and events. Like I mentioned, we're going to Malta, Sardinia, Sicily soon. We're going to Easter Island in April. We've got the solstice at Serpent Mound and some Randall Carlson stuff too. People can check that out. Adultbrain.ca for audiobooks. AmericaCBD.com for gummies and tinctures. Other than that, we love you guys. Thanks for listening, and we will see you next week.